Fractured 1 to 10. Fractured 1. Blake's memory kept flashing across his mind as he rode in the back of an ambulance. Blake's little cousin had caught a snake on his fishing line and called for help like 100 times before, while they were fish on their family's land in middle of nowhere, Texas, grabbing his axe. Blake went to the end of the dock to help, and as soon as he got there, his nephew dropped the pole and ran the baby rattlesnake falling off the line and lunging itself at Blake, landing shin. The next thing Blake knows, he's riding in an ambulance with the EMTs saying they're not going to make it in time. We've got 45 minutes to the hospital, and it's already been an hour and a half to make him comfortable, and I'll try my damnedest, Blake heard the driver say as the EMT injected him with morphine and everything faded to black. The next thing Blake knew, he was sitting in a chair across from a man at a desk, flipping through a file nonchalantly as he set the file down, focusing on Blake. So a college graduate with an associate in science on track to get his bachelor in engineering out with his family celebrating your graduation is sad to say you didn't get anything worthwhile from an associate degree. Has a fairly balanced karma, a few more bad things. But they weren't saints either, but helping and volunteering whenever you can. So not too terrible. We will have to erase your memories besides the behavioral ones, as I'm sure you understand. Blake listened to the confused man and asked, "Where am I?" "Well, you died, my boy, trying to help your cousin, but you were out in the boonies. You should have known the chances of surviving." As the man answered, he came to the realization that the room he's in is solid white, with nothing but the desk, the man, a standard office door, and himself. "We use your universe as something we call a training universe to teach souls how to act, but we wipe them of their memories before being reincarnated into a more interesting universe," the man explained as Blake sat there trying to comprehend everything. "So I died?" Blake asked as he was so out of it. The man sighed, looking exhausted as if he was tired of going through this process. "Yes, boy, you died, and now you're here, and I'm a clerk for the Minister of Reincarnation, and we're working the glorious bureaucratic process to give your next life." As the clerk is speaking, they hear people screaming beyond the door. The clerk's eyes went as he stated, "Well, with this turn of events, we will upgrade your next life in position." As he said this, he snapped his fingers and a portal with a pink-green appearance appeared behind him. "Let us go and get you to your next life. I'm so sorry for this inconvenience, my boy," the man said as he stood and grabbed Blake, ushering him to the portal, starting the mind wipe process. As Blake reached the portal, he heard the door exploding behind him, and a large blade of light aimed for the desk flew towards him, slicing him in half when he heard a loud voice scream, "Let the souls be free." The clerk was killed with the slash, failing to complete his mind-erasing process. After Blake was split in half, this body fell into the portal, entering Blake into a state of darkness, as he felt he was being dragged away in two different directions. 2. Blake flew through the void, feeling himself split in half, not believing he died just to die. "Again, at least I still remember everything," Blake thought as he settled down, feeling weightless. Blake feels as something hit him in the face as he opens his eyes. "Ow, first you cut me in half, now you kick me in the face, fuck you." When Blake opened his eyes, he saw a bright maroon space with another body in the space, with him hearing muffled voices outside. Why in the hell are there two, and where in the hell am I? Next thing Blake knew, he was being pushed out of a tight space, hearing people speak. As Blake opened his eyes, he saw the other being placed into a woman's arms opposite of him. Blake hears the middle-aged-looking woman in a maid uniform speak in an excited voice. "My lady twins, this is a great surprise, I shall get the marquise," as she rushed out the room. Moments later, a large-built man, looking like a bodybuilder with jet-black hair in noble clothes, walked into the room. "My love, are you okay? Is there anything wrong?" the man said in a frantic worry. "My lord, everything went smoothly, and she has given birth to a set of twin boys. She is in perfect health." The woman in a maid uniform answered. The man had a surprised look on his face as he turned to the maid. "Matilda went and told the others to gather items for the second child. We must do it quickly. This is a glorious but unusual surprise." "I have anticipated these orders, my lord, and the items will be gathered within the hour," the maid Matilda replied. "Good show, Lady Matilda. We must have those items." "Sarah, my love, have you decided on names yet?" the man said as he knelt down next to the woman on the bed. "Yes, my love. The first with the red hair shall be known as Gentry as planned, and the second with green hair shall be known as Baxter after your late brother. Yes, my love, thank you for honoring my brother. Let him live up to the name. These boys will make a fine addition to our family. The third and fourth sons will complete our ranks. While this conversation is happening, Blake is flabbergasted. Did they just name me Gentry like the fucking musician? Are you kidding me? For the next few days, Gentry came to terms with his new name and existence while he laid in his crib and suckled on his mother's breasts. On the 10th day, more people came to visit. These visitors consisted of his mother and the maid, like usual, but this time 3 children and his father joined along. Children, these are your brothers Gentry and Baxter. As Gentry laid there, he took in the features of the 3 children. The oldest of the 3 was a boy with red hair and red eyes with a slender build. The next one in line is another boy with black hair and one brown eye and one white eye with a boxier build, but with pointed ears and a slender face. Finally, the girl of the group had blonde hair, pointed ears, green eyes with a slender build. Throughout their visit, Gentry learned the father's name was Marcus, while the children's names were Jeremiah at the age of 11, Zane at the age of 9, and Maria at the age of 5. Do they have any magic father, or are they mundane? The oldest Jeremiah asked. We do not know yet, son, just as you did. We will wait until their 7th birthday to find out. His father replied, Very well, then I hope so. I wish for more people to practice with Zane is a beasthead, and I can't use magic against him. Jeremiah replied. Zane, taking offense to this apparent insult, looked at Jeremiah. I may be a beasthead, but at least I can stand on my own no matter what, Sparky boy. After Gentry heard Jeremiah speak, he was confused. Magic? Did he say magic like in Merlin and fairy tales and shit? When Gentry is coming to this realization, he focuses on his mother. Holy shit, pointed ears, long blue hair. Is she an elf? His mother was indeed a full-blood elf, while his father is a full-blood human, and even the maid Matilda was an elf. Gentry's world view was shattered and changed all in one time. That night, coming to terms with this new world lying in his crib, a light blue screen popped up in front of his eyes with a picture and words on it. The picture was of what appeared to be a baby with crimson red hair, pointed ears, and elven features but with a wider build. The screen read, Gentry Steel Scroll Tier, Class. Traits, Fractured Soul, 100%, Marquis Lineage, 100%. Affinities, Earth Unknown, Fire Unknown, Air Unknown, Light Unknown, Kai 100%. Mana 0/0 variations possible. Wait, Fractured Soul? What does that mean? Gentry remembers being split in half and the feeling of being pulled in 2 different directions as that man came into the room. Does that mean my twin is the other half of my soul? As Gentry came to terms with this revelation, he heard a loud explosion and stood up in his crib, looking out the window in his room, seeing bright flashes of light in the sky, realizing they're fireworks. Well, they have fireworks, so they can't be so far behind Earth. 3. The same night of Gentry's birth, a similar situation was playing out in the most southern horn of the continent. Here lies a city made of black stones, with massive 50-meter-tall beasts of varying species, along with many smaller beast herds ranging from 8 to 20 meters in size around the perimeter of the city. As a storm rages outside, being the beginning of a hurricane, a baby is born in a stone hut. As the baby is born, the demon priestess takes the baby to a waiting basin and bathes the baby in the blood of a demon as he starts to cry. The high chief of the demon clans, adorned in armor made of demon bones, storms in taking hold of the child. My first son is finally here. You will be known as Malik. You, my boy, you shall bring down those who have forgotten us, those who have gotten happy in their simple lives. You will conquer the world for the demon empire. The baby's eyes begin to glow, a gold and red shine, showing his power. The priestess approaches the High Chief. High Chief Vormier, we must get to safety. Rushing to their underground shelter, with the beasts stationed on the end of the city, roaring in a cry of praise for the birth of their new leader. 4. Over the next few years, Gentry's mother taught him and his brother to read and write in this world's language, along with this world's history, geography, and this world power structures and rankings. The tier system ranges from 1 to 10, while their class system is linked to the number of magic affinities a person has. The classes range from Knights have 1, Feudal have 2, Devastation has 3, and Catastrophe has 4. Catastrophe class is rare, but any one person's body can't handle more than 4 unless they reach tier 10. But no one has been able to in this world's history. The world's main continent is shaped like a hexagon, with scattered seas around the inside of the continent, and archipelagos spread out along the edges of the continent. The kingdom Gentry has found himself in is known as the Kingdom of Ebony Rain. Being the largest of the empires, it encompasses the majority of the southern portion of the continent. Led by the current King Darwin Ebony, a Tier 9 Devastation-class sword blade, specializing in enhancing attacks. The kingdom's specialty is in innovation and demon exports, due to the fact they hold half of the barrier wall between them and the demon lands that control the entire southern third of the continent. Next door to the Ebony Kingdom is the kingdom held and ran by the dwarfs, known as the Kingdom of Orobelius, known for their craftsmanship in the forges of their mountains, deep under the surface, and led by Tier 8. Devastation-class hammer wielded known as Borsch Earthcracker, known across the world for his power with the earth element. To the north of them is a massive forest, protected by the elves like his mother known as the Evertree Grove, led by a Tier 9 feudal-class nature mage. The elves are a secluded group of people, very few like his mother ever leave the grove, being more preoccupied with defending themselves from the orc clans spread out throughout the forest. To the northwest of the grove it is governed by the tribal council, made up of all the beastkin clans, with each species contributing one member to the council helping to fight the orcs and warring with their neighbors to the east. Finally, in the northeast of the continent is the Bloodborne Kingdom. This kingdom is made up of vampires and led by their queen Sarah Bloodborne, a Tier 9 feudal-class swordmaster. Most of this kingdom is made up of deserts, so they're most known for their blood magic and glass products. 5. Once a year after the first years go home for break, a kingdom-wide test is taken for kids, ranging from kids 7 to 9 years old, to test their magical abilities. After the kids are tested and enrolled into the combat academy for free, if they're commoners with the understanding, they will enter the military for a 10-year enlistment, while the nobles will be placed into teams and pay for enrollment, but have the option to leave the military after 2 years. The sun rose on Gentry and Baxter's 7th birthday, with the sun shining through his window and landing on his eyes, waking him. The head maid Matilda entered the room excitedly. "Young lord, are you up yet? It is a tremendous day. You will get to know your affinities and meet your teammates." As Matilda finished speaking, Gentry walked out of his closet, fully dressed. "I know, Lady Matilda, I'm excited. I greeted the sun as it rose. I was so excited." My, young lord, you and your brother both always the early risers, sure makes my job easier, so thank you." Matilda responded with a nurturing smile on her face. "But we must hurry. We have enough time for you and the family to eat before we leave for the airship, so let us hurry down." Gentry left his room, seeing his twin brother exit his room at the same moment. As they smile at each other, Gentry is the first to speak. Last one down is Flying Clawdung, as he takes off down the hall towards the stairs, with Baxter right behind him laughing. As Gentry got to the landing before the bottom of the stairs, he was tackled by Baxter from behind, flying to the bottom of the stairs landing, with their arms wrapped around each other, laughing. "Boys!" The boys heard a scream and looked toward the dining room, seeing their mother standing there with an annoyed smile on her face. "Get up, come on. We have to talk about some things before we leave," she said as the boys gathered themselves and rushed to the table. They saw their father's large figure sitting at the dining table, looking over reports from the most recent demon surge at the Great Wall. "Morning, father." "Good morning, father." The boys greeted their father as they sat down and began to eat. "Boys, some things about today. Today is just a registration process to see your affinities and meet your teammates. After today, it will be me and your mother's job to get you two to at least at the cusp of the knight rank before you go to the academy in a few years. So be ready to think about what element you want to focus on. If you have more than one, and if you only have Kai, I will ensure you will be at least Tier 1 when entering. Any questions?" The boys looked at their father, surprised at the amount of information dropped on their heads so early. Gentry spoke up first. Do we know who our teammates will be, and what is the point of being given a team? Well, with you two taking up 2 spots, one will be held by the second child of Duke Armorbane and the third child of Archduke Woolshatter, the final member we will find when we get there. The reason you will be given a team is for when you go into the dungeons or training missions. You will be safer by ensuring you learn to work together. Baxter spoke up next. What elements are we going to have access to, and how do we decide what to focus on? Their mother Sarah spoke up excitedly. Will boys, your father has fire, earth and light, while I have water, air and nature, so you'll have a higher chance at those 6 on the 8. But you could also have lightning or darkness, due to your grandfather, and we will go into detail after we have your affinities. Once they were done eating, they were led to the open field behind their mansion, where a 60-meter-long and 40-meter-tall airship waited for them. This airship had the command center resting upon the upper nose of the blimp-like ship, while the bottom was occupied by what seemed to be magical turrets and man-sized ports on the sides for spells to be fired out of, and windows all along the sides of what should have been, where the air was seeming to be the passenger compartments and a single massive propeller mounted as the rear tip of the blimp-like ship. Gazing upon its ebony and crimson paint job, Gentry and his brother were in awe of its pure size and majestic presence. Noticing this, their father chuckled before he spoke. This is just a light-class airship I allocated from the wall for today's trip. Come along, we will go to the bridge to watch its takeoff. Walking along the corridors of the airship, the boys were speechless. The spotless steel compartments with rooms for storage at the rear of the ship, while in the middle 2 larger rooms with what seemed to be a secondary command room, and in the front being rows of seats enough to carry 150 soldiers comfortably. Their father led them up the central staircase, up into the command bridge, the captain placing his flat hand over his heart and bowing to their father, speaking. "Hi, Commander, sir. All systems are good, and we are prepared for takeoff." Their mother took them to the front viewing glass to look out as the ship began to emit a low hum. His father spoke to the crew. "Let's get underway. We have a schedule to keep." In unison, the crew responded, "Yes, sir." The airship began to rise into the air. As it did, Gentry finally got to see the city where he lived as a whole. Off in the distance, he saw a large wall encircling the city with large towers. Every so often, with their mansion in the center of the city, he could see a large circular building off to the left with structures filling everything in between, with large stone roads organizing everything. Their father walked up behind them and placed his hands on each boy's shoulders and spoke. "Boys, remember that the Ebony Kingdom is nothing without its people. We serve them just as much as they serve us. This is why we educate them for free, so they fight for us. We rule through passion, while others rule through fear, subjugation, and enslavement. Not everyone in the Ebony Kingdom agrees, but this is why we have survived so long." "Father, how does this massive ship fly?" Baxter asked, his curiosity finally becoming too much to fight. "Well, son, it's a mixture of runic circles on the body of the airship and magic oil that operates the propeller on the rear." Taking everything in, Gentry stayed silent. He's learned a lot in these few years. He's been here like those explosions he believed to be fireworks on the night of his birth, were actually spells used for celebrations, but this fear of engineering and magic was amazing. 6. The rest of the flight was spent in silence in the passenger R as Gentry continued with a silent task he's been working through with his memories. "So it seems that I only have half my memories, seemingly the good ones at least, but I know Baxter isn't the other half of my soul with all the references I've tried on him, and the amount of times he's looked at me like I'm crazy is getting out of hand. So where is my soul's other half?" he thought to himself in the front row of passenger seats. His father came down and started speaking. "Gentry, Baxter, come. We must greet the Duke and Archduke's families." He then led them and his mother back to the loading door as the airship landed and the door opened. The Steel Scroll family walked down the ramp together and stood in front of the 2 families at the base of the ramp. The men in the group were polar opposites. The one dressed with a massive cape with a black and gold trimmed military uniform, presumably the Archduke, with a trimmed grey beard and grey shoulder-length hair, large muscular body and emerald green eyes. The other man had a tall, slender build, wearing a maroon and green trimmed military uniform with steel grey eyes and brown crew-cut hair. the parents making the initial greetings. "Marcus, my brother, how are you?" The larger and older of the two men said, "Brother, you're getting old keeping the wall safe. When will you finally accept the promotion to the west?" said the slender one of the men. His father gave a hearty laugh and responded, "It is good to see you both. I still have too much fun slaughtering those beasts to go anywhere." Gentry glanced over and looked at his mother and the other wives greeting each other. One was a pale woman with purple eyes and silver hair and what appeared to be sharp fang where her canine teeth should be, and the other is a white tiger beastkin woman with sage-green eyes and long white hair made into a braid. His attention was gathered by his brother bumping his shoulder and looking over at his father and hearing him speak again. "Gentry, I said introduce yourself properly to the Archduke and Duke." "Oh, sorry, father." Gentry and Baxter moved in unison, placing their hand over their heart and speaking. "Greetings, Archduke Wallshatter and Duke Armorbane. We are the Steel Scroll twins." Laughing, the older man looked over at Marcus. "Well, they at least have proper manners, probably from their mother." Laughing as he turned to look behind the woman and said, "Sweetheart, come introduce yourself." A small white tiger beast kin girl with long black hair in a braid stepped forward, placing her hand over her heart. "Greetings, I am Kira Wallshatter. It is a pleasure to meet you." The slender man spoke next. "You as well, Samantha." Finally, a younger version of the pale woman stepped out and gave the same greeting. "Greetings, I am Samantha Armorbane. Pleasure to meet you." "Now then, shall we make our way on board and head to the capital?" Archduke Wallshatter spoke. Everyone followed Gentry's father onto the airship, each group taking their seats separated from each, with the kids sitting in the front and the mothers in the back, while the fathers went up to the bridge as the airship lifted off and headed towards the capital. On the bridge, Gentry's father spoke to the other two men. "Do we know of the children's fifth member?" The Archduke responded, "There are a few good candidates. I figured we'd wait until we get all the kids' results before making a decision. There's plenty of non-unified families to choose from." The Duke responded, "Good. How are you two planning on training your children before the academy?" "I'm going to focus on wilderness hunts. I think I should give her some room to practice. Blood magic on beasts. I already have a list of elemental tutors, and my wife's cousin is coming from the Beastkin Kingdom to help her with her beast aura." The Archduke responded. Marcus had a glint in his eye as he looked at the other two men. "We will be taking the boys to the bastion, and they will learn from my commanders and view real-life scenarios." The other two men looked at Marcus with astonishment and concern. "Marcus, are you sane? That is tremendously too dangerous," the Duke said in shock. "Why do you think that, brother? I've held the wall without any breaches for 60 years, and my soldiers are among the top in the kingdom, and the King's Guard regularly comes there for training. Plus, the forests on the inner walls have plenty of low-tier beasts to practice on." Duke Armorbane looked at the Archduke with a pleading look in his eyes. "Reginald, you have to talk him out of this." The Archduke had a contemplative look on his face as he looked out the forward glass. "Marcus, would you be willing to take in Kira for training, and I could manage your territory?" Surprised, Marcus answered, "Well, of course, Reginald. I wouldn't mind at all. I have some of the best beastkin aura wielders stationed there." The Archduke smiled as he answered, "That's amazing. I shall make the arrangements for Kira and Korath to arrive at the central bastion, and me and her mother will stop by and visit as well." Duke Armorbane's look of astonishment grew even more as he spoke hysterically. "Archduke, please, you can't be serious." "Arnold, there is more coming in the next decade than even I know of that are just whispers in the wind. Right now they must be as prepared as possible. Now you can either join us and help train the children with us, or you can do as you plan, but do not shame us for wanting them to be powerful." Duke Arnold got quiet in contemplation before he spoke up. "Fine, we shall bring Samantha as well, but my wife and I will be there at all times." Marcus smiled and put his hand on Arnold's shoulder as he spoke. "Arnold, this will be great. It'll just be like old times, all of us together fighting. It'll be grand." Arnold got an exhausted look on his face. "I hope you know what you're doing, brother." Back in the passenger compartment, the children are conversing and getting to know each other. Gentry looked closer, studying the pale girl, going out on a limb, asking the question, "So are you part vampire?" Samantha, taken back by the question, narrowed her red eyes and said, Yes, I am half vampire. Is that a problem? Gentry, feeling the tension. No, no, not at all. I was just curious. I've never met a vampire before. Kira chimed in at that moment. No one is judging you. Samantha, they were probably curious. Settling down, Samantha huffed and sat back in her seat as Baxter spoke. Kira, what are you hoping to come up on your results? Kira looked at Baxter. Well, I know I'll get Kai, but I also hope I get Earth like my father and nature like my mother. That's cool, I'm hoping for air and water at least, Baxter responded. Samantha spoke up. Well, I know I'll get blood magic, so that'll give me water, but I also hope earth and air. Kira looked at Gentry with expectation on her face. He looked at the group and said, I'm not too sure, I'm just hoping for a good combination of elements for some mass area spells. The loudspeaker rang at that moment, beginning descent into the academy campus. Everyone got to their seats, but Kira looked over at Gentry as she thought, I wonder how far he wants to push himself. 7. As the airship begins to lower towards the city, Gentry looks out the window towards the city. As he looks down, he sees a massive castle off in the distance, and massive walls even larger than what he saw outside his own city. Along with the castle, he sees off to the right of it a massive round pantheon made with 12 marble pillars and a massive round dome, with the top of it being capped with a spear and sword crossed in front of a grand tower shield. Gentry then looks down at the place they landed on and is in even more awe as he sees a massive domed glass area full of trees, roughly about 500 acres, looking like a small forest. Around the dome he sees 9 large buildings, with 8 of them have different elemental symbols: fire, earth, water, air, light, dark, and lightning. And the final building, being the largest of the group where they were headed, had multiple airship landing pads on it, with most of them filled up with airship, each with different crests on them from different families, with thousands of people in lines reaching out from the door. After the airship lands, the 3 families led by the Archduke's family walk down the ramp, met by a clerk from the academy, an elderly man with a long white beard and bald head in a long black and green robe. Greetings, Archduke Wallshatter, Duke Armorbane, Marquis Steelscroll. Welcome back to the academy. If you follow me, we have a room waiting for your children's examination. The group was led to a moderate-sized room with a large crystal orb the size of one of those barriers Gentry would see outside of a certain department store on Earth in the center of the room, with a small rectangular slot off to the side of it, just wide enough for a sheet of paper, but thick enough for a medium-sized book, with a stack of stone slabs roughly shaped like a book on a table. The clerk addressed the group. We shall begin with the daughter of the Archduke. If you could step forward and place both hands on the orb. Please, young madam. Kira stepped forward as the clerk placed one of the stone slabs into the slot on the side. The orb lit up, and a flash appeared to come out of the slot with the slab. The clerk removed the slab as Kira stepped back towards her parents. As of the usual protocol, all team members' capabilities and potentials will be shared among them and the parents for a proper judgment to be decided upon. The status of Kira Wallshatter: Tier 0 Class Nun Kai, 100%. Fire, 95%. Earth, 95%. Lightning, 89%. Variations, improbable, possible class devastation. Good luck, young madam. Next was Samantha, as she stepped forward and repeated the process. After the flash, the clerk spoke again. Samantha Armorbane, Tier 0 Class, Nun Kai 0%, Water 100%, Dark 85%, Nature 85%, Variations possible, possible class devastation. Good luck, young madam. Next was Baxter, looking to his brother for reassurance, and Gentry giving 2 thumbs up, and a smile in support, walked up and began the process. The clerk looked at the tablet and spoke. Baxter Steelscroll, Kai 100%, Water 99%, Air 99%, Variations, possible class, feudal work hard boy, and you will go far. Looking disappointed, Baxter walked back to his parents and nodded at Gentry. Gentry took a deep breath and walked towards the orb and placed his hands on it, feeling a tingling sensation in his hands as the tablet flashed a bit brighter than the rest. The old clerk reached for the tablet cautiously as if it would spontaneously combust, and then read aloud. Gentry Steelscroll Kai, 100%. Fire, 99%. Earth, 99%. Air, 98%. Light, 98%. Variations possible. He hesitated before finishing, possible class catastrophe. The room went silent as he finished his sentence, everyone looking at him as if he grew another head. Gentry was confused, looking at his hand and touched his face as he spoke. What do I have something on my face? Archduke Reginald spoke first. Boy, do you not remember your history lessons? The last time a catastrophe class was alive, he pushed the demons back past the point where they are today to near extinction, and he had lightning as his specialty. You have the light element. Gentry was speechless as he looked at his parents confused. Lad, I'm 300 years old and I've never seen a catastrophe class till now, said the clerk. Marcus spoke up. Let us all head home and we will reconvene at the central bastion in a week's time. We must figure out what this all means. The group was led to the airship in silence and began their flight home. 8 weeks before the exam, there was one of the worst beast surges of all time at the Great Wall, focusing on all 3 bastions, but all of this was just a cover for a silent operation taking place between the central and eastern bastions. Go, child, we must hurry while the fighting has them draw away from patrol. A emaciated bald woman with tattoos of demon skulls onto her head with demon blood spoke in a hurried tone as her and a young boy with black hair ran through an underground tunnel that goes under the Great Wall. They ran through the tunnel until they couldn't hear the vibrations of combat from the demon beasts besieging the wall. The woman poked her head through a hatch at the top of the tunnel and looked around to see a lush forest of large trees and bushes climbing out and helping the boy do the same. Once out of the tunnel, 2 people walked out of the bushes, a man and a woman looking like any other commoner in the Ebony Kingdom. Priestess Vera, we thought you weren't going to make it, the man said as they rushed over, grabbing the bags from the priestess and the boy. Gregor, Kimber, this is Malik Gavabond. He is your charge from now on until the grand plan has begun, said the priestess, and she looked around paranoid. She then turned to the boy to leave him with one final message before leaving. Malik, your people rely on you. Now do not fail us, or what happens is on you. She then jumped back down the hatch and left. The boy turned to the couple, and they took off to the nearest village where they had set up their base of operations for this kingdom. For the next week, Malik settled into his new home, doing the same as Gentry did, focusing on his memories, realizing he only has half of them. He only had the bad ones of lose, abuse, and broken dreams. And of course, that freedom-fighting jackass. Why did he have such shit aim? Malik said frustratedly. So if I have a fractured soul, and only half my memories, where the hell are the rest? Over the past years, Malik grew up being abused and put through trials, creating black rings around his eyes, which has made his red and gold eyes even more menacing. At least he was fed better than the others of his people, but it was mainly for this mission and being able to blend in. Gregor entered the room. Are you ready, young prince? He then tossed a ring to Malik. Put this on, it's an enchanted item meant to change your appearance and cloak one of your elements, so you don't catch the kingdom's eye. Malik then placed the ring on his right index finger, changing his appearance, his pitch-black hair changing to a dirty blonde. His eyes changed to an emerald green and covering up the black rings around his eyes. As the 3 left the house, they were greeted by the inhabitants of this village, all bowing to him as he walked fully outside, as they brought over a horse-drawn carriage with 2 boys and 2 girls, stepping out and bowing to him. As the 3 entered the carriage, the 4 other children followed them in. Malik's father set up several of these villages over the years, with at least 3 in each kingdom made up of religious zealots, waiting for the day of reclamation to begin. As they sat down, he looked at the children and spoke. Introduce yourselves. The first boy with brown hair and red eyes and a fairly strong build spoke first. I am Felix, my prince, your second in command for this mission. Next was a girl with a petite build and long blonde hair with ocean blue eyes, bowed her head and spoke next. I am Farah, my prince. I will be handling information gathering while at the academy. The other girl with shoulder-length black hair and steel-grey eyes bowed her head next. I am Khalif's prince. I will be one of your personal guards while in the academy. Finally, the last boy spoke up, shaking his long black hair out of his face, showing his brown eyes, bowing his head. I am Gareth Sir Prince, your other personal guard at the Academy. After the introductions were out of the way, they spoke of their plan and how they would achieve their goals while they rode to the closest pantheon for their exams. Once they got into the city with passing some coins off to the guards to hurry the process along, they arrived at the pantheon in the city of Gilmer. Walking in as a group, they were all separated and taken to individual rooms for their exam. "Place your hands on the orb, please," said the clerk. Following his request with a bright flash, following it, the clerk retrieved the tablet and read aloud. Malik Kai, 100%, air 99%, nature 99%, lighting 99%, and possible class, devastation. Good luck, young man. I shall be looking for your greatness in the future. Leaving the room, Malik was glad it covered up his darkness element. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain that. In this kingdom, it's frowned upon and usually purged unless it's from a prominent family. Malik began to look around the pantheon, examining the statues around the main hall. Xerex, the god of war and dwarf-looking man, shown to have a long beard and a Greek-looking helmet reminiscent of a certain 300 from Malik's memories, and a large spear in his right hand. Meredith, the goddess of patronage, is shown as a petite woman with olive leaves in a wreath on her head. The god of fire, Herelek, is depicted as a slender man, holding a ball of molten fire in his hand and a stoic look on his face. Next to him was the goddess of water, Seraphil, with long wavy hair with a long water whip wrapping around her petite body. The goddess of light, Sylvanis, an elven-looking woman with long flowing hair and her hand in a praying form. The god Darkness statue was nothing but a stump of porcelain and a nameplate with broken-off feet above it. Perplexed, he continued along. The god of earth was next Grimbol, a gorilla-type beast-kin, holding up two large boulders, one in each hand, and a yell on his face. Next, the goddess of wind, named Avira, having vampiric features and fangs with her hand out, holding a tiny tornado in her palm. Next was the goddess of nature, an orc named Olgek, with broad shoulders and prominent tusks, showing through her lower lips, and her long hair in a braid with vines coming up through the base of the statue and wrapping around her. Finally, the lightning god Vormak, another vampiric man with crew-cut hair with a strong, sturdy build, and bulging muscles and lightning bolts coming off his skin. The second to last was the god of harvest Havisul, a tall man in a robe holding a bundle of grain. Finally, the god of balance, a hooded figure in an oversized robe in one outstretched hand, held a skull, and in the other he held a newborn child. Malik stood there in silence as he heard someone calling out to him from the door, "Come on, son, we must get home before dark." The woman said, playing her part as his mother, giving the statue of the god of darkness one last look before leaving. 9. After returning home on the airship, Gentry and Baxter were sent to their rooms so that their parents could speak in their father's office. They sat there in silence for a minute before Marcus spoke. "This is both something great and something to be feared, and I'm not sure how to go about this," he said with a contemplating look on his face. Sarah responded, "Well, we need to ensure we teach him properly and not treat him differently so he can prosper in the proper direction." With that said, final preparations were made to move the family to the central bastion for the foreseeable future. After the week of preparations had passed, Gentry and his family found themselves in a carriage surrounded by a new batch of troops and supplies headed towards the central bastion. He looked around at the soldiers and their uniform, each outfitted in heavy plate armor made of steel and each having a weapon varying from swords, axes, spears, and warhammers varying from colors blue, red, brown, white, and steel gray. He looked at his mother and asked, "Mum, why are some of the soldiers' weapons different colors and others are regular steel?" She popped up excited to speak of something scientific. "Well, Gentry, some soldiers, if they save up enough, can get weapons made of elemental ores to enhance their combat prowess. Red is pyrite, blue is aquanite, brown is urgite, and white is airmite. The other four elements have special ores too, but the light element or bretite is usually used in pendants or gloves for healing or shields. The lightning element is used for weapons, as well as braces or boots for speed or special attacks. And the nature element, Gyrite, is used in boots or armor to enhance elemental connection or more sturdy protection." "What about the darkness element?" Baxter asked. Their mother's face changed to an uncomfortable look. Well, shadow ore isn't very prominent here in the Ebony Kingdom. After the demon race rose, it was blamed on the god of darkness, and his followers were blamed and prosecuted for it. So they ran to the vampiric kingdom, or some like the Armorbane family, proved they could be trusted with the power it holds. Everyone was uncomfortable after that statement was made. Marcus made an effort to change the topic, looked at the two boys and asked, "Have you two decided what elements you'll focus on first for your first class?" Baxter was excited and he responded, "I'll focus on water first. I want to be able to get the ice variation, and I have to understand the essence of water as the base before I can even try." Gentry took a more concentrated look as he thought before he spoke. "I want to be able to master all my elements, and I think fire will be the most simple to understand for both essence and runes, and it have some cool variations later on," Gentry said, being more excited the more he spoke. "Well, boys, that makes things easy. Gentry, I will be your main teacher for elements, and your mother will teach you. Baxter, Kira's uncle, will handle your physical training, along with some of my lieutenant for weapons training. So be thinking what you want to learn first, but you have a year or so before we get to that point." They rode along talking about all the stuff they want to learn, getting more and more excited as they went along. After a while, Marcus spoke up. "Boys, look out the windows here. I welcome you boys to the central bastion of the Great Wall." Gentry stuck his head out of the window of one side of the carriage, and Baxter looked out the window on the opposite side. Gentry looked as he saw massive 80-meter-tall walls made of large white stones going off into the horizon on one side, and a separate 80-meter-tall rounded wall with battlements mounted in between each town that was placed in even measures along the walls. "Father, how did they build the Great Wall?" Baxter asked Marcus. Looked at their mother, who knew all about magical science and mystery. "Well, they say once the last catastrophe class beat back the demons into their lands, and fighting the god of darkness to a standstill, he used the last of his life force to create the Great Wall to ensure they won't come back into our lands." Gentry turned around as he listened to what his mother said and was curious. "Mom, is that why everyone was shocked by my possible class?" She looked at his a bit uncomfortably and said, "Well, the world's population can be divided up into the classes. 60% of the population is a night class, or can just use Kai, while another 25% falls into the night class, while 14.5% gain the possibility of devastation class. It was 15%. But then you appeared sweeting, and now you're the 0.5% that can gain the catastrophe class. You're equal to a national treasure to be nurtured and grown." Gentry felt a bit singled out when he heard that, as if he was a sideshow attraction. Marcus spoke up, seeing his son's mood falling. "Gentry, many people will be after you if they know the other kingdoms will take it as a declaration of war, but we're keeping you as safe as possible. The king even sent a letter detailing the protection you'll be getting. But don't worry, you won't know the order is there." Gentry looked confused after his father was done speaking and asked the question that stuck with him. "What do you mean, the order?" Marcus went on to explain, "The Order of the Pantheon is an elite group of knights hand-chosen by the king and the church for special missions to protect the kingdom and church from inside, meant for protecting special assets and areas mainly." Gentry was baffled after hearing this. "Seems a little much, don't you think?" "Not at all. We will ensure you do great things, and the kingdom will too," Sarah said. The carriage came to a stop as she was done speaking, and the door opened, and his father, mother, and brother stepped out, leaving Gentry to come to terms with this new reality as he followed shortly behind. Stepping out of the carriage, he saw that Archduke Wallshatter and Duke Armorbane and their families were also there already speaking to his parents, so Gentry decided to go over to Kira, Baxter, and Samantha. "My uncle is already here and organizing our trainers, and he's already told me we weren't family until I leave for the academy," she said sadly, her cat ears drooped with her mood. Samantha laughed. "Oh, Kira, he just means you're not going to get special treatment compared to the rest of us." Baxter chuckled as he spoke. "Our father told us the same thing, but not as nice." Gentry laughed. "Yay, he said we're going to be proper maggots after we left this training." Duke Armorbane yelled over while the kids were laughing, "Kids, come over here, come meet your instructors." The kids ran over, eager to meet the people they will be learning from, lining up side by side. Archduke Wallshatter spoke first. Starting off is my wife's cousin, Korath Clawdash, a Tier 7 Devastation class specializing in aura and physical attacks. Korath was a massive white tiger, missing his left eye with scar tissue around it, where hair should be with bulging muscles and a large great sword on his back. "It's nice to meet all of you. We will put in the hard work to build you up for success," Korath said as he gave the proper salute and bow. Next, Duke Armorbane spoke, introducing the new woman in line. "This is Susan Darkborn, a Tier 7 Devastation class. She will teach you how the flow of mana works along with us, giving you the teachings of the element's essence." Susan was a tall, petite woman with large breasts and a set of fangs and pointed ears, along with her silver hair. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you and to educate you in the flow of mana." Marquise Marcus spoke next. "Finally, we have your weapons instructor, a Tier 7 feudal class, and also my top lieutenant here at the Central Bastion, Arthur Blacksmith." Arthur was a large, bald man, but in heavy plate armor with the crest of the Central Bastion on his left shoulder. "Greetings, children. It will be a while before we get to work together, but I look forward to the experience. Starting tomorrow, you will begin working towards greatness," Marcus said with a grin on his face. 10 years have passed since the children began their training, and in that time they've grown tremendously. Their days started with Korath teaching them combat styles like jiu-jitsu and grappling, and the uses for aura and its strengths and weaknesses, along with regular exercises to build their bodies. First thing to remember about aura is that it's an extension of your soul. You can use the biggest muscles in the world, but it won't mean much if your soul is too damaged to survive. Always keep in mind you can die if your soul takes on too much damage. Remembering all the grappling lessons and amount of dirt Gentry ate gives him chills, but he's at least able to continue to comprehend aura when he's older. Remember, you cannot use aura till Tier 3, but it's not advised to use it till Tier 5 so you can properly comprehend it and defend your soul from any backlash. Korath hammered it into them that they were to just comprehend and try to feel aura till then. Susan's lessons were less physically painful but exhausting mentally. Mana is in everything you have to be able to feel it and be able to absorb it. Spell circles are just the first part of the solution. Nothing will work if you don't have mana. We all have mana pathways in our bodies. They run along our blood vessels, bringing mana to every part of our body, rejuvenating us and making us stronger. But if you overdo it, you can damage your mana pathways, and it will take a long time for them to heal. They also learned that all spell circles use the same sets of runes but in different configurations, and were able to comprehend all the runes with the help of Gentry and Baxter's mother. All spells are made up of runes. Each element has their own runes, but generally have a lot of basic ones in them as well. I'm giving you a book of the basic runes, and you'll each get an elemental rune book, based on what element you've chosen. Every day I want you to comprehend at least one run, so we can move on to more complicated runes, and you can begin spells. Comprehending the basic runes took a full year to complete, with some days getting 2 runes comprehended, and some days getting half of one other day. In the second year, we were given our elemental rune books. Gentry got fire, Baxter and Samantha got water, and Kira got lightning, some being more complex than others, particularly the lightning, because by the end of the second year, Kira barely comprehended a quarter, while the others had been halfway through their elemental runes. Ugh, why did I choose such a hard element? No. Why is lighting so hard? It's just energy like fire, but it shocks you. Everyone laughed at Kira in the mess hall at lunch one day. The kids even learned their first combat spell with the help of their parents. Gentry had his hand out in front of him, concentrating as the magic circle formed at his wrist while aiming at the target. "Firebolt!" Gentry yelled as a bolt of fire shot out and hit the target in the center, making a clear hole in it. "Good job, son. Now how much mana did you use?" Marcus asked as he walked up to Gentry. 80 out of 100, Gentry said tiredly, clinging to consciousness. "Only 80. My first time it took all of it and I passed out," he said as he started to laugh. Baxter learned the water whip while Samantha learned the water ball spells. Kira learned shock to go with her close-up fighting style. After the first year, we got to learn weapons fighting styles and tactics from Arthur. Surrounding your opponent with overwhelming numbers is a decent tactic, but you also can use the terrain such as rocks, sand, trees, and any other objects you find around you to gain an upper hand. It will be a long time before you can use any of this in real life, but practice in everyday life by identifying useful objects or terrain. The weapons training was both physically brutal and enduring, and after 2 years of training, each of them reached the novice rank in most weapons. Samantha, you don't have any Kai to train or pull from in a physical fight, so you should be in the rear casting spell, but if you run out of mana, you'll need a good backup. So today I'll train you in the standard issue, wrist crossbow and the longbow. It'll also go good with your sneaky fighting style, and you could even be the scout for your team. Gentry found out he preferred a dual-wielding fighting style and focused on short swords for the time being, while Baxter favored the spear and shield style of fighting, and Kira got special daggers with knuckle covers over them for both hand-to-hand and slashing fighting. All of this has led up to the week before the academy and their final test of their training. Gentry sat on the edge of his bed, thinking of the past 3 years and how much they've all grown. Gentry has now grown to nearly 6 feet in height, and his body has become tone with his brother, not too far behind him in height, but outpaces him in muscle size, while both Samantha and Kira have gotten taller and matured greatly in these 3 years. Gentry pulled up his status screen. Gentry Steel Scroll. Tier 0.5 class, None Kai, 100%. Fire, 99%. Earth, 99%. Air, 98%. Light, 98%. Traits, Fractured Soul, 100%. Marquise Lineage, 100%. Weapons, Swords, Novice. Axes, Novice. Spears, Novice. Hammers, Novice. Shields, Novice. Fighting Styles, Dual Wielding, Adept. Grappling, Novice. Jiu-Jitsu, Novice. Mana 200 out of 200 spells. Firebolt, 75%. Layer of Flames, 50%. A knock rapped on his door as his mother walked in. "Gentry, come to the table, we have something for you and your brother," his mother said as she led the boys to the kitchen table. After the two sat at the table, his father came in with 2 large cases, placing one in front of each of them as he spoke. "I conferred with Arthur and Korath on both of your progress and tasked them with preparing each of you with the best possible armor for your fighting styles, and they were just finished this morning in the forge, so open them up and take a look, boys." Inside, Gentry saw a broad chest piece that reminded him of Kevlar vests from Earth but made of high-grade steel. There was also a set of braces that reached up till his elbow and shoulder plates connecting to them by thick leather. Next was the pants were made of thick leather with steel plates graphed on top, the leather covering 3/4 of the thighs and the shins wrapping around to the calf completely. At the bottom of the box were 2 short swords. Gentry pulled one out and examined it. From the hilt up was all made of sharpened yellowish material, not quite like metal. The hilts were made from a grey and silver metal with another sharp demon bone point at the end of the handle, like a pommel. "Father, what kind of metal is the hilt made of?" Gentry asked, confused. "Well, it's an odd metal. We've found it can't be made into sharp points, but it's highly flexible and durable, so it won't break under stress, and the blades are made of mid-tier demon bones. Your brother's spear shaft is made from the same material. Now go and put them on. We have one last thing for you kids to do before we send you off next week." Marcus spoke with a wide grin on his face. The boys went back to their room and placed their armor on. Gentry was the first to the kitchen. "Well, how's it fit?" his mother asked, smiling. "It's great. The leather shirt is surprisingly comfortable and breathable, and I still have a full range of movement," Gentry said excitedly as he ran over and gave both his parents a big hug. "Thank you both for this. It's amazing." During their embrace, they heard a clunking sound coming from the hallway leading to their room. They all turned to look. Baxter walked out in what appeared to be light plate armor with heavy metal boots, the 2 half of his spears attached to his thighs and a tower shield on his back. "It's not very quiet, but it's amazingly comfortable," Baxter said, going to give his parents a hug as well. After being ready, they were led to an arena where the other families along with their instructors were waiting. Kira seemed to have mostly leather armor with steel plates placed over the vital areas of her body and her signature daggers secured on her hips, while Samantha was given a set of full leather armor along with the wrist-mounted crossbow and a longbow looking to be made of the same material as the hilts of Gentry's sword hilts on her back and a quiver of arrows. "Morning, everyone," Marcus spoke as they approached, waving. Smiling, the Archduke addressed them. Morning, Marcus. Are you ready to begin the event? We should be. I left it up to Arthur on what the kids would be fighting. Marcus spoke as he looked at Arthur and nodded. Everyone gathered around Arthur and Korath as Arthur began to say, I tasked the men with capturing a Tier 2 beast from the forest outside the bastion and bringing it here. As Arthur finished, he heard a loud thud and a roar coming from a steel door on the other side of the arena. As you all learned, the beast's tears are stronger than our tears, but between the four of you, you should be able to take it down as long as you work together, Korath added on after Arthur. This is Valior. He's the one who made your armors. He's going to tell you some things about your armors. Arthur spoke as a muscle-bound man approached. Valior was a dwarfish man with a long brown-colored beard, with the sides of his head shaved and the top portion of his hair pulled back into a ponytail. Valior began to speak in a thick, gruff voice. All of your armors can stand up to a Tier 4 beasts, all coming equipped with a once-daily shield run placed in between the inner lining and the armor. It will use the mana from the air to recharge, but keep in mind that once it's used, it will be unavailable for 24 hours. Gentry and the other children stepped forward. Thank you for the armor, Mr. Valior. It's amazing. Gentry speaking first. Yes, it's amazing craftsmanship, Baxter added on. Kira and Samantha then took their turns thanking Valior for their armor. Once thanking him was over, Arthur spoke again. Today is your final test. You'll be fighting a Tier 2 hill troll. Now enter the arena and prepare. The children walked down from the viewing area and entered the arena. Kira turned to the group. So should we use bronze formation? No, we should use gold, Baxter added. No, our opponent is bigger than us and doesn't have as much mobility as we use silver formation. Gentry stated as he pulled the short sword from the small of his back and took up his position on the right. Kira nodded and took up her position on the left, retrieving her daggers from their scabbards while Baxter put his spear together and took up his position in the center as Samantha took out her longbow and notched an arrow. Release the beast, Archduke Wallshatter yelled once they were ready. Really, Arthur, a troll? There wasn't a direwolf or anything else? Duke Armorbane spoke as the children prepared. Duke Armorbane, sir, I assure you they can handle it. They may not be tied one yet, but as long as they work together, they will be fine, Arthur assured. The large steel door crashed open as the troll roared, stepping out. The troll was about 15 feet tall, with a large belly and a cloth rag around its midsection. Its face was a misshaped gourd-looking thing with 4 large tusks coming from its mouth. The troll, waving its club around Arthur's face, lit up in surprise. Wait, they left its club with him? Looking at Korath and Korath just shrugging. Samantha goes for the eyes. If it can't see, it can't attack properly, Gentry said as he and Kira took off running to the outside of the troll. The troll charged for the stationary target of Baxter, swinging its club at him, catching the swing on his shield and sliding back several feet. Samantha fired her first arrow, catching the troll in the ear as both Kira and Gentry came sprinting in from behind, slicing at the troll's ankles, both casting spells as they swung their weapons. Layer of flames, shock, they yelled in unison. The troll staggered back from the coordinated attack. Samantha notched another arrow and fired, catching the troll in the shoulder as Gentry ran in for another attack. The troll, realizing, swung his club at Kira, catching her in the side, activating the shield rune, sending her flying across the arena as Gentry jumps up, stabbing into the troll's left knee. As Gentry hangs there, he hears Baxter cry out a spell, Water Blade, as he swings his spear in an arch, sending a blade of water into the troll's chest, breaking the skin. The troll, roaring out in pain, tries to take a step and falls to one knee. Kira regains her footing and charges at the troll, stabbing him with both daggers in the ribs, and Gentry, using his short swords and handhold, stabs and climbs his way up the troll. Baxter cries out with one more spell as the troll tries to swing his club at Kira again, Water Whip, wrapping the whip around the club and pulling from the troll's hand. Samantha yells another spell and aims it at the troll's face, disorienting it. Water Ball. While all this is happening, Gentry is still climbing up the immobilized troll, reaching the creature's neck. Gentry stabs his swords into each side of its neck and throws his body over its shoulder, dragging the swords with him and decapitating the troll. Exhausted from physical and mana exertion, they gather around the body of the troll in awe of what they did. The families and instructors gather around them, giving them congratulations and praises. "Check your statuses to see any changes to your tiers," Susan said. All the children got a glassy look to their eyes as they spoke. "Tier 1, Samantha said Tier 1. Kira said, beaming, Tier 1. Baxter spoke proudly, Tier 1. Gentry said in amazement, "Congrats, kids, but remember, combining your academic gains and your physical gains will be your job from now on. Because in a week's time, you begin at the academy, and we won't be there to hold your hands through it." The Archduke spoke with pride in his voice. After they left the arena, they all went to the Bastion's mess hall for a meal and made plans to leave for the capital in a week's time. 11. The families set off. 11. The families set off for the academy 3 days before the beginning of the children's first year at the academy. After the families were underway, they were gathered in the passenger area, listening to the Archduke speak on their plans for the days leading up to the start of the academy. "Once we arrive, we will enroll you in your classes and tour the capital so you can be acquainted with the city before we leave you to yourselves, and we will have dinner. Then tomorrow we will be meeting your final teammate. He is the third son of Earl Goldenlace, residing in the eastern block of the kingdom. His name is Stuart. They are a dwarven family. His results are Tier 1 Kai, 100%. Earth, 98%. Air, 89%. Variations, improbable. Finally, the day before you are to begin, we will help you move in and tour the campus so you know what buildings you will need to be in for classes. Any questions?" He finished with a big smile on his face. Kira spoke first. "Father, what are all the variations for the elements?" "We haven't really talked about them." When learning of the elements, Gentry's mother spoke to answer. "The variations are hard to achieve and take time to get them and understand them. Most will either choose combinations before variations with elements. But fire gets ash, earth gets metal, water gets pressure, air gets crystal. Light has solar, darkness gets void, nature gets beast control, and lightning gets thunder. The combinations are combining fire and earth for lava, water and air for ice. Fire and air can be combined, earth and water can be mud. Lighting can be mixed with darkness and light for blacklining and white lightning, each having their own abilities. But those are all higher learning for at least Tier 6 beings, and all these must have elemental mastery." After she was done speaking, all the children were wide-eyed in amazement from the possibilities. Gentry spoke up next. "What do you mean when you say the Eastern Bloc, sir?" Archduke turned and began to explain. "Well, the kingdom is broken up into 4 blocks following the cardinal directions, north, south, east and west, and each block is run by an archduke and under them 2 dukes and so on. Duke Armorbane is in the western block overseeing production of military goods. My and your family are in the southern block. The eastern archduke's name is Archduke Hindlegord, and the northern archduke is Archduke Coldsword, and finally the Archduke Firebrand is over the west. But there are 4 other archdukes that answer directly to the king, advising him on matters. Archduke Fairborn is over military matters. Archduke Goldswing is over the kingdom's finances and trade. Archduke Graceling is over social policies like education and the well-being of our citizens. And finally, Archduke Gracetongue, who heads our foreign relations and innovations. Everything was divided as such to make everything as organized and fair as possible." Gentry nodded as he thought, so kinda like the States, but still answering to one person fair enough. "No matter where I go, the government and taxation is there." What a shame. Gentry and the kids began to talk among themselves the rest of the trip, while the fathers went to the control room to speak. "Goldlace, are you sure, Reginald?" Duke Armorbane asked curiously. Archduke Wallshatter responded with a smile. "With the plans in motion, and the Earl handling most the exports, he will give us a more secure line to the Dwarven Kingdom and help our kids." Marcus and Duke Armorbane looked at him curiously but accepted it. The mothers were asking Sarah questions about the training and teachings from the past 3 years. The kids' growth over the past 3 years was amazing. "What do we need to give Kira to help her magic develop?" Cora asked excitedly. Sarah responded, "Well, some magical element blades would be the best during combat, but for spells I've arranged for a special tutor from the academy." "Do you think Samantha will be able to use blood magic effectively?" Samantha's mother, Ginger, asked. Well, it's too soon to tell, but she has an extremely strong knowledge of the water element, so it will more than likely appear. Gentry looked out the window of the airship and saw the academy and noticed the dome in the center was different. When they were here last time, it was a lush green forest, but now it's a wide open desert with a sandstorm raging on the inside. Guys, the dome is different this time. I wonder how long it took them to change it. The rest of the children stopped their conversation and joined him at the window. Samantha's eyes lit up with recognition as she spoke. Oh, the magic training dome, it changes the environment magically depending on the type of training they're doing. Wow, that's so cool, Kira responded. I wonder what all storms they can create in the dome, Baxter said. They stayed at the window studying the campus and the city below as they began their descent. The mothers came over and spoke to the children to prepare them for touring the city. Now, something to think about while we're touring the city, Cora spoke first. At the middle of the year, you'll be able to come home for the winter break, but you'll have to arrange your own travel, either by commissioning a carriage or taking a mission guarding a caravan, Sarah continued. Ginger finished with, for now you'll only have to go to Meritrix, where the Archduke's family resides, and they will get you home from there, but the longer you're in the academy, the further you'll have to go and plan, so make connections now to help later. The kids nodded in understanding. The airship touched down in the city's air station, and Gentry got the feeling of a brand new adventure, starting exciting with anticipation of what's to come. 12. Exiting the airship. Gentry looked around the air station at its sheer size and architecture of the structure. The air station was a 3-story tall building, housing up to 24 airships, made up of solid grey stone, with massive archways for the airships to fly into for docking. The airships fly in and pull into a housing for the lower part of the cargo bay to lock into. Gentry looks around the platform. They walk out onto seeing it's a steel platform leading to a larger walkway running down the center of the building. As they walked down the main walkway, Gentry looked at the marble pillars running from the ground floor all the way to the roof, showing off an exquisite mural of the gods standing on top of a pile of what appeared to be dead beasts, with the god of war pointing off into the horizon, showing off a massive sunrise coming up between 2 mountain ranges. They reached the end of the pathway and joined a group of other travelers that just arrived at a round steel plate levitating up to them, and a group of people getting off the levitating plate, while the group that was waiting stepped onto the now empty magical elevator as it started to descend to the bottom floor. As they stepped off onto the ground floor, Gentry was met with a bustling hub of people moving cargo on and off of the waiting airships. As they walked to leave the station, Gentry saw in front of each airship stood a large marble statue of the previous people of the kingdom that invented key things, like the airship, trains, magi turrets, and many other inventions for war. I wonder if there were other reincarnations that brought this technology here, Gentry thought as they walked. They came to the entrance where there was a final statue. As they walked around to the front of the statue, Marcus came up to Gentry, placing his hand on his shoulder and saying, "This is the great catastrophe Clark, son. The only catastrophe class to date with hard work. You can be the second and hopefully finish what he started so long ago, and we can reclaim all the land to the south." Marcus spoke proudly as they looked at the statue. The statue depicted the man with a large frame and bulging muscles with long hair in a Norse braid and a long beard that was also braided with a large axe on his back and a spear in his hand, with what looked to be a demon fang from a large demon as the tip. Gentry was mesmerized by the statue and didn't realize everyone had walked off to the carriages without him. "You should get going, boy. Everyone went off and left you." Gentry heard from behind him. Gentry turned to see a tall, slender man in a hooded robe with nothing but his long silver hair showing out of the face. Gentry took off running. As he got to the carriages, he turned back to look at the man again, and he had vanished. Each family piled into their respective carriages and settling in for the trip to the academy. While traveling through the capital, Gentry and his brother looked out the windows examining the city. They traveled through what seemed to be a merchant district where they saw busy shops for armor, weapons, potions, clothes, and many other miscellaneous items. All the buildings were made up of white and red stones, kept in pristine condition, while the roads were made of grey cobblestone, kept clean by people going along and picking up any and all waste from the horses or people that made their way to the street. They also saw all sorts of people from dwarves and elves, along with all kinds of beastkin people. Marcus noticed and took a stern look on his face before speaking. I'm sure you've pieced it together, but just to clarify, the Ebony Kingdom is a multiracial kingdom built on respect of one another, no matter the race. That being said, your time here at the Academy will come with certain rules, the first being, you will not use your last name to solve your problems. Me and your mother have status. You have nothing. Next, you will not show or act on any form of racial prejudice of any kind. If you do so, I will personally come to the Academy and plant a dumbass tree with your head myself. And finally, do not ever start any fights. You can finish them, but never start them, and stand up for one another, your brothers and family. When there is no one else, you should be able to rely on each other. Understood? Yes, father, both boys stated in unison, realizing the intensity of the issue. They arrived at the Academy's main administration building, stepping out and looking up at the building. Gentry noticed it resembled a cathedral from his previous world, with massive ornate coloured glass windows and marble stone walls, and resting over the door showed a large solid gold emblem of an open book, with the elemental symbols encircling it. On the pages of the book, it had the Ebony Kingdom's emblem on it, made of green stone. It appeared to be a large bird, breathing fire into a tornado above it. Their group made their way through the main entrance, examining the lobby of the school. There was 2 massive stairwells on each side of the hall. At the top of the stairs, Gentry saw teachers and students in robes rushing along a large overhang, with a hall leading to a large rotunda office at the end. The Archduke led the families to the office, Gentry and Baxter examining the intricate designs in the walls the entire way, and spoke to the clerk at the central desk. Team 2 has arrived to assign their classes for the year. The Archduke spoke with a large smile. The young woman responded, "Oh yes, Archduke Woolshatter this way." The young woman spoke as she stood and led them to a waiting room filled with books along the walls in bookshelves, and 4 chairs in the center of the room, and a door on the opposite wall. All the children sat in chairs with their parents standing behind them. The clerk knocked and walked into the room for a minute and reappeared with a tall, decrepit-looking man with long grey hair and a long grey beard and half-moon-shaped glasses, resting on his long nose, wearing a long red robe with black trim running all the way to the ground. "Greetings, everyone. I am Councillor Shaw of the Noble Division of Students. I'll be in charge of organising your classes and your trips into the local dungeon and missions. Miss Kira, will you follow me, please?" Kira rose and followed Councillor Shaw into his office. As soon as the door shut, Marcus looked over at the other 2 fathers. "I swear he had to be around since the beginning of the Empire or before. My father said he was here when he attended school, and he was old then." The old man stopped behind Kira as she sat in the chair in his office. He turned his head back towards the door and squinted and grumbled as he continued to his chair behind the desk. As he spoke, he began to say, "Now, Mrs. Kira, I've seen your file and I have some suggestions for your classes, but being a first year, you must take basics to magic, basics to combat tactics, basics to weapons, basics to hand, and 2 basic elemental courses of your choice." Kira listened intently and spoke once he finished. "I've already begun lightning, and I think earth would be best to help my movement in my combat style." Wide-eyed and stunned, Councillor Shaw spoke. "Are all your teammates like this?" Kira nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir, we've been prepared for this." He stood from his desk, Kira following behind him. "We can do this even faster then." He let Kira walk out the room first, then stood in the doorway and pointed a finger at Marcus. "Marcus, boy, I may be old, but my ears still work, and my memory does too, and don't make me write your father." Marcus's eyes went wide as he tried to stammer out a response as the councillor spoke again. "I'm going to go down the line, and you tell me your 2 elements. This will go a lot faster if I don't make you walk back and forth." He then points at Samantha. She jumped a little before speaking, "Water and nature." He moves to Baxter before he speaks, "Water and air," and moves on to Gentry, "Fire and earth." "Good, now get your disrespectful attitude out of here. I swear, Reginald, I don't know why you run around with this miscreant." The fathers laughing and the mothers shaking their heads, they all left the office. Back in his office, Councillor Shaw shook his head and sat behind his desk, filling out the appropriate paperwork, stopping at Gentry's file, and began reading it in great detail. 13. The families reaching the front doors of the academy, Sarah looked up, seeing the sun beginning to go down on the horizon. Let us head to the restaurant for dinner. After that, the families piled into their carriages and began another track through the city. They travelled through the noble district of the city, seeing all the high-class shops and houses. They pulled up to a large white stone building with an ornate wooden sign above the door that read Callisto's Fine Dining, the front having a wooden awning covering the front of the building. As they approached, servants opened the doors, revealing the elegant velvet-looking carpets covering the dining area. A hostess led them to a long table at the back of the restaurant, carved from what seemed to be granite, with another servant bringing everyone water and menus, leaving them to decide what they wished to eat. Baxter spoke curiously. "Dad, why did Councillor Shaw seem like he didn't like you?" Marcus looked at the men and smiled, then caught his wife's glare and started to look sheepish as he spoke. "Well, son, you see your dad wasn't the best student. I enjoyed pranks a little too much, and one time I caught his robes on fire, and he didn't notice till we could see his knees. Your grandfather was mad but impressed with that incident. That's also how I met your mother when she was working, and I stole the invention she was working on to pull off the plan. The shades of red she turned that day, I knew I was in love." Marcus finished with a smile on his face. Sarah's face started turning red. "I hate how you tell the story as if it's a sweet story. You broke my device in your attempt to get away. Moral of the story is, don't be like your father." She finished, giving Baxter and Gentry a death stare. Gentry and Baxter swallowed hard and looked at each other, then glanced at their father, giving them 2 thumbs up and a big toothy grin. The Duke laughed and addressed the children. "All of us but your mother were on the same team. Your mother was on a competing team and a star in the magical research lab, and a top nature mage, so they never crossed paths till then, and your father spent the next 4 years trying to win her heart." Duke Armorbane finished laughing. "Oh yes, one time he brought her the body of a manticore, 'cause I told him she needed it for research, but it was a lie." Archduke Woolshatter spoke as he busted out in raucous laughter, slamming his hand on the table. "Yes, I nearly lost an arm and my right foot, but by the gods I did it. But when I got back with the body, she looked at me like I was crazy. It probably didn't help that I looked about an inch from death. Spent a week in the infirmary for that one." Marcus had an embarrassed look on his face. The server decided to reappear at that moment, saving Marcus from further embarrassment. "Ladies and gentlemen, what would you all like to eat tonight?" Marcus was the first to answer, eager to change the subject. "I shall have the flying talon leg platter, and my wife will have the Hauser steak medium. And for the 2 boys, we'll have tier 2 beast meat platter." The Archduke and Duke ordered for their families, the only odd thing being is that the Duke ordered the meat raw for his wife, and for his daughter he ordered a glass of beast blood. "So does beast blood give you any boosts, Samantha?" Baxter asked, confused. "It helps with my growth and my immune system. Usually I'll have one with breakfast and one with dinner." "That's why you haven't seen me drink any before," Samantha stated as she took a drink and smiled at him. Baxter laughed nervously and began stuffing it face furiously, so he didn't speak anymore. After finishing dinner, the families went their own directions towards their capital residence, usually only used for summits or event nobles had to attend in the capital, assuring they will meet in the morning at the Earl's home. 14. The next morning, the boys left their temporary rooms and went downstairs for breakfast. As they sat down, they heard the front door open, and appearing around the corner was their older sister Maria, now 15 years old, and her elven beauty from their mother, starting to show her long blonde hair, was braided into 3 rows coming to a point in the back, her ears prominently showing even more pointed than the last time they saw her. "Morning, everyone." She spoke with a wide smile. Their mother and father rose quickly and hurried over to give her a hug. After their embrace was over, Gentry and Baxter were next. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Gentry asked after being released from their hug. "Well, I haven't seen you 2 in 3 years, and you wonder why I'm here," she said sarcastically. "Zane was able to delay his orders for a few days. He's going to be here later tonight. He's finalizing his travel arrangements right now. Maria informed the group as she sat at the table, a maid placing a plate of food in front of her. They began to eat as Maria recounted her past few years at the academy and why she hasn't come home. After the first 2 years, I started to fall behind my team, so I decided to stay and work even harder, going on hunts and studying the higher books in the library to catch up, and I ended up exceeding the expectations, and by this point I'm a top member of my class, she said excitedly. What all beasts have you hunted? Baxter asked with a glint in his eye. Will, last week me and my team took down a manticore that got too close to a village. We've also hunted goblins and trolls. We had a mass mission to clear out a giant scorpion den. But other teams have fought basilisk, golems, and have done supply missions to the centaurs. You'll have your fill of fighting, but don't forget to try the supply missions to make connections, but you won't be able to do any mission unsupervised until your 3rd year. She went on, making sure to emphasize the final point. They finished their breakfast and rose. Will you be joining us today, Maria? Sarah asked. No, I have some errands to run, but I will be back tonight with Zane. The adults nodded as they ushered the boys outside to the waiting carriage. They set off for the Earl's home, Gentry looking out the window at all the houses he couldn't see on the way home. From the restaurant. Each house was as large as a mansion, from earth made of either marble, granite, or stone slabs, depending on the noble's rank. Some had sculpted greenery, others had stone statues with water features, each house having a large amount of acreage. Some had warehouses behind them, or stables each butting up to a large, lush forest, where he saw birds and other docile creatures of this world among the gaps in the trees. They turned onto another street and pulled up to a house roughly the same size as the other, but made of stone with gold inlay, detailing images of flowers and vines running up the pillars and around the front entrance. They pulled up behind 2 other carriages parked in front of the house. They stepped out and approached the door and knocked. A beastkin maid that appeared to be a gazelle opened the door and bowed, ushering the family inside. They were met by 2 dwarfs inside the doorway bowing to their father. The man was a heavy-set dwarf, coming up to eye level with Gentry, with a large round nose and a scrunched-up face. His head was shaved bald, but his beard was long and blonde, with mini braids tied through the whole thing. While the woman was a bit shorter than the man, with an identically large frame, but a smaller nose and long ginger hair. I am Thaddeus Goldlace, and this is my wife Greta Goldlace, and we are extremely honored to meet you, Marquise Steelscroll, and your lovely family. The man spoke while he bowed to them. If you follow us, the other families have already arrived and are in the common area. They followed the Earl and his wife further into the house, where they saw the Duke and Archduke's families sitting and speaking with another dwarf boy. They got quiet as the newcomers entered the room, the dwarf boy stepping toward the new family and bowing to introduce himself. I am Stuart Goldlace. It's an honor to meet you, and I can't wait to learn and fight beside you. Stuart came up to halfway up Gentry's chest with short strawberry blonde hair and hazel brown eyes. He looked like a smaller version of his father. Baxter and Gentry both introduced themselves as the adults sat down with the group. I am Gentry Steelscroll, let us chase greatness together. He said with a smile, I am Baxter Steelscroll. It's a pleasure to meet you. Baxter spoke and nodded. We figured the children could go hunting in the woods while we talked. We have horses and crossbows in the stable. The forest is overflowing with grazing beasts. The Earl spoke, and the other adults agreed. Stuart, take the others to the stables and get them equipped, and you all hunt for our dinner. Greta Goldlace spoke to her son. Stuart nodded and led the children out the back door and across the field to the stables, leaving the adults to speak freely. So far, there is only one other team of children that are already Tier 1, and they are led by the king's youngest son and made up of northern noble children. The Earl spoke once the children left the house. Yes, we will have our 2 teams when the time comes. The Archduke responded proudly. The Earl got a surprised look on his face as he spoke. So what my cousin told me is true, there will be a tournament of the kingdoms. Yes, each kingdom will choose 2 teams from this class for the first tournament. The events aren't known yet, but I've been tasked with preparing the second team. The Archduke confirmed as the other 2 families looked at him surprised for different reasons. So this is why you had me organize the training at the Bastion and play theatre in front of Arnold. Marcus spoke with amazement. Wait, played theatre? Why not just tell me, rather than play with my mind? Duke Armorbane said incredulously. We weren't in a position to speak openly, and you were busy, so I didn't want to add more to your list of worries. But it all worked its way out in the end. The Archduke spoke with optimism. The children walked into the stables, seeing 8 horses, all different colours, in their stalls, grazing on some grain. The crossbows are in here, Stuart said as he opened a door to a side room. Walking inside, the group saw crossbows of all sizes, from the wrist crossbow to heavy crossbows. Stuart started grabbing crossbows and handing them out, each child getting a wrist crossbow and a light crossbow and a quiver of arrows with steel arrowheads. Stuart started pulling out horses and handing them out. Gentry got the all-black horse, roughly 20 hands tall by Earth standards. After they all had horses, Stuart spoke, "We will follow this path to the hunting grounds I use. Usually there are really good-sized deer, but I think today we will need 2, maybe 3 for everyone." Stuart then led them into the forest, down the path at a trot. They rode in silence so as not to spook the animals. Reaching the forest, Stuart finally spoke again in a whisper. "Okay, we will spread out along this side of the clearing. Make sure to check where you're shooting. I'm smaller than you all, and don't want an arrow in my forehead, please." Everyone gave a quiet chuckle as they spread out in a half-moon shape around the clearing. Looking at the clearing, Gentry noticed it to be a big open area within the forest, full of a few small trees and lush grass and berry bushes spread randomly throughout the clearing. They waited for about a few hours before they saw a small herd of 10 deer, a bit bigger than the ones Gentry had hunted in his previous life. As Gentry aimed at the closest deer, he noticed the forest got extremely quiet and the deer stopped their grazing as they began to look around nervously. As the deer began to back toward the center of the clearing, a massive firewolf jumped out of the tree line, dragging its massive claws across the stomach of one deer and biting down on another's neck, pinning it to the ground, killing it instantly. The rest of the deer took off into the woods, taking the opportunity to escape as the wolf began to sniff the air around it. While the wolf was distracted, Gentry saw an arrow fly out of the tree line towards the wolf's body. The wolf jumped, dodging the arrow as Stuart stepped out of the tree line with a spell circle prepared, stone arrow. Stuart yelled as he shot a meter-long arrow made out of grey stone towards the wolf, landing the shot in its front leg. Gentry decided to join in and fired an arrow while the wolf was stunned. The arrow grazed the wolf's hip, leaving a gash across it. The wolf howled in pain and tried to get away, but as it took off towards the tree line, Kira came charging out the tree line towards the wolf and fired her wrist crossbow, landing the shot in the shoulder of its already wounded leg. The wolf lunged at Kira with its maw opened, but Baxter stepped out, casting a spell, Water Whip. He yelled before a whip of water formed and wrapped it around the wolf's neck and slammed the wolf to the ground at his feet and fired one last arrow into the wolf's head, killing it. After everyone calmed down, Stuart took out a knife and started to gut and field strip the deer and dire wolf. Perplexed, Samantha asked, "Why are you doing that, Stuart?" Looking up, Stuart responded charismatically, "I've learned how to do this for our missions. Instead of hiring someone or dragging back a large corpse, I can do everything where we killed it and get the expensive parts to sell." "Good thinking, Stu," Gentry said with a smile. Narrowing his eyes at Gentry, he said, "Don't call me Stu," Gentry laughing in response. In the midst of their back and forth, a pitch-black dire wolf pup, no bigger than a German shepherd puppy, came out of a bush. The group heard a small bark and growl and turned to look at the pup's pitch-black fur and silver eyes. "Baxter, look what you did," Kira spoke jokingly. "Yay, Baxter, why would you kill a mother?" Samantha teased. Mouth agape, Baxter raised his hands in a placating manner and tried defending himself. I didn't know, I swear I would nev—" Baxter was cut off when Gentry spoke up. "Baxter, it's okay, man. You only created an orphan today, and it'll probably die because of you." Baxter huffing, he stomped over, not losing eye contact with Gentry as he gave him the biggest "I hate you." Sometimes look he could manage. Baxter knelt down, letting the pup smell him. As the pup licked his hand, he used his other to lift him up and turned to speak. "I'll bring him back and find him a home." Gentry's smile got even bigger. "Oh, so you're going to add to the tax burden on the kingdom? How noble of you," he said in a mocking tone. Getting angrier, Baxter nearly yelled, "Fine, I'll keep him and take care of him," Baxter said as he marched towards the horses as the other three began laughing harder. After everything was cut up, they packed it onto the horses and rode off for the Earl's estate. 15. Arriving back at the Earl's home, they found the adults in the garden, surprising all of them when they showed up with the corpse of an adult, Tier 2 dire wolf, and Baxter holding a dire wolf puppy in his arms. The servants took the meat and began preparing it for dinner while the children recounted the story to their parents. "And that's when we found out that Baxter likes killing mothers and creating orphans," Gentry said, laughing. Baxter huffed in anger. "Gentry, we didn't even know Fowl was there when he started fighting the wolf. Besides, we don't know if it was female or male, so stop making it sound worse than it really was." Stuart chimed in after Baxter was finished. "As the one who cut it up, I can testify it was indeed a female." Baxter lowered his head in defeat. "Damn it," causing everyone to burst out in laughter. Once everyone calmed down, Samantha asked the Earl a question. "So where can we sell items we get from beasts and animals?" The Earl perked up happily as he responded, "Well, the pelts can be sold to the elves, centaurs, and even blacksmiths and clothmakers, while the teeth, claws, and antlers can be sold for potions, weapons, and armor. I don't suggest making deals with the centaurs unless you've been previously introduced, since most of them never leave their villages and are very territorial but very good customers to trade for very rare items that they can gather that we can't." After some time, the servants notified them that dinner was ready, so everyone gathered around the table and ate. Even the new addition, named Fowl, got a plate. After everyone was finished, the families went back to their respective houses. In the carriage, Marcus and Sarah lectured Baxter on taking care of a magical beast and how it should be utilized and taught while in the academy. Stepping out of the carriage at their temporary residency in the capital, Gentry felt a heavy kick land on his back, sending him flying across the yard, and then a second thudding sound of another body hitting the earth hard and a laugh. Gentry turned to see a young adult man with one white eye charging at him. Gentry cast a firebolt and shot it at the man. The man put up both his forearms, tanking the attack, and kept moving. The man lunged at Gentry, trying to grapple him, but Gentry was able to move out of the way at the last second. In a desperate attempt to help his brother, Baxter cast a water blade toward the man, just to have it blown into pieces by a burst of wind before it collided with the man. In the stillness, they realized it was Maria who cast the airburst spell, destroying Baxter Waterblade, which meant the man was Zane. "What the hell?" Gentry yelled with indignation. "Haha, gotta keep your guard up," he said as he charged at Gentry again, this time getting a hand on his shirt and throwing him towards Baxter. Landing hard on the ground by Baxter, Gentry got to his feet, realizing Maria and Zane had them pinned into a corner. "What do you have left?" Baxter asked, not to take his eyes off the two. Brushing the dirt off and standing up, Gentry huffed as he responded, 3 firebolts or 1 firebolt and a layer of flames." "You?" "2 water balls or a water blade." Baxter responded, getting into a ready stance. "You push Maria and get in close. I'll handle Zane." Gentry told Baxter the plan as he sprinted towards Zane. As he sprinted at Zane, Gentry launched another firebolt, shrugging it off just like the last. When he got within fighting range of Zane, he cast a layer of flames, creating a thin layer of fire over his fists. Zane began jumping back, dodging all of Gentry's swings. Noticing his mana was about to be depleted, he knew he had to make something happen quickly. With a devilish smile on his face, Gentry put his plan into motion. He made a swing to Zane's left as he jumped up to dodge Gentry, planted his right leg and swung his left with all his might. He landed his kick right in Zane's groin after it connected. Zane face planted into the grass as Gentry landed 2 punches on Zane's head, leaving a slight burn spot encasing his ear before hearing a yelp and a thud coming from behind him. After Gentry charged Zane, Baxter copied him by sprinting towards Maria with Fowl off to his side. Baxter cast a water ball at Maria just to have her blow it apart again with a burst of air. Getting closer, Baxter began swinging at Maria, but he was surprised she was so light on her feet because she just kept dodging gracefully. Maria jumped back far enough for her to form a magic circle around her wrist as she waved it in front of her in an arch, sending a wind blade at Baxter. Using his final spell, Baxter charged at Maria and cast another water ball, the two spells cancelling each other out. This whole time, Fowl is running around Maria trying to bite at her ankles, but when she jumped away, he found himself following his new master towards their enemy. Sensing the pressure and seeing Zane being pressed by Gentry, Maria decided on her next course of action. As Baxter got close, he saw another spell form around Maria's wrist, but this time it was aimed at Fowl. Maria shot off another airburst spell at Fowl. Realizing this, Baxter dove and grabbed Fowl as the attack landed on his back, sending him and the pup flying across the yard, landing hard with the pup still in his arms. "That's enough," Marcus yelled across the yard, and Gentry and Maria, being the last two standing, stopped and examined the front yard, seeing the holes from the impacts their bodies made in the grass. Zane stood up unsteadily and looked down on Gentry with anger. "You ever do that again, I'll build my house on top of your body and put you under the toilet." He spoke as he hobbled to the front door of the house. Baxter rose from the ground, still holding Fowl, who had been knocked out from the impact. "Maria, why would you do that? He's just a puppy that's pretty dirty," Baxter said in anger. "Gentry just kicked Zane in his manhood, and you're talking to me about dirty," Maria justified while Baxter marched into the house with Fowl. "Let's all go to bed and we can talk about everything tomorrow." Sarah spoke, leading everyone into the house for the night. 16. The next morning, everyone gathered around their dining table for the last time for a while, but Zane and Maria joined them for this meal. "Morning, everyone. Yesterday was fun, wasn't it?" Marcus spoke with a smile as he sat at the head of the table. "It was until I got cheap-shotted," Zane said pointedly as he looked at Gentry. "Zane, you're 4 tiers higher, 3 times his size, and have 10 times his strength. I would have cheap-shot you too, especially since you cheap-shot him first." Their mother scolded him. "I'm still mad Maria targeted Fowl knowing he's not even tier 1 yet," Baxter stated indignantly, with Fowl barking to emphasize the point. "I don't have Kai Baxter. If I would have let you get to me, I would have been finished, so I took a quick finish." Maria spoke casually in between bites of food. They ate in silence until Baxter said, "Zane, where are you being stationed at?" "I'll be stationed at the bastion at the point where the Ebony Kingdom, the Dwarven Kingdoms, and the Forest of the Elves meet, known as the Trifecta Bastion." "I'll be leaving right after breakfast," Zane said, beginning to eat. "The servants have already taken your things to where you'll be staying on campus, so we will show you where your classes will be and where you'll be staying, and then you'll have orientation on your own," Marcus said, wiping his mouth and standing to leave. "Before you go, I brought gifts for you two." Zane spoke as he rose and went to the common area. He came back with 2 boxes and handed one to each of the boys. Opening it up, Gentry saw a half steel and half black steel. Gentry removed it from the box and looked at the face of the helmet. It was split equally down the middle of the 2 types of metal, with a T-shaped visor down to the bottom of the helmet, the side being of a slick design all the way down the middle of the neck. Genta looked at the black side of the helmet and noticed it had half of a skull engraved on it. Gentry looked over at the helmet Baxter removed from his box, and it was an identical copy, but the black and silver metals were swapped. "I told Father not to make you 2 helmets, because I had this idea and I thought it would be perfect for you two," Zane said casually. Gentry and Baxter both gave him a hug and thanked him profusely, with Zane having to push them off of him. After the boys were peeled off Zane, they were ushered outside by their parents and into their carriage. They made their way to the academy, and arriving there, it was much like the first time they visited, with people everywhere and the pathways bustling with activity. Stepping out of the carriage outside of the academy, they looked up at the massive archway made of marble, adorned with elemental symbols and images of books reaching from top to bottom of the arch. Walking through the archway with the crowd, they entered into a massive open courtyard filled with garden decorations and a massive statue of the previous ruler that established the academy, pointing into the distance, symbolizing moving the kingdom forward. They followed the crowd through the garden, where Gentry saw the large dome to his right and the first of the large cathedral buildings, symbolizing fire, over the main entrance to his left. The building had red-stained glass covering the walls of the building, and all the different fire runes Gentry recognized as he looked at all of them. "Gentry, your fire elemental class will be in this building on the 1st floor. Every year you advance, you'll move up a floor." Their mother Sarah spoke, ushering them forward around the dome. Next was the water element building with water fountains on either side of the entrance and the same stained glass but blue. Same with you, Baxter. You'll be on the first floor of this building for this year. Marcus spoke. Still walking through next to the water building was the earth building. The support pillars of the building looked to be made of boulders stacked on top of one another and sand-colored windows. Gentry, your second elemental class will be held. Focus on defensive spells for now to help yourself out with spells to fortify your armor, Sarah said, emphasizing the last part. Moving along around the rotunda of buildings was the air building having a tornado symbol over the door as images of clouds seemed to be projected across the white stones of the building. Baxter, your second element is here. You'd be better off focusing on something to help with your movement. Marcus spoke. As they kept walking, they came to the familiar administration building. Here will be your basics on the second floor. The first floor is all administration and counselors' offices. All of your classes will be held on this half of the rotunda, and anything that you'll practice will be done in the training fields. They'll show you where they are when you're ready. Sarah spoke rapidly, ushering the kids back behind the administration building, leading up to 4 large buildings, each standing 5 stories in height, with Roman numerals, or the top corner of each building, numbering the buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4. Your group is going to be in building number 2, floor 3, area 1. Each floor has community bathrooms, 1 on each side of the floor. Buildings 1 and 2 are for the boys, and buildings 3 and 4 are for the girls. Marcus spoke, leading them into the entrance of Building 2. They entered the first floor into one long hallway with 2 doors on one side of the hall with people going in and out of them, seeming to be a year or 2 older, and 2 doors and a stairwell on the other. They walked down the hallway to the stairwell and began climbing to the 3rd floor. Arriving on the 3rd floor, they entered the room marked Area 1, seeing an open floor plan with bunk beds, even spaced throughout the room, able to hold 32 kids in this one area. Building 2 is for the noble boys, while Building 1 is for the common boys, but they're set up the exact same, so neither one has special treatment over the other, Marcus informed them. They walked in between the rows of bunk beds, seeing all the kids with their parents, helping them organize their children's trunks at the foot of their beds and the lockers next to their beds, until they found a set of bunk beds with the name Steel Scroll on wooden signs at the foot of the bed frames with a piece of paper on each bunk. On the top was Gentry's. It read, Class Schedule for Gentry Steel Scroll from 6 to 7 breakfast, then 7 to 8 basics to magic, 8 to 9 it's basics to combat tactics, then 10 to 11 basics to weapons, 11 to 12 basics to hand, 12 to 1 lunch after lunch, it'll be 1 to 2 basics to fire then, 2 to 3 basics to earth, and finally 3 to 5 physical studies, then finally 6 to 7 dinner. Baxter's was almost identical, except he had the water and air classes for his elements. They started organizing their items into the lockers on either side of their bunks. Hey guys, they heard from behind them. They turned to see Stuart and his dad placing down a large trunk at the foot of the bunk next to theirs. Oh, hey Stuart. Did you enjoy the tour? Gentry asked as he closed his locker. Yeah, I loved the forges. I think that'll be my favorite place. Stuart responded enthusiastically, already planning all his projects he wanted to make. After everything was organized and Fowl had his own little bed made under Baxter's mattress, the parents led the group outside the dorms, walking further past the dorm buildings and seeing a group of familiar people. Marcus, over here, Duke Armorbane yelled as he raised his hand above the crowd. Moving through the crowd, they met up with the Duke and Archduke's families. This is as far as we take you. The building in the distance is the mess hall. You'll get 3 meals a day, but it is also where your orientation is going to be, so from here you all will go there. The Archduke spoke to the children. The parents gave their children hugs and sent them on their way to the mess hall with the rest of the children. 17. Entering the mess hall, they viewed an open area filled with 6 rows of tables, each row having 8 tables and a line at the back of children collecting food and placing it on trays. The children saw that it was partially full of other children, their age all of varying ages. They got in line gathering up some fruit and a slab of meat on their trays and found a table for them to sit together. After some time eating and talking amongst themselves, they heard a loud screeching noise, silencing everyone in the cafeteria. Was that a fucking elephant? Gentry thought in his mind as he turned to see the source of the noise. What stood there was a large beastkin with leathery brown skin, a long trunk and two massive tusks sprouting from his mouth and two massive ears draping down the side of his head. He was dressed in leather armor with the logo of the school over his left chest and shoulders. Next to him stood a slender woman with bright green hair and pointed ears and chin standing up to about the shoulder of the man in similar clothing as him. Holy shit, it's an elephant. Gentry thought wide-eyed in awe. I am Instructor Kirsch, and this is Instructor Harris. We will be your class representatives. I will also be handling your instructor for practical combat lessons in the dome. Instructor Harris will be handling your practical magic lesson in the dome and on the training courts as well. Beginning tomorrow, you will report for breakfast and begin classes. After your first half of the year, the noble teams will begin their group hunts in the local dungeon. There is a curfew until you reach your 4th year and begin going out on your own. No boys in the girls' buildings and no girls in the boys' buildings. There will be no fighting outside of classes. If any of these rules are broken, you will be punished equally for your infractions. Am I clear? Instructor Korsch yelled across the mess hall with everyone responding in unison. Yes, sir. 18. The next day started bright and early and with a surprise for the students. Up and at 'em. It's 5:30. It's time to get up and go. Instructor Korsch yelled as he activated the light runes in the dorm rooms, waking everyone up. Gentry woke up with a start and fell off the top bunk, nearly landing on Stuart. Sorry, Stu just caught me off guard, Gentry said, rubbing his eyes and picking himself off the floor. It's fine, I understand, but can you please call me by my name? Stuart said with an exhausted look on his face. Gentry got dressed and headed downstairs, following behind Stuart and Baxter, carrying a still sleeping fowl in his arms, heading towards the mess hall for breakfast. After gathering their breakfast, they found Kira and Samantha in a cheery mood at a table. Why are you two so cheery? Didn't Korsch come in screaming at you all? Stuart asked, annoyed. Looking confused, Kira and Samantha looked at each other before Kira responded. No, Instructor Harris turned on the light runes around 5, and we all slowly woke up. The boys sat there staring at them in disbelief as the girls just began to feed Fowl, who had woken up when he smelled the food. After eating, the boys were more awake than before as they made their way to the administration building for their first class of the day, the basics of magic. They walked into the administration building, seeing Counselor Shaw and another similarly dressed man in the entry hall, greeting all the first-year students. Gentry noticed Counselor Shaw narrowing his eyes at him and Baxter as they hurried by, waving at the man. At the top of the stairs, they saw a long hallway with 4 entrances spaced out between each other and 2 on either side with kids filing into them. They went to the first classroom on the left, reading the sign next to it, Basics of Combat Strategy. Samantha read, walking past it. Stuart walked to the class on the right, Basics to Magic. Guys, it's this one, he said, waving everyone over and then following. They entered the room set up in a college lecture-style room for about 20 people and a desk and board at the bottom. Choosing the last available row and sitting, they heard a ringing sound come from the hallway and the door magically closing. Down from the ceiling fly what they thought was a man, but it had wings. The figure landed and they were able to get a better look at them. The figure seemed to have the body shaped like a man, but covered in feathers with the face of a barn owl, with 2 large black eyes and large owl wings mounted on his back. Good morning, students. I am Instructor Diresh this year. I will help you to further understand what magic is, how to more effectively use the mana you absorb, and to better control your spells with their intensity and form. Instructor Diresh spoke in a melodic tone. He continued with a lecture for the remainder of the class until the bell rang and the door opened for them to leave again. Leaving the class, they all looked at each other, mentally drained from the lecture from the Owl Man. I never thought he'd stop, Kira spoke tiredly. Yes, you can tell he likes magic too much, Stuart agreed. Next is basic combat tactics. Gentry spoke as he hurried across the hall, hearing the bell ring and the door begin to close. They all hurried into another lecture room, finding the last row in the back sitting down. Moving with a purpose seems to be a good place to start with you 5 in this class. The instructor spoke, making all the heads in the room turn to the group in the back. I am instructor. Kern here you'll learn why an army moves the way it does, how large-scale tactics can be scaled down to be used in your hunts, and how to make something of yourselves. Instructor Kern spoke. Instructor Kern was a built human man in what appeared to be a general's uniform, with him having cut brown hair and piercing green eyes that bore into the group. For the remainder of the class, they were lectured why they need to move faster and how it could lead to death for others in an actual war. Running out of the classroom, Baxter gripped Fowl in his arms. He acts like we led to a whole army's death because we were almost late. Baxter said, rolling his eyes to Fowl. Look, I agree, but next is weapons, and I don't want to be an example for whatever they're going to do. Gentry said, running down the hallway with the others following close behind. Rushing in, the group sat in the front row, hearing the bell ring and the door closing. The man behind the desk stood up and stepped to the front of the room. The man appeared to have pale white skin, with silver slicked-back hair and pointed fanged teeth, dressed in a silk robe. I am Instructor Verex. For the first half of the year, we will talk about where everyone stands and what skill level you'd like to be by the end of the year in the classroom. The second half of the year, this class will be solely practical learning out on the fields, learning styles of combat and practicing against each other and beasts. For the remainder of the class, they went around talking about their preferred weapons and where they are at in skill. They left that class with a more relieved feeling that not all their teachers are going to be over-exaggerated in their subjects. Walking into the last classroom on the floor, sitting down, they saw a tall elven woman in black leather armor just standing there examining the students as the door shut. We hoped for too much. Kira turned to Baxter and spoke. I am Instructor Nerva, much like the weapons class. For the first half of the year we will be here, and for the second half we will be doing practical studies on the training courts. Until then, we will be talking about different styles of hand-to-hand combat and the pros and cons of each, and the situations they are for. The instructor continued on before going around the room, asking everyone what they knew so far. Leaving the class, they group-drugged themselves to the mess hall for lunch, their minds being fried from overuse. Sitting down at a lunch table, Kira spoke. Did anyone else notice the other kids in the classes didn't seem to be as far as us? Our parents said they would make sure we were over-prepared, so maybe they truly did. Samantha responded optimistically as she took a drink of her blood. Hey, it's better for us either way. Baxter spoke, cutting up Fowl's food so he could eat. Where are you going next, Stuart? Gentry asked while eating. Oh, so you do know how to say my name, Stuart said cheekily. I don't know what you mean, Stevie. Gentry responded, causing everyone at the table to chuckle. Stuart narrowed his eyes, responding annoyedly, I'm going to earth then fire. After finishing their lunch, the children went their separate ways to their respective elemental buildings. Walking into the fire elemental building, Gentry noticed there being a single set of stairs, one going down and one going up, with a large hallway heading to a single room. Following the crowd of students going into a single room, Gentry walked into a lecture hall big enough for the previous 4 rooms to fit into. Sitting down, Gentry heard the bell ring and the door close at the back of the room. From a door to the side of the room walked out an old dwarf, his leathery skin covered in soot and burn holes covering his clothes, and his head completely bald from years of students letting the forges go out of control. Afternoon first years, I am Instructor Gruff. I will be instructing you in the basics of fire elemental magic. I am also the Forge Master, so if you have interest in learning forging, at the end of this year you will also be dealing with me. He spoke in a rough, gravelly voice from years of smoke. Inhalation. Gentry listened to the dwarf lecture for an hour on the basic fire runes that he already, but Gentry learned there were things called scaling runes that changed the power of the spell. Gentry grabbed his new fire rune book and left the fire element building, heading towards the earth elemental building. Entering the earth elemental building. This building was laid out much like the fire building, but along the walls sat all the different ores and stones that would come out of a mine, speckling the walls like sprinkles on ice cream. Walking into the lecture hall, Gentry found a seat with an earth elemental rune book, flipping through it and examining the runes. He took out his fire elemental book, flipping to the most basic of each rune, noticing the differences in the designs. The fire runes had a curvier design to them, almost like the tips of flames coming to a point and whipping around wildly, while the earth runes were blocky and structured, like they were made with a deeper sense of order. "Learning something, child?" Gentry jumped as he heard someone speak directly behind him. Gentry turned to see an elderly human with no hair, but a scraggly-looking goatee covered in liver spots, laughing at his reaction. "Please inform the class on what you've learned from comparing, young lad." The man spoke in a weak voice as he walked towards the bottom of the hall with his cane. "Well, instructor, the fire runes seem more chaotic and pointed like the tips of a fire, while the earth runes seem to be more structured and stable." Gentry spoke as he stood among the class. "Good observations, boy. I am Instructor Felix. What is your name?" Gentry stood straight and said, "My name is Gentry Steelscroll, Instructor Felix." "Ah, so you're the special case." The stories of your predecessor were still new, but he had been gone for some time by that point. "Oh, before I forget, you and the other members of Team 2 and Team 1 must report to the entrance of the dome in full battle armor after this class. You all have a special assignment from the king, so go with purpose when you go," he said as he turned to look at the board and began writing. All the eyes in the class looked at him and two other boys in the top corner of the room as he sat back in his seat. "Here you will learn the basics of earth elements, while in your first element we'll start to teach you more advanced spells starting next week, and we will learn more advanced spells starting after the break. For the rest of class, I want you to analyze and memorize the basic earth runes," Instructor Felix informed the class. 19. After class was over, Gentry rushed back to the dorm room, finding Stuart and Baxter already putting their armor on. "So you all got the message too?" "Hey, Stu, what did you think about Instructor Felix?" Gentry asked, getting changed into his armor. Pulling his chest plate over his head, Stuart responded, "Please say my name right. But Instructor Gruff seems to be a very angry man, while Instructor Felix seems a bit off. I don't know if it's because he's old or what, but very overly enthusiastic. I don't care what you two say. Instructor Livis made us close our eyes for the hour trying to feel like water, and Instructor Avor kept saying we need to learn to ride the breeze." "I'll take angry and old any day," Baxter said as he picked up Fowl and stood next to the door, waiting for the other two to be ready. Once the other two were ready, they walked down the stairs, meeting up with Kira and Samantha outside the dorms. "Do any of you know why we're being summoned to the dome?" Kira asked once they started walking. "Instructor Felix said we have a task given to us by the king," Gentry said, glancing over to the rest of the group. Baxter scoffed. "Day 1, and we get a task from the king that is highly unorthodox." The rest of the walk was made in silence. Arriving at the entrance of the dome, they entered, and inside they saw 5 other students, instructors Felix, Kirsch, and Harris, all waiting for them to arrive. "Finally, line up and we will begin." Instructor Kirsch spoke annoyed. Walking to stand next to the other group of students, Gentry examined the group. On the far end was a human boy roughly the same height as Gentry, with golden blonde hair and green eyes, wearing full-plate armor and a long sword on his back. Next to the human was an eagle beastkin with 2 large wings on his back, a large yellow beak and brown eyes with brown and white feathers. He wore thick leather armor with a long bow on his back. The next 2 in the group were a pair of dwarfs, the first having dark black hair and blue eyes, carrying a shield and hammer, while the other had shoulder-length ginger hair and hazel eyes, kind of looking like a female having a shield and spear. Both wore black plate armor. Finally, there was a female human with long brown hair and red eyes, with a set of short swords on her back and throwing knives on her thighs, wearing partial plate armor like Gentry. Gentry took a look at the room. They found themselves in a bland room, with the door they came through and a set of double wooden doors and 6 wheels sticking out of the wall with what looked like images of terrains, storms, and beasts on them. Instructor Felix stepped forward and began speaking. "All of you here today have been given a task by my grandson, the King of the Ebony Kingdom. In 3 years' time, you will be the youngest group taking part in something that shall be called the War Games. Each kingdom will choose 10 children from their respective academy classes and grow them for 3 years beforehand. As of right now, the events are unknown, so we will prepare you for every scenario until then. Instructor Korsh walked over to the wheels on the wall, adjusting them. Today you will clear out 100 Tier 1 goblins with 3 Tier 2 hobgoblins and 2 Tier 2 goblin shaman. If you fail, you will be removed and replaced no matter who your backer is. Instructor Felix went to the door opposite of the one they entered and opened it for the children. Make your introductions and begin, Instructor Felix said, ushering the 10 through the door. 20. They were pushed into the lush forest, with massive trees creating a large canopy above them. They could hear various creatures making noises around them, chirping and cawing. The groups looked at each other in apparent confusion for a moment, still trying to catch up to what Instructor Felix said. That old man never thinks about what he says and how it affects others. He actually shot a giant rock at me when I was 7 to see what element I used to defend myself. I keep telling my father he's going to kill someone, the blonde boy said, shaking his head in annoyance. Let me start. I am Julius Ebony, the 10th Prince of the Ebony Kingdom. It's also not called War Games. The old codger is just upset that his name wasn't chosen. It will be known as the Tournament of Nations, and it'll be held here in the Ebony Kingdom, and my father has a really good idea for the event. I am Varys Forgefox, son of Duke Forgefox. The male dwarf spoke proudly. I am Bliff Forgefox, niece of Duke Forgefox, said the female dwarf. The eagle beastkin was next. I am Arvox Coldsword, son of Archduke Coldsword. Finally, the other human girl stepped forward. I am Denise Fairborn, daughter of Archduke Fairborn. Gentry's group made their introductions, and once they were done, everyone was quiet and staring at Gentry. Julius was the first to break the silence. Well, we should start by sending out scouts ahead while we move towards the center. Arvox, can you take the left side when you see anything come back to the group, please? Aye, my prince, Arvox said as he lifted himself with his wings to the nearest branch. Gentry looked at his group and gave orders. Kira, can you take the center while Samantha, you take the right? Stuart, stay close to Baxter, ready to cover the scouts when they fall back. If there's an emergency, I'll take the middle position, ready to respond. Everyone responded before taking their positions. Understood. Gentry looked at Julius. We have 4-person formations. This will be the first time we will be operating in a full 5 formation, but we're all Tier 1, so we should be good as long as we work together. Surprised, Julius just smiled. You will definitely live up to your predecessor, I can tell. The two groups moved forward for about an hour before Arvox and Kira came back. The regular goblins are broken up into small camps around the edges. Arvox reported, the Tier 2s are clustered in the middle with a vanguard of about 20. Kira reported. Julius looked at Gentry. Any ideas? Gentry looked to Kira. Go and get Samantha, we will need everyone. Kira took off as the group started thinking of any ideas. After the first 4 or 5, they couldn't agree on anything and got quiet. Gentry then looked over at Baxter holding foul and smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? Wait. No, there has to be another plan. That could work. Julius agreed with Gentry. They then set out to set up their plan, placing everyone in their positions while Gentry talked to Fowl. Now, buddy, you go right up to the closest camp and be as loud as possible and run back here and go right to Baxter, okay? Fowl responded with excitement as he took off towards the clearing. I am once again voicing my opposition to this plan. Baxter said from behind a bush. Noted and catalogued, now prepare for the beasts. Try and save your spells, this will be prolonged, Gentry said, pulling out his twin swords. Julius removed his long sword and hid behind a tree opposite of the tree Gentry was behind. After a few minutes of waiting, they heard Fowl's barks getting closer and louder. Gentry saw Fowl come running between him and Julius and through the bush where Baxter was hiding, with 10 goblins following close behind. Once the goblin was about to run through the bush after Fowl, a massive spear struck out at the goblin, going into its mouth and out the back of its neck. As the goblin in front died, Julius and Gentry stepped out at the back of the group, each cutting a goblin in half as they did so. Arrows flew from the trees, landing in the ear of one and the eye of another, killing them instantly. Dropping the goblins' numbers by half, the 3 dwarfs and Denise jumped out of the bushes, swinging and slashing at the remaining goblins, finishing them off quickly. When they were all dead, the children stood around looking at their handiwork as the bodies began to disappear. Well, that's 10 down, a whole lot more to go, Samantha said with an attitude. We just have to do this a few more times before we take on the main camp. At least we have a way forward, Julius said optimistically as they made their way around the clearing onto the next small camp. The children proceeded to do this same plan until all that remained was the main camp. Damn, some of the fires from the first camps have gone out. They're going to go check out what's wrong, Baxter said, frustrated and tired, as they all stood just in the tree line examining the main camp about 60 yards from them. Julius smiled as an idea came to him. Turning, he asked, "Does everyone still have crossbow bolts?" Everyone nodded as they watched Julius run to the closest fire, grabbing a log engulfed in flames and running back. They won't notice the fire going out if all their huts are on fire around them. With a devilish grin, Julius lit the bolts on everyone's wrist crossbows. Once they were all lit, they stood together on the tree line and fired their crossbows into the goblin village. As the bolts landed on the huts and goblins, it immediately began to engulf everything the fire touched, sending the camp into pure chaos, killing most of the regular goblins in the flames. As they heard the goblins scream and the hobgoblins roar, trying to get the camp under order, the group charged across the large opening, weapons drawn ready to fight. The first to arrive was Denise, slicing 2 goblins across the back and kicking a third into a flaming hut. Next, Kira and Bliff, covering Denise's side, the blocked arrows that were fired from the few goblins that were able to get their bearings. Gentry, Baxter and Fowl went left, while Julius, Verus and Arvox went right. Rounding the corner at the end of the village, Gentry and his group saw a massive hobgoblin burst out of the wall of a flaming hut, roaring his war cry. "Gold!" Gentry yelled as he charged the hobgoblin. Stuart's eyes went wide as he screamed, "What does that mean?" "It means rush the bitch," Baxter yelled as he chunked his spear, going over Gentry's left shoulder, landing in the hobgoblin's abdomen. Stunned and staggering, the hobgoblin saw Gentry charging him and put his arm up to defend just as Gentry brought both his swords down on it, slicing off the hobgoblin's arm at the elbow. Stuart finally caught up to Gentry and swung his battle-axe down on the falling form of the hobgoblin, landing the blade in the center of its chest, killing it. The 3 rushed towards the center of the camp, cutting down any goblins they found along their way. As they reached the center of the camp, they saw a shaman and 2 goblins running in terror as 3 arrows flew towards them and buried them into their backs and skulls. From where the 3 came from, walked out Samantha with her eyes glowing in an unnatural red that plunged the 4 in a sense of dread. Samantha, what's wrong with your eyes?" Baxter asked as he watched Fowl try and hide behind his leg. "The shaman tripped me, and I fell in the mud," Samantha said as she notched another arrow and fired it down the opposite path, and her eyes returned back to normal. Kira's group ran up and joined them next. "That should be all the goblins, now we just have the tier 2s. "What's wrong with Fowl?" she said as she looked at him confused. At that moment, they heard a loud roar and crashing sound coming from the direction Julius and his group were fighting in. They took off running towards the noise, and they saw Julius flying in the air towards them and collided with Arvox mid-air and slammed into the ground. Picking Julius and Arvox up off the ground, Gentry looked in the direction they came from, and they saw 2 massive hobgoblins, even bigger than the last one, with deep red skin and massive muscles. One holding an axe, and the other holding a large chunk of metal meant to be a makeshift sword, and in between them was another shaman dressed in an old ragged robe and large walking stick with a jagged hole at the top. Verus was kicked into a hut off to the side and collapsing the hut on top of him. The shaman formed an ice shard over its head and fired it towards the group. Gentry responded with a firebolt, colliding with the ice shard and exploding in the air. Arvox and Samantha began firing arrows towards the hobgoblins, while Kira, Denise, and Julius charged them. Reaching their enemies, Julius took the closest hobgoblin, swinging his longsword down, cutting the hobgoblin with the axe down the chest, and jumping back, and the hobgoblin swung his weapon and charging Julius from nowhere, Baxter came up from behind Julius and thrust it out, catching the hobgoblin in the ear and ripping it off. The hobgoblin staggered back and roared in pair. As it recollected itself, it charged again, closing the distance between them, and out from behind the boys, an arrow flew over their heads and catching the hobgoblin in the chest as Julius stepped forward and thrust his sword into the heart of the hobgoblin, killing it. Simultaneously, Kira pushed the last shaman with her daggers drawn, and she rolled left, barely dodging another ice shard. Kira launched herself from the ground and latched onto the shaman. Rolling with the shaman on the ground, Kira began stabbing and slashing until the shaman stopped moving and had died. The final hobgoblin was taken care of in short order by Denise, landing the final blow by planting her sword in the hobgoblin's head and removing her sword. Once everything had quieted down and the bodies began to disappear, Varus exploded through the rubble of the hut he had been buried under previously. "Ah, gee. You're a little late, bud," Stuart said. They heard a loud voice come from all around them as the environment and bodies disappeared. "Congratulations, children. You've passed day 1. Return to the entrance, and we will show you to your new accommodations." They heard Korsh's voice come. From around them. 21, 3 years prior. Malik followed his group out of the Pantheon and back into the carriage and began the trip back to their village. Gregor spoke first. "All of you with the dark element will begin training with it first, since we don't want the ones at the academy knowing before everything is set in motion." Kimber looked at Malik as he just sat there staring out the window as the carriage traveled down the dirt road, contemplating the statue of the gods. "Young prince, you seem troubled. What's wrong?" Kimber spoke, concerned. Malik shook his head in anger. "The statue in the Pantheon and the way they treat dark users. Why do they hate us so much?" Kimber got a somber but determined look on her face, glancing at Gregor and back to Malik. "You'll hear their versions, and you've heard the prophecy of your birth, but have you not heard the truth?" Malik shook his head. "My father said it was ancient history and not worth continuing, since we would rectify it soon." Gregor got an angry glint in his eye as began telling the story. All the gods created the world, each in their own image, except the god of darkness. Corvex, he created the animals. The other gods' creations killed his creatures, so he asked them to stop them, and they wouldn't, so he made them tougher and more monstrous, making beasts. The other creations kept killing them, and again he asked them to stop them, and again they wouldn't. So he made the demons, monstrous humanoids with amazing powers, and he set them on the creations of the other gods to let them feel what he felt. In response, the other gods exiled Corvex to the mortal realm, where he led his armies of beasts and demons on a crusade to take over their precious lands, until Clark appeared. Clark was the only catastrophe class to appear at this point, and he was raised in the last mortal bastion at the tip of the continent and was blessed by the Pantheon. He was able to fight the god of darkness, back reclaiming territory lost. To where the Great Wall is today, he finally fell, but not before creating the very Great Wall with the last of his strength and banishing Corvex to the Underrealm to this day. The carriage got quiet until Kimber spoke. "One day another catastrophe will appear for my people. He will kill the kings and open the earth, letting forth the reclamation. I will rise and burn everything down and rebuild a kingdom better than the false gods." And that's the prophecy that led to today, Malik said as he looked at the setting sun on the horizon as they rode down the road back to the village. After Corvex was sealed away, the other races hunted down any of his followers or any dark users, pushing us to look for salvation beyond the walls, Gregor said with a distant look in his eyes, remembering the horrors of being raised in the wastelands. 22. Malik woke the next morning to Kimber opening the door and the smell of breakfast wafting in from the kitchen. "Wake up, young prince, today. We begin your training." Malik rolled out of bed looking like his normal self again and walked to the bathroom, washing his face and looking at his reflection in the water. Power of a god, huh? I can work with that, Malik thought as he gazed into his reflection in the water. He finished in the bathroom and went out to join Kimber and Gregor for breakfast. He sat down and began eating when Gregor tossed a large book in front of him. He looked at it and continued eating while he listened to Gregor. "To begin your training journey, you'll have to learn the basic runes, which are the building blocks for all spells. We will give you 6 months to learn the runes while we do the physical training," Gregor said while walking over to a bookcase in the side of the common room and returning with a second book. "The rest of the time you will learn the dark element. By the time you enter the academy, you'll have to pretend not to know how to read or write and act like you're not a Tier 1 or Knight class." to keep your cover, and when you're allowed to take jobs, we will post jobs that will be more of a challenge and gain power quicker." Malik just nodded as he finished eating. "What are the requirements for night class?" Malik asked as Gregor picked up his Kimber's plates to put them in the sink. "To achieve the knight rank, you must be a Tier 1 and have the minimum comprehension of the magical element along with the ability to cast the 5 basic spells of the element at 100%. There's more than 5 spells, but just 5 of the basic ones are required. The feudal rank requires you to be a Tier 4 full 100% of all your basic spells of your first element and 5 of your second elements at 100%. The devastation class is the same, but requiring Tier 7 and catastrophe is unknown. It sounds simple, but depending on if you get variations you wish to work on or combinations, it can take a while, so we must work fast." Gregor finished his explanation, grabbing 2 training swords and tossing one to Malik. Gregor led Malik outside, and through the village, the townsfolk bowed to him as they walked along to the edge of the village where an arena was set up. This arena was ringed in posts made of large tree trunks cut down to human height, filled with sand roughly 4 feet in diameter. In the ring he saw his 4 teammates and 3 other adults. The first was a large dark-skinned man with no hair and red eyes wearing a set of full-plate armor and a large warhammer on his back. Next to him was a woman with long black hair, a scar across the left side of her face, and emerald-green eyes that appeared to be glowing, and fangs sticking out of her lips with large breasts, with the cleavage showing while wearing a form-fitting dress. The final was another woman from the beast kin race, of what Malik recognized as an antelope-like animal with 2 long, jagged points as if they were broken off. Gregor went on to introduce their instructors and what they'll be learning to prepare for the academy. The man, Desmire, would be their physical instructor. The vampiric woman was called Zera, and she'd be their magic instructor. Finally, the antelope woman was named Fazelia, and she was to teach them the dark element and infiltration tactics. 23. After 3 years of training, Malik woke up 2 days before they would make the week-long carriage ride to the capital. He rolled out of bed and opened his status screen to see his progress. Malik Gavabond Key 100%, Air 99%, Nature 99%, Lighting 99%, Darkness 99%, Variations possible, Weapons, Swords, Novice, Daggers, Novice, Shields, Novice, Fighting Styles, Grappling, Novice, Spells, Concealed in Shadows 100%, Dark Claws 100%, Orb of Darkness 100%, Whip of Darkness 100%, Dark Sight 100%. Just need to get their Tier 1 status to gain my night class. Malik stood and began getting dressed in his black leather armor and placing his short sword on his hip. Malik heard a knock at his door as he turned to see Kimber opening it and stepping in. "Good morning, Prince. Breakfast is ready." Malik nodded and walked behind Kimber out of the room to join her and Gregor at the table. "Today we will be heading into the forest to find you all a monster to kill. The 5 of us will be with you all, but ultimately it'll be up to you all to kill it," Gregor said in between bites of food. "What creatures are in the forest?" Malik asked. Gregor wiped his mouth before responding. "Well, there's mountain trolls, goblins, griffins, basilisk, and a tribe of centaurs, but they're not what we're hunting today. We're going to hope for a troll or a small tribe of goblins." Malik shuddered, thinking of having to fight a basilisk. They finished eating, and the 3 of them left to meet the others at the training grounds. Once they arrived, Malik's team formed a circle and headed into the forest, with the adults following behind them. After a few hours they stopped and ate some rations the adults had brought with them. While they were eating, Desmire lifted his head and glanced over at a large tree 30 yards from where they were gathered, and nodded at the other adults, who all stood and walked in the opposite direction of the tree. Confused, Malik and his team stopped eating and looked around and placed their hands on their weapons. Before they had a chance to stand up, a large snake lunged out of the tree towards the group. The children scattered as the snake landed on the ground where they sat just moments before. The snake was a little over 15 foot long and about a foot thick, with a large diamond-shaped head with dark green and red scaly skin that was adorned with weaving designs down its back. "It's Tier 2, The gaze won't kill you, but it'll stop you long enough for its mouth to. Zera yelled from the group of adults standing off to the side. Formation 4 and focus on the eyes. Malik said aloud for his teammates to hear as they all moved into position. It had to be a damn snake, what rotten luck, Malik thought as he got into his stance. Gareth readied his hammer standing at the front of the group, while Malik Felix stood to either side of him with their swords at the ready, and further back stood Caliph and Farah with arrows notched on their longbows. The basilisk whipped its head around to look at the group right as Caliph let her first arrow fly and just grazed the top of the basilisk's head. As the basilisk dodged the first arrow, Farah launched her arrow landing in the basilisk's left eye, effectively blinding it on that side. Concealed in shadows, Malik said as he formed the spell circle around his wrist and raised his hand above his head, and a large cloud of black mass filled the area around him. Once the area was filled with pitch darkness, the three boys took off to surround the basilisk. 2 more arrows flew from the black cloud at the basilisk, making it dodge more and not be able to settle in and watch its surroundings. Out of the cloud in front of the basilisk, Gareth charged with his warhammer above his head and swung it down, forcing the basilisk to lunge back. From its right, Felix was sprinting at its tail and impaled it through its tail and into the dirt, effectively planting it in place. Gareth charged again with his hammer, swinging it across, landing a hit to the left side of its head and sending it towards Malik. Dark claws, Malik yelled as his free hand became shrouded in a thick black mist in the shape of eerie, jagged claws. He swung his sword, slicing the basilisk's throat as he shot his shrouded hand up into the basilisk's jaw and ripped the head off of it, and finally killing it. The adults watched as the basilisk's body went limp and began to walk towards the body. Felix, Gareth, start skinning the body and scavenging the bones and anything else we can sell. Malik spoke as they began to do as they were told. Malik opened his status screen. Malik Gavabond. Tier 1 Class Night Kai 100%, Air 99%, Nature 99%, Lighting 99%, Darkness 99%, Variations possible, Weapons, Swords, Novice, Daggers, Novice, Shields, Novice, Fighting Styles, Grappling, Novice, Spells Concealed in Shadows 100%, Dark Claws 100%, Orb of Darkness 100%. Whip of Darkness, 100%. Dark Sight, 100%. Welcome to the lowest levels of power. Now the true fun will begin. Gregor spoke as his malicious smile grew across his face. 24. Gentry and his team, along with the prince's team, walked through the double doors back into the entrance area for the dome, where they found instructors Korsh, Felix, and Harris waiting for them. The children lined up in their respective teams across from the instructors. From today forward, you'll be removed from your morning classes and be taught by me and instructor Harris exclusively for those subjects. Also, you will be removed from the dorms and moved into private residences. Team 1 will be housed with instructor Harris and Team 2 will be housed with me. Is that understood? Yes, sir, both teams said in unison. Now go and gather your things and wait for us outside the dorms. The 2 teams ran off towards the dorms to gather their things. Once the groups gathered their things, all 10 gathered up in the center, between the 4 dorm buildings. As the kids were waiting, a man with bark for skin and leaves as hair walked up. Some of you are in my class, but for the ones who don't know, I am Instructor Treant. The man spoke, shocking some of the group. Baxter was the first to speak up. Wait, do you mean like the monster Treant? The man just smiled and aimed his glowing green eyes at Baxter. Yes, but unlike my monstrous brethren, I have assented to a common form, as what you see, and a what I call my war form, that is much like a normal treant, but much more fun for combat. With the last half of his statement, his smile grew, showing off 2 rows of sharp, pointed teeth. Changing his teeth back to normal, he spoke again. Now if you follow me, I will lead you to your new accommodations, he said as he walked through the group and towards the cafeteria building. The group walked to the cafeteria building and took a right leading to rows of large stone houses. After walking a while, they arrived at a point where they found instructors Korsh and Harris waiting for them outside of 2 houses next door to each other. Thank you, Instructor Treant. Team 2, come with me, and we will get you settled in before dinner, Instructor Korsh ordered, as he set off towards the front door, and Team 1 followed Instructor Harris to the other large house. Walking into the large house, they entered into a large open common area with some furniture, while off to the left was a small kitchen and dining table. To the right were two staircases, one leading down and the other leading to the second floor. Girls, you'll be upstairs, and boys, you will be downstairs. I reworked the workshop to house you three with a functional bathroom, so you have zero reason to be past this floor. He said, the second part, squinting at the three boys accusingly. Oh, Jorge, leave the boys alone, I'm sure they understand. Girls, you'll be on the second floor in the last bedroom on the left. Take your stuff on up now. When they heard the voice, they all turned to see a deer woman with massive antlers reaching above her head, colored as a white-tailed deer. Jorge, they will be living with us and are under our care. You will not treat them as prisoners. Am I understood? Agatha, sweetheart. Don't sweetheart me. Take those boys downstairs and get them settled in and be back up here for dinner. Follow me. After the marital spat, Instructor Korsh led the boys into the basement. In the basement, they found 3 single bed frames and trunks to go with them against one wall, and on the opposite sat a forge and a wall of a variety of weapons, and on the far end was a walled-off area with a door that Gentry presumed was the bathroom. Get settled in, then report back upstairs for dinner, Instructor Korsh said as he walked back up the stairs. The boys settled down, choosing what beds they'd have, and packed away their things. The children finished their night in their new home around the dinner table, eating a tense dinner where Korsh barely spoke, and his wife shot him glaring looks. 25. The next morning, the children were awoken by Agatha for breakfast. After getting dressed, they all gathered around the table when Instructor Korsh entered the house, joining them. Korsh kissed his wife and sat down before addressing the group. After breakfast, we will all join the training fields and begin sparring and training, and finish the day back in the dome. No work at the table, Jorge. Agatha scolded him. Sorry, dear, Instructor Korsh said, looking annoyed. After finishing dinner, the children followed Instructor Korsh around the campus to the training fields behind the Nature and Lightning buildings. The training fields were set up like a large football field, set up with wooden training dummies for swords and targets for archery on one end, and 2 sand pits for hand-to-hand combat in the middle, and on the opposite end there were what seemed like primitive weight sets made of tree logs and large steel plates ranging from small to extra-large plates, along with a running track going around the edge of the field. Give me 20 laps and get warmed up while we wait for some others to arrive, Instructor Korsh ordered, and the 10 kids took off running around the track. The group finished their laps and arrived back with Instructor Korsh and Harris, while they stood there with 2 other people. The first was a large human man in full-plate armor, shining with 2 massive lion heads forged into the shoulder plates with short-cut brown hair and tamed beard, and a longsword on his back. The other was an elven man with long silver hair and pointed ears and nose and sharp blue eyes, wearing long brown robes that appeared to be of a high quality. Korsh gestured to the 2 men. This is the captain of the Royal Guard Gelbert and the Royal Court Mage Falmar. They will give you more advanced training and take you into the dungeon 2 weeks' time for a progress marker. Morning, children. Today we will get a good read on where you're at and grow from there. Greetings, young ones. I will be seeing your magical abilities, and we can grow and hopefully awaken some variable attributes. The 2 men greeted them. The instructors broke up the children into 5 pairs and stood next to the sandpits. Gentry was paired with Arvox for his first sparring match, while Baxter was paired with Julius in the ring next to them. Fighters ready? Instructor Korsh asked as he stood between Gentry and Arvox, looking at both of them, nodding. Begin. Gentry took off running at Arvox while casting a spell, Layer of Flames. A thin layer of red flames coated Gentry's fists and forearms, swinging at Arvox as he jumped back and dodged. Casting a spell from his flapping wings, Airburst. Gentry blocked the attack using his flame-covered forearms, which made the flames hotter. Gentry pushed in again, running, then launching himself off his left leg towards his opponent, grabbing him by the shoulders and pouring mana into his already overpowered flaming hands, making them hotter till Arvox gave up. I give. Geez, that burns, Arvox said as he walked out of the circle. The court mage walked up to Arvox and placed his hands over the burned spots with a bright light emanating from his hands as he spoke. Have more elements will help you in the future, but always keep in mind what your enemy is using so you don't inadvertently boost their attacks like just now. Gentry don't rely so much on one spell to mix things up. Understood, sir. The boys nodded. Next was Baxter and Julius. They began by running at each other and trading kicks and punches, back and forth equally matched for a moment. Baxter dropped down and tried to go for a leg sweep, just to have Julius jump over his leg and respond with a drop kick landing on Baxter's shoulder. Baxter rolled back and got to his feet and began to run back into the fight just to have Julius raise his hand. Flash. A bright blinding light showed around Julius's hand, blinding Baxter, forcing him to stop in his tracks. As Baxter regained his sight, he saw Julius sprinting at him. Julius jumped into the air and planted both his feet in the center of his chest and sent him flying out of the arena. Good job, you two. Baxter, there were a few points you could have finished things, but you were enjoying the fight too much, focusing on finishing it, not indulging in the fun. Julius, you still focus too much on offense and tanking the hits. Understood, sir, they said in unison. Gentry and Julius stepped into the ring together. Begin, Kirsch announced. Julius ran at Gentry, casting a spell and swinging his hand across his body in front of him. Light blade. The bright blade of light came screaming towards Gentry, ripping apart the dirt. Gentry rolled out of the way and stuck up his arm. Firebolt. Conjuring two sharp projectiles made of fire in front of his palm, firing them both towards Julius. The bolts went flying towards Julius. He tried to jump over them to dodge, but the last bolt caught the edge of his shoulder, leaving a scorch mark from the front to the back of his shoulder. His body hitting the ground and rolling to his feet, he saw Gentry running at him, leading with a right hook. Julius rolled out of the way, trying to recollect himself. He got Gentry back in his sight to see two spell circles, one on each wrist, as he brought them together in front of himself. Fire clap, Gentry yelled as a wave of fire came from his hands, flying towards Julius, catching him off guard. Julius put up his hands with spell circles. Light wall. A wall of light appeared in front Julius, intercepting the wave of fire, dispersing both spells, and Julius emerging, charging at Gentry from the smoke of the collision, closing the distance. He got within arm's reach and began to swing at Gentry furiously, and Gentry barely kept up with dodging. Layer of flames. Gentry cast another spell and struck Julius in the chest, stunning him and giving him an opening to lay a fury of blows, knocking Julius back all the way till he fell out of the ring barely conscious. The court mage ran over and began healing Julius back to a state where he could stand. Gentry walked over and shook Julius's hand and helped him to the side of their ring and sat next to him on the ground. You really do have the potential they said you'd have, Julius said in between deep breaths. Folmar walked over and opened his hands out to each of them, and as if it came from thin air, appeared two vials full of a murky green liquid. These are low-level recovery potions. You'll feel better, and your mana will recover a bit faster. Gentry and Julius took a vial, each popped the top off, and looked at each other warily before downing the potion. That's not as bad as I thought it'd be. Yea, the color is a bit misleading. The boys agreed. What did you mean by that? Gentry asked Julius. Well, you're the stuff of legends everyone grew up hearing about, but never saw, because the sign of a catastrophe class means dark things are coming. Julius responded as Falmar looked at him with a look of disagreement. He's not supposed to know he's been kept in the dark intentionally, Julius. Now he will know the full story in time. Julius looked nervous as he watched Arvox get kicked out of the ring by Baxter. The spars continued throughout the morning, leaving everyone tired. Good job this morning. Go on to lunch and your elemental classes recuperate as much as possible for this afternoon's dome session. Kirsch spoke to the children. Yes, sir. They spoke as they dragged their bodies to the cafeteria. 26. The children gathered up some food and sat at a table to eat. Well, that wasn't fun, Arvox said as he sat down. You're just upset you lost to the twins, Julius said as he laughed at Arvox. Don't feel bad, friend. If you would have been in the air, it would have been a lot tougher, Gentry assured him. My chest is going to have Julius's shoe prints in it for a week, Baxter exclaimed as he set Fowl down at his tray to eat. When are you going to start training him? Gentry asked, looking at Fowl with his whole head in a pile of meat. Maybe another few weeks. Mainly so he can get bigger. Until then, I'll just have him running and working on his speed. Is that what you call it when he took off with your shoe in between matches this morning? Arvox teased him. Baxter got an embarrassed look on his face. Hey, when did you learn fire clap? You didn't know that last time we were sparring. Baxter looked at Gentry accusingly. I've only looked at the basic runes for it late at night. That was my first time casting it, and I didn't know if it would work. Gentry said casually as he took a bite of his roll. Wait, that was your first time? Julius looked with indignation. Well, yes, it took a good chunk of mana, but it worked. The group looked in amazement. What? Did I drop sauce on myself again? Gentry asked as he looked down at his shirt, looking for a mess. No, it's just surprising you were able to do that. Usually you'd have to. Wait and understand the spell's build and power before even attempting it, Julius said with awe in his eyes. The boys ate in silence the rest of the time before heading off to their elemental classes. Hidden in a light-bending spell, rendering him invisible, the court mage Falmar listened to the boys' conversations intently. A smile grew on the elf's face at the new revelation of the young Gentry's ability as he left the cafeteria without anyone realizing he was even there. Gentry walked into his fire element lecture hall to see it partially filled already with small groups talking and others quietly sitting, reading their rune books. Gentry sat in the back of the lecture hall and retrieved his rune book out and began reading more into the fireclap spell section. Gentry was intently reading when he heard a loud explosion shaking the floor of the room. He looked up to see the door next to the instructor's desk open and black smoke billowing out, and Instructor Gruff stumbling out, coughing, trying to say something between cursing and getting too old for kids' screw-ups. He grabbed a towel and wiped away the black soot covering his face before speaking. Morning students, let me say this now. If you choose to enter the forge next year, and I tell you not to mix certain beast blood and magic oil, you need to listen, or I'll throw you in the dome with a wooden stick and make you fight a pack of wolves. Gentry sat in class listening to Gruff explain how fire spells' forms can affect the mana it takes, comparing how a firebolt spell takes much less than the stream of flames spell, and how the amount of mana changes the color of the flames at higher level spells. By the end of the lecture, Gentry had plenty of new ideas to try out in the dome. He stood up to leave when he heard Instructor Gruff call for him from his desk. As he approached, Instructor Gruff pulled out a thick book wrapped in red leather. I've been instructed to give you this book. It's the Advanced Fire Rune Book, and it has all the advanced fire spells. Also, once every other week, I will be joining you for morning training to tutor you and advance your skills further. Thank you, Instructor Gruff. I won't disappoint you. Gentry spoke in amazement. Gentry placed the Advanced Fire Rune Book in his bag and left for the Earth Element building. Entering into the building, Instructor, Felix, and the human girl from Team 1, Denise waiting for him off to the side of the entry hall. Instructor Felix ushered him over and handed him another large book, like the Advanced Fire Book, but this one was covered in a rough brown leather. I'm sure you know what these are based on the ones you should have received in your last class. But Denise, don't worry, you don't have any pressure to start learning these just yet. You though boy, based on what the instructor saw this morning and some other information that has come to light, we expect you to start learning earth spells before the mid-term break begins, so you will need to start your reading. Instructor Felix informed the duo. Why am I being pushed more than the others? Gentry asked respectively. Well boy, when Clark arrived, they were more worried about survival rather than research, so now that you're here, you will be a sort of test subject. To understand what the possibility of a catastrophe class can do, Instructor Felix said, his words filled with excitement. The old man walked into the classroom door with a new life in the way he walked, leaving the two standing there in dumb struck. Did he just say they're going to be using you as a glorified test subject? Denise asked absently. I do believe that seems to be their plan, Gentry said, wrapping his head around their plan. They just went quiet and walked into the classroom, choosing seats next to one another, listening to Instructor Felix lecture on how they need to start preparing their bodies and mind to balance multiple elements, and how their body would separate the mana on its own and only fuse it if you wield it properly, and the dangers on making a mistake in the mixture process. Leaving the class, the children returned to their respective homes and changed into their armor, and reported to the entrance room of the dome. They entered and found the group of adults plus Instructor Felix and Gruff waiting for them. Afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all rested and ready. Korsh spoke as everyone lined up in formation in front of him. Korsh, please set up the dome while I inform them of their scenario for the day. Gelbert asked before continuing, today will be a desert biome meant to test your situational awareness and responses. There will be a single Tier 3 dune worm and an indiscriminate amount of Tier 1 sand scorpions. Both these creatures will burrow under the sand and lay traps for you, so be aware. Yes, sir, the group chanted as they readied their weapons and stood in front of the large double doors. The ground shook as the dome's environment changed, and they heard the wind pick up into a fury shaking the doors. The doors open, and they see a vast sand dune in the midst of a heavy sandstorm. You pass once, Tier 3 is dead. Begin, Korsh yelled above the ragging noise of the sandstorm. The 10 children ran into the dome with weapons drawn. 27. They heard the doors close behind them and began organizing. Julius, me and you need to stay on the outside edges. Baxter, Stewart, and Verus take point. Kira, Samantha, and Denise make a triangle formation in the middle. Arvox and Bliff bring up the rear. Keep 5 feet of spacing between one another, Gentry said as they had to huddle close to be able to hear. Everyone got into position, and they began moving in unison towards the center of the desert around them. The group of adults watched as the children moved into the desert. Do you think a Tier 3 is the proper way to test them? Korsh asked Gelbert and Falmar. We want to take them to at least the 4th level when we go to the dungeon, and it should have 2 Tier 3 beasts, so it'll be needed. Gelbert responded, also the tests we will be having Gentry participate in magic will be a great boon if they work out like planned. If everything goes right, he will be Knight class by the time we enter, or at least while we are in the dungeon. Falmar responded as he watched 6 medium dog-sized scorpions jump out around the children. A scorpion jumped out of the sand at Baxter. Baxter thrust his spear out, impaling the scorpion through the underbelly while it was still in the air. 5 more scorpions appeared encircling the group. Everyone circled up and turned their backs to one another to ensure nothing got anyone from behind. Gentry swung with one of his swords at the closest scorpion, cutting off one of its pincers before it jumped back. An arrow flew by Gentry's head, impaling the scorpion in the head, killing it. Gentry turning to see Kira with her arm extended and her wrist crossbow empty, they nodded at each other and surveyed the surrounding battles. Samantha shot an arrow from her longbow, planting the scorpion in the sand so Julius could stab it in the head. Arvox glided through the air to a scorpion and cut the tail off before landing on its head, planing his talons through its skull. Verus swung his hammer on a scorpion that was about to jump on an unsuspecting Arvox, crushing it into guts and carapace. Stewart blocked a tail strike from a scorpion, then swung his axe across his body, cutting off one of its legs, and it began to try to escape, but was stopped by another arrow shot by Samantha, killing it by shooting it through its back. The final scorpion charged past Arvox and Verus, who were busy, and went straight at Bliff with its pincers and maw open. Showing off its razor-sharp fangs, she swung her halberd down, planting it in the skull of the scorpion. The group moved slowly through the desert, killing small groups of scorpions, periodically happening more frequently the closer to the center they got. Closing in on the center of the dome, the group saw trails of sand being disturbed moving around them, and from each of those trails a scorpion rose from below the sand and screeched. They notice a sand dune shake and rumble as the sand melts away. A scorpion the size of a pickup truck comes from below the dune, releasing an ear-shattering roar, stunning the group. Let's see how they do with a surprise, Gelbert said with a smile as Korsh turned to the wall with the wheels in horror, realizing Gelbert added another Tier 3 monster to the selection. What did you do? Korsh yelled. They need to face adversity. Korsh, stand down and let it happen, Gelbert ordered as he watched the children prepare. Julius, we got the big one. Everyone else take care of the small ones and help when they're taken care of, Gentry yelled as everyone jumped into action. Baxter and Stewart Shield bashed 2 of the smaller scorpions to the side to clear the path for Gentry and Julius. Gentry cast a layer of flames over his 2 swords, beginning to swing and slash at one of the legs of the scorpion. Gentry didn't notice one of the massive claws swing towards him. Julius quickly jumped in between the claw, catching it with his long sword and barely keeping the claw at bay. At the moment, Julius's guard was about to break the claw disengaged, but in its place the scorpion swung one of its massive legs across, catching Julius in the chest, sending him flying across the sand. Gentry looked barely in time to see Julius's body flying towards him and ducking out of the way and rolling to be under the belly of the scorpion. From the safety under the massive beast, Gentry surveyed the situation, seeing that only half of the smaller ones have been dealt with. Only a little bit longer, Gentry thought as he noticed the scorpion moving towards Julius, who was still dazed from being hit and sent flying. In a split-second decision, Gentry took his swords and jammed them into a soft spot on the beast's belly where the thick carapace came together. Thrusting his swords into the space and slicing outward, covering himself in the green sludge that poured out. The large beast roared in pain as it jumped back to see the pain it was feeling had come from Gentry. Arvox glided over and helped Julius to his feet, with the others not far behind him. Gentry ran over to the pair. "Arvox, can you get on top of that thing?" "Yes." "What do you have in mind?" "Get up there. Start slicing at the joints of the carapace while we surround it and confuse it." Arvox nodded as he took off running and jumped into the air, followed by a strong flap of his wings, carrying him even higher. The rest of the group started launching arrows at the beast as they charged toward it. Kira and Bliff ran under the scorpion's claws as they swung wildly, trying to fight off the hail of arrows that were launched at it. Samantha found a rock off to the side and hid behind it, launching arrow after arrow, each one harmlessly bouncing off the beast's skin. The scorpion struck out with its tail at Baxter, Stewart and Verus, and they ran up from one side of it, scattering them as they dodged so as not to be impaled by its tip. Taking advantage of the distraction, Gentry and Julius ran up on the opposite side. As they did, Julius swung his long sword at the lower joint of the scorpion's leg, slicing through it. The front part of the scorpion's body slammed down, stunning it for a moment and giving Arvox the chance he needed to land on its back. Landing at the base of its massive tail, Arvox began to slice and strike at the base of the tail, only slicing partially through before the scorpion began to flail with rage and pain, sending its tail in an uncomfortable swing, catching Stewart as the tail separated and went flying, and Stewart along with it. Bliff and Kira each severed a leg from beneath it. In a last desperate attempt, the scorpion began using its front claws to try and drag itself away. Arvox flew forward to the head of the creature and impaled it from above, sending the body limp, finally killing it. Gentry and the others stood there catching their breath as the body of scorpions began to dissolve away. Stewart came walking up and looked up at Baxter with indignation. "Why didn't you warn me?" "I said duck," Baxter responded confused. "I can't get any lower than I already am," Stewart said. Casually. The group burst out in laughter as Stewart picked up his shield he dropped when he was thrown away. As they were laughing, they felt the ground began to shake slightly and get more violent as the rumbling sound got louder. The group started looking around Verus, spotting it first. Incoming to the east. Everyone looked in the direction Verus indicated, and they saw a large moving mound of sand trailing behind the front, roughly 30 feet, and the tip of the speeding line slowly rising the closer it got to the group. When the thing under the sand got within 20 feet of the group, the thing finally exploded from the sand. What came forth was a giant slimy worm-looking creature with the front of its body just being an open cavity lined with razor-sharp teeth and 4 enormous prongs forming the edges of the creature's face, making the front of it a hard shell, and along the body were sharp spikes that were lined up in a rotational pattern, spinning around the worm's body. The creature roared, making everyone's eyes go wide. The dune worm slammed its body down atop the sand and began to rotate its body, spinning and moving its massive body forward, shrieking as it tore through the sand towards the group. Right before reaching them, the worm dove down under the sand. "Scatter!" Kira yelled to the group, making everyone go in different directions just in time, because once the last person's foot had cleared the area, the worm exploded from beneath the sand where everyone was standing just a moment before. The worm whipped its head around towards Julius, and a spell circle formed in front of its mouth. As the circle finished forming, a concentrated stream of thick sand shot from it. Julius formed a light wall blocking the sand beam as it slammed hard into the light screen. While the worm was distracted attacking Julius, Gentry and Kira charged with their weapons draw. Closing the distance, Gentry formed a new spell circle he hadn't formed before he had just read about it. "Stone pillar," he yelled as a thick stone pillar came up under his foot and launched him into the air towards the worm and impaling his swords into the side of the worm just under the plates on its face. "Did he just use an earth spell?" Instructor Felix said as he nearly spit his drink out, watching the fight in front of them. "He did." "Very curious, this wasn't expected when we made our hypothesis, but this is better than we could have expected," Falmar said, increasing the intensity. He watched the fight. Korsh placed Fowl on his shoulder with his mouth agape. "That's impossible. He chose fire for his first element, not earth." He said, "There's much we don't know about the possible catastrophe class type, so this is why we came personally to test him and see how much we can draw out of him." Gelbert spoke without breaking eye contact with the events unfolding in front of him. Kira continued charging at the dune worm and began slashing at the worm's body, barely leaving a cut in its body. Baxter came running up with a spell circle on his hand and a spear of water appearing in his hand. "Water spear!" Baxter launched the water spear at the center of the worm and sent it halfway into the worm's body, making the worm reel in pain and dislodging Gentry from the side of its head, sending him flying before diving back under the sand. "Magic is going to be most effective," Baxter yelled as he looked around waiting for the worm to come back. Gentry picked himself up from the sand. "Kira, get your new spell ready. Everyone else use your most powerful offensive spell." "I'm going to take a dip," Gentry said, seeing the trail of sand circle around their group. As the sand turned toward the children picking up speed, everyone prepared their spells as Gentry prepared his blades. The worm came barreling up from beneath the sand. As soon as the worm appeared from the sand, it was hit by 4 spells from 4 different directions. Arvox cast his wind blade, opening up a large gash in the side of the worm. From the opposite side, Denise cast a large, oversized thorn, roughly the size of a spear, impaling it, while Samantha and Baxter both launched water spears at the creature. Following those attacks, 3 more attacks came flying in with Stuart, Verus and Bliff, all casting earth arrows peppering the worm with them. To the side, Julius and Kira were having trouble forming the spell circles. Julius finished first, Light Beam, sending a solid beam of light the size of his palm at the worm, sending it cleanly through the worm and making Rage around even harder in pain. Kira finally finished her spell circle, feeling her body energize more than normal, and it all focused into her palm, screaming as she released the attack. "Lightning!" As she released the attack, a thick bolt of lightning emitted from her palm, striking the worm, sending electrical currents all over the worm, making it stunned from moving. While the worm was stunning, Gentry began running towards the worm as he cast another stone pillar under his foot and launched himself in the air over the worm's mouth, crossing his arms over his chest to make himself as thin as possible as he passed through the worm's open maw, receiving a few cuts on his way through. Once through the worm's mouth, he drew his blades and began slicing and slicing and slicing until he saw light finally shining through and the worm fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Standing up, Gentry saw Kira was on the ground, passed out with Julius barely staying conscious on a knee next to her, while the world started dissolving around them and the adults watching them rushing towards them. Then the world went black. When Gentry awoke, everyone was in the infirmary tucked away with all the kids in beds, and the adults huddled over by entrance in an intense conversation. Gelbert was the first to notice Gentry was awake and signaled to the others and usher Falmar over to him. Falmar arrived next to Gentry's bed and gave him 2 potions. One is a high-level recovery potion and the other is a high-level mana potion. Drink them and rest, but we will be having a conversation. Gentry drank the potions and fell back asleep. 28. Gentry woke up the next morning to the sun shining through the windows in the infirmary. Gentry looked around, seeing the rest of his team and Julius's group were nowhere to be seen. He took the moment to evaluate his statue's screen. Gentry Steel Scroll, Half-Elf, Tier 1 Kai, 100%. Fire, 99%. Earth, 99%. Air, 98%. Light, 98%. Traits, Fractured Soul, 100%. Marquis Lineage, 100%. Weapons, Swords, Novice. Axes, Novice. Spears, Novice. Hammers, Novice. Shields, novice. Fighting styles, dual wielding, adept. Grappling, novice, jiu-jitsu, novice. Mana 500/500 spells. Fire, firebolt, 100%. Layer of flames, 100%. Stream of flames, 50%. Fireball, 50%. Fire clap, 75%. Earth, pillar of earth, 25%. Earth arrow, 25%. Traits. Catastrophe casting, reading the basics of the spell, will give you the ability to use the spell, but at a higher cost. Catastrophe mana, boosts mana pool by 25%. Still not Knight class, but I used 2 elements. Weird indeed, Mr. Steel Scroll, so would you like to give some insight on this peculiarity? Gentry was startled, hearing the second voice turning his head to see Falmar standing in the doorway. He strolled over and grabbed a chair from the end of a bed and placed it next to him and sat staring into his eyes intently. "How did you use earth spells, Gentry?" Falmar asked as he stared as if he was trying to drill a hole through his head. "My status screen shows 2 new traits, catastrophe casting and catastrophe mana. The first gives me the ability to see a spell circle and understand the basics of a spell and be able to use it but at a higher rate of mana usage. The other gives me a 25% boost to my mana pool," Gentry explained with Falmar listening intently, taking in every word. The archives in the Royal Palace have very minimal in the way of knowledge of the catastrophe class, but what is known is that it comes with traits that can make you into a near godlike being. Remember that along your journey. Today you are exempt. From the morning training and after Gelbert's stunt yesterday in the Dome, you're all exempt from the Dome for the day, so you will only need to go to your elemental classes and report back to Instructor Karan's residency for more rest and back to regular schedule tomorrow," Falmar said with a stern look on his face before he rose to leave the room, but before leaving he turned to speak again. "Prepare yourself, Gentry, for next week. You all will spend it in the dungeon, and there it's actual life and death." He then strolled out of the infirmary, leaving Gentry there alone. Gentry laid there till a little before lunch, when Instructor Korsh's wife, Agatha, brought him a change of clothes, then headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Walking into the cafeteria, he gathered his food and found Baxter, Julius, Arvox and Kira sitting at a table and sat down next to Kira. "How are you feeling?" Baxter asked. "I'm better." "What about you guys?" "I'm good." Baxter spoke and Arvox nodded in agreement. "Besides still being drained, I'm good." Kira spoke, taking another bite of her food. "I should be good by tonight." Julius agreed. Finishing up lunch, the group separated to their respective elemental classes. After Gentry was done with classes, he went back to his residence, where Agatha already had food ready for everyone. They all gathered around the table and began eating and ate in silence until Korsh broke the silence. "Gentry, how did you use a second element? Are you secretly a knight class already?" "Yeah, I was wondering that as well," Baxter said after Korsh spoke. Gentry cleared his throat before speaking. "Apparently one of my traits allows me to use a spell by understanding the basic points of it, but at a higher cost." Korsh nodded intently, while the others just stared in amazement. The rest of dinner was spent in silence. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms and prepared for bed. While everyone else went to sleep, Gentry stayed up reading his Fire Rune book until he finally fell asleep. 29. The rest of the week went by in relative ease with morning training and afternoon elemental classes and dome sessions. In the evening, the kids would have 2 days before going into the dungeon. "What should we do with our 2 days off?" Stuart asked while he was getting dressed. "I'm going to the library to hopefully get some more information on the fire element so I can advance to night class," Gentry said, collecting his bag. "We'll go with you." "I hear they have an enrichment room to help solidify our mana," Baxter said, as he picked up Fowl following Gentry up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, they ran into Kira and Samantha, sitting at the table. "Good morning," Samantha and Kira said cheerily. "What are you two doing today?" Gentry asked, grabbing himself a roll from the table. "We're going to the training fields to practice spellcasting," Kira said, her ears popping up in excitement. Gentry smiled and laughed and began walking out the door. "You two have fun. We may come join you if we get bored." They left and began walking towards the library in silence until Baxter spoke up. So are we going to address how you've been treated like a test subject, with them oddly having an even balance of beating you and coddling you? Ugh, I don't know, Baxter. I understand they need the information, but honestly, it's kind of annoying. I'd rather them pick one. Maybe after this week, they will lay off if we do well enough in the dungeon, Baxter said as he gave Gentry an apathetic look. They both walked up the grand stairs to the entrance of the library. Swinging open the large wooden doors, their breaths were taken away by the multiple-story insides of all floors, lined with rows upon rows of bookshelves. They could see all the way to the ceiling, and atop the third floor was a massive dome made of stained glass, depicting what looked like a class of colors, representing the elements in what reminded Gentry of what oil paints looked like when they mixed in water. "Can I help you, boys?" The boys had their thoughts interrupted by an elderly woman with long silver hair and half-moon-shaped glasses sitting behind a reception desk in the center of the walkway to the main rotunda. They walked up and Baxter spoke up. "Yes, ma'am, can we have 2 enrichment rooms? One of water and one of fire elements, please." "How long would you like it, sweetie?" "For the day, please." "Coming right up this one is the water. It'll be room 12, and here's the key to the fire room. It'll be room 18 of the second basement level." The old woman handed the keys to the boys as they walked off into the library to gather some books. "I wasn't going to get an enrichment room, Baxter," Gentry said, giving him a side eye. "Yes, I know, but I figured you're so close to gaining the night class, might as well make it easy." The boys walked around the library, gathering up a few books for them to study and meditate on while in the enrichment rooms. Once they had their books gathered, they found the magical plate that took them down to the second floor of the basement. Exiting off the plate, they saw 3 large corridors, one branching off in either direction and on in front of them. They took the path to the left and came to room 12 where Baxter and Fowle entered, waving bye to Gentry as the door shut. Gentry continued down the hall to find room 18, sticking the key into the lock and entering. In the center of the room sat a table and chairs sitting around it, and to one side of the wall was a screen with different food options on a screen with a sink for water sitting next to it. In the corner sat a bedroll and pillow. Gentry placed his books down on the table and sat down, opening the top one, and began studying. After a few hours, Gentry's stomach began to grumble, so he stood and walked over to the screen on the wall and ordered a meal for lunch, and after an hour it was delivered directly to his room. After eating it, sat down cross-legged on the bedroll, remembering the solidification technique he had been taught at the central bastion, closing his eyes, and began. He began focusing on the fire element and the fire mana, and took a deep breath in, feeling overwhelmed, like his mana pool was overflowing. He made a long exhale, pushing most of the mana out, leaving a portion of it, and repeated. Each time he did this, a little of the mana he took in stayed, and pushed his fire mana fuller and fuller every time. He did this for a few hours until he felt rejuvenated. Opening his eyes, he could see all the fire mana in the room, showing up as a light red haze. He stood and flexed his hand and felt a tingling sensation went over his hands and through his body, feeling as if his body had lit a forge in his body. Gentry left the room and noticed Baxter's room was still shut. He took his books and went to return them to the librarian. Once returned, he left and headed towards the training field. It was late afternoon, so he could get an hour or 2 of training to see his new level of magical strength. Arriving at the field, he found Julius, Kira, Bliff, and Samantha taking a break on the side drinking water. "Hey everyone," Gentry said, waving and jogging over. "Where's everyone else?" "They all left a little while ago. We went a little too long today for everything we did this week," Julius responded. "Oh, okay. Would you mind sparing me, Julius? I just got done solidifying my fire mana pool." Julius's eyes went wide. "Sure. How did it go?" "Good. I was close already, so it didn't take much more." Julius and Gentry stepped into the sparring circle and got in ready stances. Kira stood off to the side with her hand raised. She dropped her arm and the boys charged at each other and began trading blows, being evenly matched when it came to hand. Gentry formed the spell circle around his wrists and cast a layer of flames all over his body, creating a thin, hot layer of fire as a form of armor, burning Julius whenever he made contact with Gentry. Julius struck Gentry's forearm, sending another quick shot of pain through his hands. Julius noticed the spell circles forming on Gentry's wrists, and remembering the runes made him at fast on forming his own spell circles and producing a wall of light between him and Gentry right before Gentry's spell finished, and he cast Fireclap, and upon his hands colliding a massive wave of heat and flames emitted from his hands 10 times as big as the previous time he used it. Julius's wall held, sending the flames around him, and emerging from the aftermath came a barrage of firebolts landing on Julius's chest and knocking him out of the ring. Picking himself up off the ground, Julius looked at Gentry in astonishment. "Are you sure you're not a night class?" "Haha, no, not yet. But I will be soon," Gentry said with a smile. Falmar watched from his separate light dimension, hidden from everyone. Dropping the spell, he walked up to the group of kids as Julius was picking himself up off the ground. "Gentry, just before dawn tomorrow, you will meet me and Instructor Gruff here for training. Julius and Kira, run along to the library and get yourselves each an enrichment room and spend the night there solidifying your mana pools, and join us after breakfast. Bring Denise, Arvox, Samantha and Baxter with you as well. I want to see a progress marker for your magic." "Yes, sir," they said in sync as they took off for the library. Falmar then turned to Bliff and got an exhausted look on his face as he spoke with a tone of annoyance. "Bliff Instructor Felix would like you, Stuart and Varus, to join him in the woods at the back of the campus." Shaking his head, he continued, "He said it's for a constructive training exercise, but last time he said something like that, the city guard wanted his head." Him and 4 students built personal fortresses and proceeded to throw rocks at each other. Destroyed quite a few homes of commoners. Wide-eyed Bliff just nodded and left. "Go home now, Gentry. Tomorrow you take another step towards godhood." 30. The next morning, Gentry woke up before everyone else was awake and grabbed his bag and left for the training fields. Arriving at the field, she noticed most of the fields were empty, except a blonde boy seeming to be the same age as Gentry, practicing dark element spells on the dummy. Gentry walked over to the field farthest from the boy and set down his book bag. The noise of the bag falling to the ground brought the boy's attention towards Gentry, and after he noticed he wasn't alone, he cast a spell and disappeared into the darkness of the dawn. "Well, that was weird." "What was it?" Falmar said as he walked up to Gentry. "Oh, nothing. There was just a boy over there, but when he noticed me, he just kind of disappeared." I wonder who it was." "Well, that's not our main concern right now. Let us go over some key points, and I can walk you through the Inferno spell. Now, I will say ahead of time, I do not have any fire affinity, but Instructor Gruff will be along here in a moment, and he can help you with the fire element specifically. I will help you understand the more complex runes before he gets here. Now take out your advanced book and hold it in your hands." Gentry did as he was told. "Now sit and close your eyes." They sat and crossed their legs facing each other. Focus your fire mana into your rune manual. Let it just flow across the pages and feel the ridges of the runes and words on the page, feeling every bump and line. Gentry did as he was told, using his mana as a scanner, feeling everything across the book's pages. The information filled Gentry's mind as if he were a computer having information downloaded into it, filling it and translating it into something he could use and understand. He began to emanate a light red glow projecting off his skin, lighting up Falmar's face, being locked in a state of astonishment as he watched the mana flow from Gentry and through the book and back at a rapid pace, and then it just suddenly stopped. Gentry opened his eyes and glanced down at the book in his hands and opened it. Gentry began reading the book at a rapid pace and then stopped and scrunched his face into a confused look. "What the hell? I can only understand maybe a quarter of the book." Falmar's eyes went wide and mouth agape. Most people only get a spell maybe 2 at a time, not a quarter of it. At any point, the reason you only got a portion of it is that your body is telling you to slow yourself and master these before getting any more. Gentry just blinked, figuring out his words before speaking. "But I tell my body what to do, not my body telling me." Falmar dropped his head to the floor, utterly confused on why the first catastrophe class in so long was like this. Gentry pulled up his screen while Falmar pulled himself together. Gentry Steel Scroll, Half Elf, Tier 1 Key, 100%. Fire, 99%. Earth, 99%. Air, 98%. Light, 98%. Traits: fractured soul, 100%. Marquis lineage, 100%. Weapons: swords, adept; axes, novice; spears, novice; hammers, novice; shields, novice; fighting styles: dual wielding, adept; grappling, novice; jiu-jitsu, novice; mana 600/650 spells; fire, firebolt, 100%; layer of flames, 100%; stream of flames, 100%; fireball, 100%; wall of flames, 75%; inferno, 25%; eruption, 25%; dragon breathe, 25%; incinerate, 25%; earth; pillar of earth, 25%; earth arrow, 25%. Traits: catastrophe casting, reading the basics of the spell will give you the ability to use the spell, but at a higher cost. Catastrophe mana boosts mana pool by 25%. Dragons breathe and incinerate. Both close-range spells. The first, you can breathe fire like a dragon and incinerate you, place your hands on someone or something, and it heats up so much it turns to ash. That's so cool, Gentry said excitedly as he jumped around. Focus, boy. What do you need to advance? Oh, sorry, I need another 25% wall of flames. Falmar gained an evil-looking smile on his face as he stood and created spell circles around both of his wrists. Gentry went wide-eyed as he stood. This is going to be worse than Thursday, huh? Oh, you'll be begging for Tuesday. Falmar began casting out waves of light blades with one hand and showers of thorns with the other. Gentry formed spell circles around his wrists and slammed them on the ground, and a wall of solid flames formed in front of him, blocking the attacks. This continued for 2 hours until Gentry felt a huge flood of mana course through his body and into his spell, shooting his wall of flames, soaring 15 feet into the air, and Falmar finally stopping, not even breaking a sweat. Julius and Denise arrived at the training field where Baxter, Kira, and Samantha were already waiting, watching Gentry jump around and casting wall of flames wildly, as Falmar just stood there, sending attack after attack at him, like it was nothing. Reminds me of the giant gorilla from Thursday, but with spells instead of trees and boulders. The three nodded. That's what I said, Baxter replied, not taking his eyes off the show in front of him. As they stood there and watched, they were all surprised by the explosion of power that came from Gentry's wall of flames shooting straight into the air. As it happened, Instructor Gruff walked up and joined the group, watching with a large mug of something, with steam coming off of it. Taking a sip of his drink, he nodded at the display and began walking towards Gentry and Falmar. Gentry stopped his spell and brought up his screen again, seeing the changes. Gentry Steel Scroll, Half-Elf, Tier 2 Class, Night Kai, 100%, Fire, 99%, Earth, 99%, Air, 98%, Light, 98%. Traits: Fractured Soul, 100%, Marquis Lineage, 100%, Weapons: swords, adept; axes, novice; spears, novice; hammers, novice; shields, novice; fighting styles: dual wielding, adept; grappling, novice; jiu-jitsu, novice; mana 350/800 spells; fire, firebolt, 100%; layer of flames, 100%; stream of flames, 100%; fireball, 100%; wall of flames, 100%; inferno, 25% eruption, 25% dragon breath, 25% incinerate, 25% earth; pillar of earth, 25%; earth arrow, 25%. Traits: catastrophe casting, reading the basics of the spell will give you the ability to use the spell, but at a higher cost. Catastrophe mana boosts mana pool by 25%. Catastrophic flames, any fire aspect spell cast. Burns hotter the higher tier you are. New trait, class and tier 2, what a morning. Gentry said, not seeing Falmar cast another spell. The light blade clashes with Gentry's side, sending him flying across the field. I don't care to be ignored, Mr. Steel Scroll, now get up and everyone circle around. Everyone circled around Falmar, with Gentry bringing up the rear. What's the progress, Gentry? Tier 2 Night class and gained a trait called Catastrophic Flames. Instructor Gruff perked up at the mention of this trait. Good deal. Where's Arvox? Falmar asked, eyeing Julius. He said the training with Instructor Felix sounded fun, so he went with Bliff and the others. Falmar just shook his head. That boy is going to get killed. Okay, Kira, Julius, you're with me for the rest of the morning. Gentry, you're with Instructor Gruff. Samantha and Baxter go to the pits and spar for the morning. I'll check on you periodically. Gentry walked away with Instructor Gruff to one end of the field. Instructor Gruff took a long drink from his oversized mug before speaking. What's your mana at? 355 over 800. I don't know if Falmar realized, but I also had a layer of flames over my skin in case any of those thorns made it through. Ha 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 ha, smart kid. This morning I'll give you a demonstration and I'll teach you the basic concepts of infernos. They continued to walk until they got as far away from the others as possible before he stopped. Okay, this will be your first area of effect spell. They can be presented however we wish, but it affects the mana usage and damage, so keep that in mind. I'll start by showing you the most used defensive version and then the attack variant of the spell. Stand close for the first one. Gentry took a step closer to Instructor Gruff as he finished speaking. Gentry noticed a spell circle form under his and Gruff's feet, and Gruff having his hand out and palm facing the ground. After completing the spell circle, he turned his hand upward into a first, and as he did so, a large dome of flames surrounded them, giving them about 15 feet inside the dome. Once the dome was formed and consolidated enough power, Gruff released his fist, throwing his hand further upward, and the dome shot out from around them, engulfing everything around them for a good 50 feet in every direction. Slurp. The defensive spell will go as far as you want it to, depending on the mana and the power rune you use for the circle. You'll notice the main difference is that this spell circle had to be formed under my feet, forming the boundaries. If you don't set a boundary, you and whatever you have inside the dome will be engulfed too. Slurp. He continued lecturing as Gentry stood there wide-eyed, looking at the man that just vaporized everything around them and drank his coffee like it's nothing. Slurp. Now the offensive version is formed on your back and wrist, creating a clear path for it to move so it doesn't go wild till the spell leaves your body. Slurp. He then turned, sticking out his free hand. Gentry stood behind him, watching a spell circle as large and him formed on Gruff's back and a smaller one on his extended wrist. Gentry saw all the surrounding fire mana shoot to the large spell circle on his back and consolidate and move through Gruff towards his wrist in a pressurized state before being released from his palm. His palm released an enormous projection of flames in a cone shape extending to 50 feet wide at the edges and even melting the earth at the bottom of the spell. The spell then stopped and he turned to Gentry. Slurp. Now, any questions? Slurp. What's in the cup? Gruff just looked down at his mug and back at Gentry, not moving his head. It's adult sauce. You do realize it's not even 10 o'clock yet, right? Slurp. I don't own a clock or a liver for that exact reason. Slurp. For the rest of the day, Gruff lectured and performed demonstrations of the Inferno spell for Gentry, while everyone else was monitored by Falmar. Around noon, they gathered up again. Okay, everyone go home and eat and rest. We leave early in the morning, and we will be gone for a week. The adults will have supplies ready. You need to gather your armor and any weapons you think you'll need along with your rune books. We will study while we're there. Everyone drugged themselves back to their residence. But when they arrived outside to run into a beaten and battered Bliff, Verus, and Stuart carrying an unconscious Arvox. Bliff looked at everyone. It was the personal fortresses. And then went on inside with everyone following close behind. 31st, Gentry and the others. 31. Gentry and the others were woken up early before the sun was up the next day. After the boys were dressed, they met in the dining room where the adults, including Falmar, was waiting for them. Morning, everyone. Please take a ring and place it on your fingers. These are provided by the Academy and will be returned before we leave the fortress surrounding the dungeon. Instructor Korsh said as he stuck out his hand for everyone. All the rations and medical supplies have been gathered for you on the table, and each person has a pile. Please step in front of them. Falmar said as everyone placed the rings on their thumbs and stepped towards the piles on the dining table. Feed a little bit of mana into the ring as you hold it over your stack of supplies. Falmar instructed, as everyone did as he said, and all the items on the table disappeared. Gentry peered into his mind, seeing everything that was on the table in this chest space in his mind neatly stacked like it was on the table. You all will be leaving with Falmar and Gelbert and 2 other guards to the dungeon in the fortress outside the city, Korsh said. If you all will follow me, we have transportation waiting for everyone, Falmar said as he headed towards the door with everyone else following him. Stepping outside, Gentry saw 2 SUV-looking vehicles with solid sides and a door in the back with thick armor and 2 drivers in heavy plate armor waiting outside the vehicles. Leading everyone to the back, he opened the thick door and ushered everyone inside. Seeing Gelbert doing the same with the other group to the second vehicle. Setting down in the vehicle, Falmar shut the door as the driver entered, and they began traveling under the cover of darkness. These are larvae that run on magic oil and are saved for use by the military. We take care of our people, but the good stuff we need for our troops. Falmar spoke as they drive through the capital to the large wall surrounding it. They continued in silence, still waking up as they left the city and approached a separate large walled structure. Rolling up to the gates, they opened the doors, letting them roll through and coming to a stop to the side of the large fortress doors. Stepping out and lining up in front of Gelbert and Falmar as Gelbert began to speak. You'll be going to the 5th floor of the dungeon. You have a week slotted for this task. You will have me and Falmar along with the 2 of the royal guards along to ensure your safety. They are both Tier 6 feudal class with decades of experience, so you'll have nothing to worry about. He finished, then turned and led them to the entrance of the dungeon. The air was thick with anticipation as Gentry and his friends gathered outside the entrance to the Academy's dungeon. A dark, foreboding structure that loomed before them like a gaping maw, ready to swallow them whole. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the ground, mirroring the unease that settled in their stomachs. They had trained tirelessly for this moment, honing their skills in combat, magic, and teamwork. Yet the reality of stepping into the unknown sent shivers down their spines. With their hearts pounding in rhythm with the distant echoes of the dungeon's depths, they exchanged glances, silently gauging each other's readiness. Gentry's mind raced with thoughts of the trials ahead, the possible dangers lurking in the dark crevices, and the weight of expectation resting heavily on his shoulders. As the designated leader of their group, he felt a deep responsibility to keep everyone safe and to lead them through whatever horrors awaited them inside. Remember, we stick together no matter what, Gentry asserted, his voice steady despite the fluttering anxiety within him. Baxter, ever the pragmatist, nodded in agreement, his grip tightening around the handle of his spear. We've trained for this. We know what to do. Kira, with her fiery spirit, flashed a confident smile, her daggers glinting in the fading light. Let's show those monsters what we're made of. With a collective breath, they stepped forward, the heavy wooden door creaking ominously as they pushed it open, revealing the darkness beyond. The air inside the dungeon was cool and stale, a stark contrast to the warmth of the sun outside. Flickering torches lined the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that seemed to taunt them as they ventured deeper into the unknown. Gentry felt the weight of the darkness pressing against him, a tangible force that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He led the way, his heart racing as the echoes of their footsteps bounced off the walls, amplifying the eeriness of the place. As they moved further into the dungeon, the narrow corridor opened up into a vast chamber, the ceiling lost in shadows and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something more sinister. Gentry raised a hand, signaling his friends to halt. Let's assess our surroundings, he whispered, scanning the room for any signs of movement. The flickering torchlight illuminated the stone floor, strewn with debris and what looked like remnants of past adventurers, broken weapons, torn scraps of clothing, and the eerie silence that hung in the air hinted at the dangers that lay ahead. Stay alert, he cautioned, the weight of their mission pressing down on him like a physical burden. The group fanned out, each member instinctively falling into their roles. Kira began to scout the perimeter, her keen eyes searching for any signs of life, while Baxter and Stewart kept their weapons ready, muscles tensed for action. As the minutes ticked by, the tension in the air grew thicker, and Gentry felt his pulse quicken. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the chamber, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through his veins. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The group froze, eyes wide as they strained to listen. The growl came again, louder this time, echoing ominously off the stone walls. "It's coming from over there." Kira pointed toward a darkened passageway leading deeper into the dungeon. Without hesitation, Gentry took a step forward, the need to confront the source of the sound overwhelming his fear. "We have to check it out," he said, determination filling his voice. They moved cautiously toward the passageway, the growl growing louder as they approached. Gentry could feel his heart pounding in his chest, each beat echoing the battle cries of those who had come before them, lost to the darkness. As they reached the threshold of the passageway, a sudden rush of cold air swept past them, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of something foul and decaying. Gentry exchanged a wary glance with his friends, their expressions a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Ready?" he asked, gripping his swords tightly. With a nod from the others, they stepped into the shadowy passage, the darkness enveloping them like a shroud. The passageway twisted and turned, the stone walls damp and uneven beneath their hands as they navigated deeper into the bowels of the dungeon. The growl morphed into a series of guttural sounds, punctuated by the occasional clatter of claws against stone. "It's close," Baxter murmured, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We have to be prepared for anything." Gentry could feel the energy in the air shifting, a palpable tension that hinted at the chaos about to unfold. As they turned a corner, they found themselves staring into a larger chamber, its vastness almost overwhelming. The flickering torchlight revealed a massive creature hunched in the shadows, a hulking beast with matted fur, razor-sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light, and eyes glinting with a feral intelligence. "Goblins!" Gentry shouted, his heart racing as he recognized the creatures. The beast surged forward, eyes locked onto them, with an insatiable hunger. In that moment, all fear evaporated, replaced by a singular focus. "Fight!" Gentry cried, leaping forward as the creature charged. The dungeon awakening had begun, and there was no turning back. Everyone exploded into action, taking places, casting spells, and swinging weapons in the horde charging them. They made quick work of the horde and continued forward. 32. They continued down the corridor in formation. At the back of the pack, Falmer leaned into Gelbert, whispering, "This is nothing that is on record for this dungeon. We should probably pull the children out." "Nonsense. I believe this is time for discovery. We must find out why." Gelbert responded as they continued for some time in the dark and dank corridor until they came to a set of large wooden doors encrusted in gold on the edges with depictions of armies clashing at the peak. As the heavy wooden door creaked open, Gentry felt a rush of cold air sweep over him, sending a shiver down his spine. The darkness beyond the threshold beckoned, thick and impenetrable, contrasting sharply with the warm sunlight that had bathed them just moments before. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead, and stepped into the abyss, his friends following closely behind him. The first few steps were hesitant, the damp stone floor beneath their feet echoing with the sound of their footfalls. Gentry glanced back at Baxter, Kira, and Samantha, each of them wearing expressions that mirrored his own eager anticipation, mixed with a hint of trepidation. The flickering torches lining the walls cast erratic shadows, making the shapes around them appear to shift and writhe like living entities. Gentry felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach as he recalled the stories he had heard about the dungeon, a place where adventurers had gone missing, never to return. "Stay close and remember our plan," Gentry reminded them, his voice steady despite the flutter of nerves in his chest. They had trained for this moment, honing their skills in combat and magic, but the reality of stepping into the unknown sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through him. "We stick together," Baxter affirmed, his grip tightening on the spear in his hands. "No heroics." Gentry nodded, grateful for his brother's reassuring presence. The group moved deeper into the dungeon, the air growing cooler and more oppressive with each step. As they crossed the threshold into a larger chamber, Gentry's heart raced at the sight that unfolded before them. The vastness of the room was overwhelming, with high ceilings lost in shadows and stone columns rising like sentinels around the perimeter. The floor was littered with debris remnants of past adventurers, broken weapons, and tattered banners that whispered tales of glory and despair. "This place gives me the creeps," Kira muttered, her voice barely above a whisper as she glanced around warily. Gentry could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, the echoes of those who had come before resonating in the stillness. "Let's keep moving," he urged, scanning the chamber for any signs of danger. They fanned out slightly, each taking a position that allowed them to cover one another as they explored the room. Gentry's eyes swept over the stone walls, searching for any clues about what lay ahead. Just as he began to feel a sense of unease creeping in, a low growl reverberated through the air, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. The sound was deep and guttural, emanating from somewhere in the shadows. "Did you hear that?" Samantha asked, her eyes wide with fear. Gentry nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. "We need to be ready." "What if it's just a rat?" Baxter suggested, trying to inject a bit of humor into the situation, but even he couldn't hide the tension in his voice. "I doubt it," Samantha replied, drawing her daggers with a determined glint in her eyes. "We should check it out." With a cautious nod, Gentry led the way toward the source of the growl, his senses heightened as they approached the darkened corner of the chamber. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something more pungent, something that hinted at danger lurking just beyond their sight. As they turned the corner, the flickering torchlight illuminated a massive creature hunched over in the shadows. A hulking beast with matted fur, sharp claws, and glowing red eyes that locked onto them with predatory intensity. "Goblins!" Gentry shouted, recognizing the creatures from their training. Panic surged through him as the beast surged forward, a primal roar escaping its lips. "Fight!" Gentry yelled, adrenaline surging as he charged forward, drawing his swords. The dungeon depths were alive with chaos as goblins erupted from the shadows, their shrieks filling the air. Kira darted to the side, her daggers glinting as she engaged one of the creatures, while Baxter held his spear at the ready, prepared to defend against any attacks. Gentry felt a rush of energy as he swung his swords, the weight of the blades familiar in his hands. He slashed at the nearest goblin, his movements fluid and practiced, cutting through the creature with precision. It fell to the ground, a guttural cry escaping its lips as it crumpled. "Keep moving," Gentry shouted, urging his friends to stay focused. The chaos around them was overwhelming, but they had trained for this moment, and he felt the surge of determination push him forward. As goblins swarmed around them, Gentry fought with ferocity, dodging and weaving through their attacks. The air crackled with tension, the scent of sweat and the metallic tang of blood mingling in the dim light. Just as Gentry took down another goblin, a sharp pain shot through his side. He barely had time to react as one of the creatures lunged at him, its claws raking across his armor. Gritting his teeth, he countered with a swift kick, sending the goblin sprawling back. "Watch your sides," Kira yelled, her voice cutting through the chaos as she dispatched another goblin with a swift slice of her dagger. Gentry felt the adrenaline coursing through him, heightening his senses as he fought alongside his friends. They moved in harmony, a well-rehearsed dance of combat, each covering the other's weaknesses while exploiting the goblin's vulnerabilities. As the last goblin fell, Gentry took a moment to catch his breath, panting heavily as he surveyed their surroundings. The chamber was filled with the remnants of their battle, bodies of goblins littering the ground, a grim testament to their struggle. But as victory washed over him, a new sound echoed through the chamber, a low rumble that sent a chill down his spine. "What's that?" Baxter whispered, his eyes wide with fear. "We need to move now," Gentry urged, adrenaline flaring again as he scanned the chamber for a way out. "We can't stay here." They darted toward the exit, the oppressive darkness closing in behind them as the rumbling grew louder. Gentry felt a sense of urgency grip him, the looming threat of whatever lay ahead, pushing him forward. As they reached the doorway, Gentry glanced back one last time, his heart racing. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist, hinting at the dangers lurking within the depths of the dungeon. They burst through the door, racing down the corridor, their hearts pounding in unison. The dungeon was awakening, and they were only just beginning to uncover the horrors that lay within. 33. As Gentry and his friends stood in the vast chamber, the air heavy with the scent of damp stone and ancient secrets, their hearts raced with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows against the walls, and it was in this moment of stillness that Gentry's gaze was drawn to the center of the room, where a monumental structure loomed before them, commanding attention in a way that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The monument, hewn from a stone that shimmered in hues of emerald and obsidian, appeared to pulse with a life of its own, as if it were a sentient being watching over them. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, depicting epic battles between figures of light and darkness, their expressions captured in a timeless dance of conflict that sent shivers down Gentry's spine. Each detail of the monument told a story, weaving a tapestry of heroism and tragedy that resonated deeply within him, stirring something profound in the depths of his soul. It was as if the monument held the weight of countless destinies, each one tied to the fate of those who dared to approach it. Gentry felt an inexplicable pull, an urge to touch the cool stone and connect with the echoes of the past. As he stepped closer, the whispers of distant voices began to fill the air, faint yet persistent, calling out to him from beyond the veil of time. They spoke of battles fought, of sacrifices made, and of a legacy that transcended the ages. His legacy, intertwined with those who had come before him. The moment was intoxicating. He was no longer just a boy from a small town in Texas, but a part of something much larger, a tapestry woven from the threads of many lives. In that instant, Gentry understood that this dungeon was not merely a place of darkness and danger. It was a crucible of growth, a test of character, and a gateway to his true potential. Just as he reached out to touch the monument, a deep rumble reverberated through the chamber, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The sudden tremor jolted him from his reverie, and he quickly withdrew his hand, heart racing, as he turned to his friends. Their expressions mirrored his own, a mixture of awe and concern as they braced themselves against the vibrations. "What was that?" Kira asked, her voice barely above a whisper, eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. "I don't know, but we need to be ready," Gentry replied, his mind racing with possibilities. The rumble subsided, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake, and he exchanged glances with Baxter and Samantha, each of them sensing the gravity of the moment. The monument loomed behind them, its presence now even more imposing, as if it had awakened from a long slumber and was now fully aware of their presence. "We should move," Baxter urged, his voice steady despite the tension. "Let's not linger here." Gentry nodded in agreement, but as they turned to exit, he felt an irresistible urge to take one last look at the monument. It seemed to beckon him, whispering secrets he couldn't quite comprehend. "Wait," he said, hesitating as he glanced back. "I need to know more about this place." Just then the ground shook again, and the walls seemed to close in around them, the shadows lengthening as the darkness deepened. "Gentry, we have to go," Samantha insisted, urgency lacing her tone. But Gentry stood rooted to the spot, an overwhelming sense of destiny washing over him. "No, we can't leave yet. There's something here that I need to understand." Without waiting for a response, he stepped closer to the monument, drawn by an unseen force. As he reached out to touch the cool stone surface, he felt a surge of energy course through him, a connection that transcended time and space. The carvings seemed to shift and shimmer under his fingers, revealing glimpses of a past that was both foreign and familiar. Visions flashed before his eyes, battles fought under a crimson sky, heroes wielding immense power, and a darkness that threatened to engulf the world. The voices grew louder, urging him to listen, to learn, to remember. At that moment, Gentry understood that this monument was not just a relic of the past. It was a beacon of hope, a reminder that the struggles of those who came before him were not in vain. They had fought for a reason, and now it was his turn to take up the mantle. Just as the weight of this realization settled over him, the deep rumble returned, more pronounced this time, and the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Gentry stumbled back, breaking the connection as the vision faded, leaving him breathless and disoriented. "We need to go now," he shouted, urgency flooding his voice as he turned to his friends. They were already moving, pulling him toward the exit, but he could feel the monument's energy lingering at the edges of his consciousness, a promise of what was yet to come. As they rushed through the corridor, Gentry's mind raced with questions. What had he just experienced? What did it mean for him and his friends? And what dangers lay ahead in the darkness of the dungeon? They burst through the heavy wooden door, emerging into a smaller chamber with a glowing portal on the other side of the room. But the feeling of unease clung to them like a shadow. The dungeon's depths were alive with danger, and they had only just begun to scratch the surface of what awaited them. As they regrouped, Gentry couldn't shake the sense that their journey was only beginning. The monument had awakened something within him, a latent power waiting to be unleashed. With each step they took further into the dungeon, he could feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon him, urging him to embrace the unknown and confront the challenges that lay ahead. The echoes of the past intertwined with the present, and Gentry knew that whatever awaited them in the depths of the dungeon would not only test their skills, but also reveal the true nature of their souls. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but he felt a flicker of hope within him, a belief that they were destined for greatness. As they pressed forward, Gentry vowed to uncover the truth behind the monument, to understand the legacy of those who had come before him, and to forge his own path in the annals of history. Little did he know that the answers he sought would lead them into the heart of darkness. Falmar and Gelbert locked eyes, one with anger and the other with glee, as everyone entered the portal heading to the next floor. 34. As Gentry's fingers brushed against the cool surface of the monument, a jolt of energy surged through him, igniting a connection that transcended time and space. In that instant, the world around him faded away, and he found himself enveloped in a swirling vortex of memories, visions bursting forth like fireworks in the night sky. The first image struck him like a lightning bolt, a vast battlefield, the ground trembling beneath the weight of countless warriors locked in a fierce struggle. Gentry's heart raced as he witnessed the chaos unfold before him, the clash of steel on steel, the cries of battle echoing through the air, a symphony of valor and desperation. He could see figures clad in armor, their faces obscured by helmets, charging forward with unwavering determination, each step driven by a purpose greater than themselves. Among them, he recognized a tall figure, a warrior whose presence radiated strength and courage. This was Clark, the legendary catastrophe-class hero who had fought to protect their world, his long hair flowing behind him like a banner of hope. Gentry felt a deep sense of admiration as he watched Clark lead his troops into battle, his sword gleaming in the sunlight as he rallied his comrades with fervent shouts of encouragement. "For our homes, for our families." Clark's voice resonated in Gentry's mind, igniting a fire within him. The vision shifted, and Gentry was transported to another time, another place. He found himself standing in a lush forest, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of earth and foliage, and a sense of peace permeated the atmosphere. But this tranquility was shattered as he heard a low growl emanating from the underbrush. Gentry's heart raced with a mix of fear and excitement as he watched a monstrous creature emerge. A massive beast with crimson scales and eyes that glinted with a predatory hunger. It was a demon, a manifestation of darkness and chaos that had been unleashed upon the world. Gentry felt the weight of despair settle over him as he witnessed the villagers fleeing in terror, their cries echoing in the silence of the forest. Clark appeared once more, stepping forward to confront the demon, his expression resolute. "Stand firm. We will not be cowed by darkness." The scene erupted into chaos as Clark and his allies engaged the demon in combat, their determination unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. Gentry could feel the heat of battle radiating from the memories, the raw emotion of fear, courage, and desperation intertwining to create a tapestry of human experience. He watched as Clark fought valiantly, wielding his sword with masterful precision, but the demon retaliated with ferocity, striking down his comrades one by one. The cries of the fallen rang in Gentry's ears, a haunting reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of protecting their world. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a surge of light erupted from Clark's sword, illuminating the battlefield. It was a moment of clarity, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Gentry felt a rush of energy as he witnessed Clark channeling his power, the very essence of life and light coalescing around him. "This ends now," Clark shouted, his voice booming with conviction. In that moment, Gentry understood the true nature of sacrifice, the willingness to lay down one's life for the greater good, to fight against the tide of darkness that threatened to engulf everything they held dear. The vision shifted again, transporting Gentry to a desolate landscape, the ground scorched and barren. He could see the remnants of a once thriving village, now reduced to ashes and rubble. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, and Gentry felt a deep sense of sorrow wash over him as he realized the devastation wrought by the darkness. In the distance, he spotted a group of survivors huddled together, their faces etched with grief and despair. Among them was a woman with long, flowing hair and a fierce glint in her eyes. Gentry recognized her as Clark's trusted ally, a powerful mage who had fought alongside him. She was now rallying the survivors, her voice steady and reassuring. "We will rebuild. We will not let their sacrifices be in vain." Gentry felt a surge of hope as he watched the survivors begin to rise from the ashes, their spirits rekindled by her words. They gathered what little they had left and began to rebuild, their determination shining like a beacon in the darkness. The memory shifted again, and Gentry found himself standing in the heart of a great council chamber, the air thick with tension. He watched as Clark stood before a gathering of leaders from various races, humans, elves, dwarves, and beastkin, each one grappling with the weight of the decisions that lay ahead. "We must unite," Clark urged, his voice ringing out with authority. "Only together can we stand against the darkness that threatens to consume us all." Gentry felt the gravity of the moment, the importance of camaraderie and solidarity in the face of insurmountable odds. But he also sensed the reluctance among the leaders, their fears and prejudices bubbling to the surface. "We cannot trust one another," a dwarven leader declared, his voice filled with skepticism. "Our differences run too deep." Gentry's heart sank as he witnessed the divisions that threatened to tear them apart, the same divisions that had led to the darkness creeping into their world. Clark's expression hardened, determination etched in every line of his face. "If we do not come together, we will fall one by one, and the darkness will consume us all." Gentry could feel the weight of Clark's words, the urgency of the situation pressing down on him. It was a call to action, a reminder that unity was not just a choice, but a necessity for survival. The vision faded, replaced by another memory, this one filled with laughter and joy. Gentry found himself in a vibrant village, alive with music and celebration. Children danced in the streets, their laughter ringing out like a sweet melody, while families gathered to share stories and food. Clark was there, surrounded by friends and loved ones, his expression relaxed and joyful. "This is what we fight for," a voice echoed in Gentry's mind, and he realized it was Clark's. To protect these moments of happiness, to ensure that future generations can live free from fear. The memory filled Gentry with warmth, a contrast to the darkness he had just witnessed. It was a reminder of the beauty in the world, the simple joys that made life worth living. But as the celebration continued, a shadow flickered at the edge of the memory, a reminder that darkness was never far away. Gentry felt a sense of foreboding settle over him as he watched the merriment unfold, the knowledge that the peace they fought for could be shattered at any moment. The final vision struck Gentry like a bolt of lightning, a scene of chaos and destruction. He stood on the battlefield once more, surrounded by the remnants of a fierce battle. Clark was there, bloodied and bruised, but still standing, still fighting. The air was thick with smoke, the cries of the fallen echoing in his ears as the darkness surged around them. Gentry could feel the weight of despair threatening to pull him under, but he also sensed the flicker of hope in Clark's eyes. "We will not back down," Clark shouted, rallying his remaining allies around him. "We will fight until our last breath." Gentry felt a swell of determination rise within him, a connection to Clark that transcended time. In that moment, he understood the true meaning of courage. The willingness to stand firm in the face of overwhelming odds, to fight for those who could not fight for themselves. As the vision began to fade, Gentry felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a promise that he would carry on Clark's legacy, that he would not shy away from the challenges that lay ahead. The monument, once just a relic of the past, had awakened something within him, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. With each heartbeat, he felt the weight of the past intertwining with his own destiny, urging him to embrace the darkness and light that existed within him. As the final echoes of the memories faded into silence, Gentry stood before the monument once more, a renewed sense of purpose flooding his veins. He was not just a boy from Texas, he was a part of a legacy that spanned generations, a thread woven into the fabric of a greater story. He turned to his friends, determination shining in his eyes. "We have to move forward," he said, his voice steady and resolute. "We have to uncover the truth and fight for our future." And with that, they took their first steps into the depths of the dungeon, ready to face whatever lay ahead, armed with the knowledge of the past and a determination to forge their destinies. 35. They entered the next floor and viewed a vast swamp. As the two teams approached the swamp, the air thickened with humidity, and the earthy scent of wet soil and decaying leaves enveloped them like a heavy blanket. Gentry felt a shiver of apprehension run down his spine as he surveyed the murky waters stretching out before them, the surface glistening ominously under the pale light filtering through the dense canopy overhead. The ground beneath their feet squelched with each step, the mud threatening to swallow their boots whole, while the sounds of chirping insects and distant croaks of frogs created a symphony of nature that felt both alien and foreboding. "Stay alert," Gentry called out, his voice cutting through the thick air as he led the charge into the swamp, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The monstrous trees loomed like ancient guardians, their gnarled roots snaking across the ground and creating treacherous obstacles that forced the teams to navigate carefully. Beside him, Baxter and Arvox exchanged nervous glances, their grips tightening on their weapons, ready for whatever lurked in the shadows. Kira, ever the brave one, kept her daggers at the ready, her senses heightened as she scanned the surroundings for any signs of movement. They waded deeper into the swamp, the water rising to their shins, and Gentry couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The humidity clung to their skin, making it hard to breathe as the oppressive atmosphere weighed down on them. Suddenly, a loud splash erupted nearby, causing the group to freeze in place. Gentry's heart raced as he turned to see a massive hulking figure emerging from the murky depths, a giant bug, its carapace glistening with moisture, mandibles clicking ominously as it skittered across the ground. The creature was easily the size of a large dog, its multiple legs propelling it forward with unnerving speed. "Everyone get ready," Gentry shouted, adrenaline surging through him as he drew his swords, their familiar weight grounding him. The others followed suit, weapons poised as they prepared for the inevitable clash. The bug lunged at them, its mandibles snapping dangerously close to Denise, who dodged out of the way just in time. "I'll take the lead," Arvox called, his wings flaring as he took to the air, soaring above the creature. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades, slicing through the air toward the giant bug. The blades struck true, causing the creature to stumble back, but it quickly regained its footing, enraged by the attack. At that moment, Gentry seized the opportunity, charging forward with a fierce battle cry. "Firebolt," he shouted, conjuring a ball of flames that shot from his hands, striking the bug squarely in its side. The creature screeched in pain, its tough exoskeleton cracking under the force of the fire. Baxter followed up with a spear thrust, aiming for the creature's underbelly, but the bug sidestepped, its speed catching him off guard. "Watch out," Kira warned, her daggers gleaming as she leapt forward, slashing at one of the bug's legs. The blade connected with a sickening crunch, and the bug let out another screech, thrashing wildly as it struggled to maintain its balance. Gentry and the others pressed their advantage, working in unison to bring the creature down. Arvox swooped low, distracting the bug with his aerial maneuvers, while Gentry and Kira moved in closer, striking at its vulnerable points. "We need to finish this quickly," Gentry shouted, sweat dripping down his brow as he fought against the oppressive heat of the swamp. The bug retaliated, swinging its massive legs in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Gentry narrowly avoided a crushing blow, ducking and rolling to the side as the creature's leg slammed into the ground where he had just been standing. "It's too strong," Baxter exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice as he struggled to find an opening for his spear. "We can't let it escape," Kira yelled, determination burning in her eyes as she charged forward again, her daggers poised for another strike. With a fierce battle cry, she lunged at the bug, aiming for its head, but the creature reacted with lightning speed, snapping its mandibles at her. Gentry's heart raced as he watched Kira barely evade the attack, rolling to the side just in time. "Keep it distracted," he called out, his voice filled with urgency. He focused his energy, channeling the flames within him as he prepared for one final assault. "Layer of flames," he shouted, a fiery aura enveloping him as he sprinted toward the giant bug. The flames crackled around him, and he could feel the heat radiating off his body as he charged forward. With a primal roar, Gentry leaped into the air, aiming for the creature's head, the flames trailing behind him like a comet. The bug reared back, preparing to strike, but Gentry was faster. He brought both swords down in a powerful arc, the flames igniting upon contact as he sliced through the creature's exoskeleton. The resulting explosion of fire sent shockwaves through the air, and for a moment, everything was engulfed in a brilliant blaze. When the flames receded, Gentry landed on the ground, panting heavily as he surveyed the scene. The giant bug lay motionless, its body charred and lifeless, a testament to their hard-fought victory. "We did it," Kira cheered, exhilaration flooding her voice as she caught her breath. The others joined in, their cheers echoing through the swamp as they celebrated their first victory against the formidable creature. But their triumph was short-lived, for the sounds of the swamp had shifted, replaced by an unsettling silence that settled heavily around them. Gentry exchanged worried glances with his friends, the weight of their surroundings pressing down on them once more. "We need to keep moving," he urged, his heart still racing from the adrenaline of the battle. "There are bound to be more of these creatures lurking around." They set off once more, the oppressive humidity clinging to their skin as they navigated deeper into the swamp. The ground squelched beneath their feet, and the sounds of chirping insects filled the air, but a sense of unease lingered in the back of Gentry's mind. As they moved cautiously through the dense foliage, Gentry couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, the shadows shifting around them as if something sinister lurked just beyond their sight. Suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from the underbrush, followed by the unmistakable sound of multiple legs skittering across the ground. "Get ready," Gentry shouted, raising his swords as they prepared for another encounter. From the shadows emerged a swarm of giant bugs, their grotesque forms writhing in the dim light. Gentry's heart raced as the creatures charged toward them, their mandibles clicking ominously. "We need to fight them off," he yelled, adrenaline surging through him once more. The battle erupted with chaos as the group sprang into action, each member instinctively falling into their roles. Kira darted forward, her daggers flashing as she slashed at the nearest bug, while Arvox took to the air, launching wind blades at the oncoming swarm. Gentry focused his energy, conjuring another firebolt and hurling it at the mass of creatures, watching as it exploded on impact, sending several flying backward. The air crackled with tension as they fought against the onslaught, each member of the team working together to fend off the relentless wave of insects. But just as they began to gain ground, the ground shook violently beneath them, and a colossal creature erupted from the depths of the swamp, a massive bug with glistening carapace and jagged mandibles, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. "What the hell is that?" Baxter shouted, panic rising in his voice as he took a step back. "We need to take it down," Gentry yelled, his determination ignited as he charged forward, ready to face the formidable foe. The battle that ensued was fierce and chaotic, the air filled with the sounds of clashing weapons and the cries of the wounded. Gentry felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him as he fought alongside his friends, their bond growing stronger with each blow they landed. As they battled against the giant bug, Gentry realized that this was not just a test of their physical skills, but a trial of their courage and resolve. They fought not only for their own survival, but for each other, their determination shining bright amid the darkness of the swamp. With each strike, Gentry felt the flames within him grow hotter, fueled by the urgency of the moment. He unleashed a barrage of fiery attacks, his swords dancing through the air as he fought with a newfound confidence. As the creature finally fell, its body crashing to the ground with a deafening thud, Gentry and his friends stood victorious, panting heavily as they took in the aftermath of their battle. But the swamp was far from done with them, and as they caught their breath, a sense of unease settled over them once more. They had faced their fears and emerged stronger, but the true challenge lay ahead, waiting in the depths of the swamp. With determination burning in their hearts, they pressed forward, ready to uncover whatever secrets lay ahead. 36. As Gentry and his team trudged deeper into the swamp, the air thickened with humidity, mingling with the scent of wet earth and decaying foliage. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on their shoulders, but they pressed on, determination etched on their faces. The sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs accompanied them, creating a cacophony that echoed through the dense underbrush. Just as they began to feel a sense of familiarity in the murky surroundings, a low, rumbling growl reverberated through the air, causing them to halt in their tracks. Gentry's heart quickened, and he exchanged wary glances with his teammates. "What was that?" Kira whispered, her grip tightening around her daggers. Baxter, ever the pragmatist, scanned the area for any signs of danger. "Whatever it is, it's big," he replied, eyes darting nervously. "We should stay alert." Just then, a massive shape emerged from the shadows ahead, its form partially submerged in the murky water. Gentry's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the creature. A gargantuan alligator, easily the size of a bus, its scales glistening in the dim light like polished armor. The beast's eyes glinted menacingly, locking onto their group with an insatiable hunger, and Gentry could feel the primal energy radiating from it, a predator ready to strike. "Everyone, get ready!" Gentry shouted, his voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through his veins. The others drew their weapons, a mix of swords, spears, and bows, forming a tight circle as they prepared for the inevitable confrontation. The alligator let out a deep, guttural growl, its massive jaws opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth that glistened like daggers. "We can't let it get close," Arvox warned, his wings flaring as he prepared to take to the air. "We need to keep it at a distance." Gentry nodded, his heart pounding as he focused his energy, channeling the flames within him. "Firebolt!" he yelled, conjuring a ball of fire that shot toward the alligator, striking it squarely in the side. The creature let out a deafening roar, thrashing in pain as smoke billowed from its scalded skin. "Keep attacking," Gentry urged, rallying his friends as they launched their own assaults. Kira darted forward, her daggers flashing as she aimed for the exposed joints in the alligator's armored hide. Baxter followed closely behind, thrusting his spear toward the beast's snout in an attempt to keep it at bay. But the alligator was relentless, swinging its massive tail with incredible force and knocking Baxter off his feet. "Baxter!" Gentry shouted, panic rising in his chest as he watched his friend tumble through the air. Arvox swooped low, using his agility to dodge the alligator's tail, and positioned himself above the beast, ready to strike. "Watch out," he warned as the alligator turned its attention toward him, its jaws snapping shut with a thunderous clap. Gentry's heart raced as he saw the danger looming over Arvox. "I'll distract it," he yelled, channeling his energy into a fiery attack. "Layer of flames!" A wave of fire engulfed him, and he charged forward, leaping toward the alligator with a fierce battle cry. The flames roared to life around him as he struck at the creature's snout, catching it off guard. The alligator recoiled, letting out a furious hiss as Gentry landed gracefully on its back, gripping tightly to keep his balance. "Gentry, get off!" Kira shouted, her voice filled with concern as she continued to slash at the beast's legs. "It'll throw you off." But Gentry felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, a connection to the power within him that urged him to push forward. "I can do this," he shouted back, determination etched on his face. As he steadied himself atop the alligator, he could feel the creature thrashing beneath him, its powerful muscles rippling as it tried to buck him off. Gentry focused, channeling his energy into his swords, the flames dancing along the blades as he aimed for the alligator's eyes. "Fireclap!" he yelled, unleashing a wave of fire that exploded upon impact, searing the creature's face and causing it to roar in agony. The alligator thrashed wildly, but Gentry held firm, his resolve unyielding as he fought to keep his grip. "Julius, now!" he shouted, signaling to his teammate. Julius, who had been waiting for the right moment, sprang into action, charging toward the alligator with his sword drawn. "Light blade," he shouted, a brilliant beam of light forming at the tip of his sword as he aimed it at the alligator's exposed underside. The beam shot forth with blinding speed, striking the creature just as Gentry leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the retaliatory snap of the alligator's jaws. The light illuminated the chamber, revealing the anger and desperation in the beast's eyes as it struggled to regain its footing. Gentry and Julius exchanged a determined glance, a silent understanding passing between them. The bond they shared as teammates and friends fueled their resolve, and they charged at the alligator together. "We can end this," Gentry shouted, his voice ringing with conviction. "On 3. 1, Julius called out, readying his sword. 2, Gentry continued, adrenaline coursing through their veins. 3. They lunged forward, their strikes perfectly synchronized as they attacked the alligator from opposite sides. Gentry aimed for the creature's eyes, striking with a fierce precision, while Julius aimed for the neck, combining their strength and skills to land devastating blows. The alligator let out a final defiant roar as Gentry thrust his sword deep into its eye, while Julius delivered a swift slash to the base of its neck. The creature shuddered, its body convulsing before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, the swamp shaking beneath them. Gentry fell back, panting heavily as he took in the scene before him. The massive alligator lay defeated, its once menacing presence now reduced to a lifeless form. "We did it!" Kira cheered, her voice filled with exhilaration as she rushed over to Gentry and Julius. Baxter joined them, a wide grin spreading across his face as he clasped Gentry's shoulder. "That was amazing. You two worked perfectly together." Arvox swooped down, landing beside them with a triumphant smile. "I knew we could take it down." The group erupted in cheers, their victory resonating through the swamp as they celebrated their hard-fought battle. But as the adrenaline began to fade, a sense of unease settled over Gentry, a nagging feeling that their fight was far from over. The swamp held many secrets, and their journey had only just begun. "Let's keep moving," Gentry urged, the fire of determination reigniting within him. "We need to stay vigilant." They pressed on, the echoes of their victory ringing in their ears as they ventured deeper into the swamp, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. 37. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the swamp, Gentry and his friends set up camp for the night. The air thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant sounds of nocturnal creatures stirring to life. They found a relatively dry patch of ground, surrounded by the towering trees that loomed like ancient sentinels over their small gathering. The flickering flames of their campfire danced in the encroaching darkness, casting a warm glow that provided comfort against the chill of the night air. Gentry felt a sense of relief wash over him. The battle with the giant alligator had drained their energy, and now the quiet of the swamp felt both eerie and peaceful. As they settled around the fire, Gentry glanced at his friends, their faces illuminated by the flames. Kira was tending to the fire, adding small twigs and branches to keep the flames alive, while Baxter rummaged through their supplies, searching for something to eat. Arvox was perched on a nearby log, his wings folded behind him as he gazed into the fire, lost in thought. Gentry felt a pang of gratitude for their camaraderie, the bond they had forged through their trials and adventures. It was in moments like these that he truly appreciated the strength of their friendship. "Hey everyone," Gentry began, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled around them. "I wanted to share something about what I saw earlier, when I touched the monument." The others looked up, curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to him. "You mean the memories?" Julius asked, leaning forward, his interest evident. Gentry nodded, taking a deep breath as he prepared to recount the visions that had flooded his mind. "When I touched the monument, I felt this incredible connection to the past. I saw battles fought by heroes long before us, and I felt their struggles and triumphs as if they were my own." Denise's eyes widened, and Bliff leaned in closer, eager to hear more. "What did you see?" Kira asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Gentry shifted slightly, gathering his thoughts as he recalled the vivid images that had played out in his mind. "I saw a vast battlefield, filled with warriors clashing in a fierce struggle. There was a hero named Clark. He was leading his troops into battle, shouting words of encouragement as they fought against a dark force. Gentry's voice grew stronger as he continued, his passion for the story evident. Clark was incredible, wielding his sword with such skill and determination. He inspired everyone around him, and I could feel the weight of responsibility he carried on his shoulders. "That sounds amazing," Arvok said, his eyes sparkling with interest. "What happened next?" "The scene shifted," Gentry explained, his heart racing as he recalled the memories. "I found myself in a lush forest, where a demon had been unleashed, terrifying the villagers. Clark confronted the demon, urging his allies to stand firm against the darkness. It was a desperate struggle, and I could feel the tension in the air." Baxter frowned, his expression serious. "That sounds terrifying. Did he defeat the demon?" Gentry nodded, his voice thick with emotion. "He fought valiantly, but it came at a cost. The battle was brutal, and I felt the pain of every fallen warrior. But in the end, Clark channeled his power, unleashing a wave of light that pushed the darkness back. It was a moment of pure courage." "Wow," Kira murmured, her gaze fixed on Gentry, captivated by his words. "What else did you see?" Gentry took a moment to collect his thoughts, the memories flooding back to him. "There was a moment where I saw the aftermath of a battle, a village in ruins. Clark's ally, a powerful mage, was rallying the survivors, urging them to rebuild and not lose hope. It was a reminder that even in the face of devastation, there was always a chance for renewal." The fire crackled as Gentry spoke, the warmth enveloping them like a comforting embrace. "I witnessed the struggle for unity among different races, humans, elves, dwarves, coming together to stand against the darkness. Clark urged them to set aside their differences, to unite for a common cause." Julius nodded, his expression thoughtful. "That's something we need to remember as we continue our journey. We can't let our differences divide us." Gentry smiled, appreciating Julius's insight. "Exactly. The memories were a testament to the strength that comes from unity, but there were also moments of joy, memories of celebration, of laughter among friends. I saw Clark surrounded by his loved ones, celebrating victories and cherishing the simple moments. It reminded me of why we fight." Baxter leaned back against a tree, his expression contemplative. "It's easy to forget that amid all this chaos. We need to hold on to those moments of happiness." "Yes," Gentry agreed, his heart swelling with emotion. "But I also saw the darkness lurking, a reminder that it's never truly gone. Even in the happiest of moments, there's a shadow waiting to strike." A heavy silence settled around the group as they absorbed Gentry's words, the weight of their journey pressing down on them. Kira broke the silence, her voice soft yet resolute. "We'll face whatever comes our way. Together." Just like they did. Gentry nodded, gratitude flooding his heart for the bond they shared. "I believe that too. The memories reminded me that we're stronger together and that our fight is worth it." As the night deepened, they continued to share stories, laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire. Gentry felt a sense of peace wash over him, a comforting warmth that enveloped them as they prepared for the challenges ahead. But beneath the surface, he couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was still lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike. Hours passed, the stars twinkling brightly above them as they settled into a comfortable silence, each lost in their thoughts. Gentry gazed into the fire, the flames reflecting the memories still fresh in his mind. He felt a connection to the heroes of the past, a responsibility to honor their legacy as they continued their journey. "What do you think will happen next?" Arvox asked, breaking the silence once more. Gentry turned to look at his friends, their faces illuminated by the firelight, and felt a surge of determination. "I think we'll face more challenges, but we'll overcome them. We have each other, and that's what matters." Kira smiled, her eyes sparkling with confidence. "And we'll create our own memories to carry with us." Julius chuckled, a hint of mischief in his voice. "As long as they don't involve giant alligators, I'm all in." Laughter erupted around the campfire, the sound echoing through the swamp as they released the tension that had built up during the day. Gentry felt his heart swell with warmth, grateful for the bonds they had forged. They shared stories of their past adventures, their hopes for the future, and dreams of the lives they wanted to lead after their journey was over. With each passing moment, Gentry felt the weight of the past lifting, replaced by the promise of tomorrow. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, Gentry knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. They would honor the memories of the heroes who had come before them, and in doing so, they would carve their own path through the darkness. With that thought in mind, Gentry settled into his bedroll, exhaustion washing over him as he closed his eyes. The sounds of the swamp faded into the background, and he drifted off to sleep, dreaming of battles fought, friendships forged, and the promise of a brighter tomorrow awaiting them in the light of dawn. 38. Gentry woke the next morning and packed his camping supplies and ate some rations. As he did so, he viewed his status screen. Gentry Steel Scroll, Half-Elf. Tier 2 Class, Night Kai, 100%. Fire, 99%. Earth, 99%. Air, 98%. Light, 98%. Traits, Fractured Soul, 100%. Marquise Lineage, 100%. Weapons, Swords, Adept. Axes, Novice. Spears, Novice. Hammers, Novice. Shields, Novice. Fighting Styles, Dual Wielding, Adept. Grappling, Novice. Jiu-Jitsu, Novice. Mana 900/900 spells. Fire, Firebolt, 100%. Layer of Flames, 100%. Stream of Flames, 100%. Fireball, 100%. Wall of Flames, 100%. Inferno, 25%. Eruption, 25%. Dragon Breath, 25%. Incinerate, 25%. Earth. Pillar of Earth, 25%. Earth Arrow, 25%. Traits, Catastrophe Casting. Reading the basics of the spell will give you the ability to use the spell, but at a higher cost. Catastrophe Mana boosts mana pool by 25%. Catastrophic Flames. Any fire aspect spell cast burns hotter the higher tier you are. Memories of Clark. You carry the weight of the past, and it bolsters your mana further. Okay then, Gentry thought as he munched down on his last bite of rations. Those memories, could they actually be Clark's? Gelbert said, whispering to Falmar. I'm not sure, Gelbert, but what I know is that we're not in any floors that have been recorded for this dungeon. That was a Tier 3 beast, and we shouldn't be reaching those for 2 more floors. We must tread with caution, Falmar said, fury raging in his eyes, as he began to gather everyone to move forward. The night had been filled with restless dreams, the memories of battles past mingling with hopes for the future. And now, as they packed up their camp, a renewed sense of purpose filled the air. Gentry felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, but the bond he shared with his friends provided him with the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The swamp had been a test, a trial that had forced them to confront their fears and insecurities, but now it was time to move on, to venture into the unknown once more. As they made their way through the underbrush, the sounds of the swamp gradually faded, replaced by the distant echoes of nature awakening to the new day. The path before them wound through dense foliage, and Gentry felt a sense of anticipation building within him. I can't wait to see what's next, Kira said, her voice bright with enthusiasm. We've faced the darkness of the swamp, surely whatever lies ahead will be a welcome change. Baxter chuckled, adjusting the strap of his pack. Let's hope it's not another giant creature waiting to ambush us. I could use a break from the chaos. Gentry smiled, appreciating the levity in Baxter's tone. Whatever we find, we'll face it together. As they pressed forward, the dense trees began to thin, and Gentry spotted a glimmer of light in the distance, a hint of something beyond the swamp. The air shifted, carrying with it a new scent. The dry, warm aroma of sand and stone. Curiosity piqued, they quickened their pace, eager to see what lay beyond the veil of trees. As they emerged from the last remnants of the swamp, Gentry was met with a breathtaking sight. A massive stone archway that loomed before them, its weathered surface adorned with intricate carvings that told stories of ancient civilizations long gone. The archway towered over them, a gateway that beckoned them to step through and embrace the mysteries beyond. Gentry felt a surge of excitement as he approached the archway, the stones cool to the touch as he ran his fingers over the carvings. This is incredible, he breathed, taking in the craftsmanship that had withstood the test of time. It's like a portal to another world. Let's see what's on the other side, Stuart suggested, his eyes twinkling with eagerness. With a shared nod, they stepped through the archway, and as they crossed the threshold, the world around them transformed in an instant. The lush greenery of the swamp gave way to the stark beauty of a vast canyon, the towering walls of stone rising high above them, creating a breathtaking landscape of colors and textures. Gentry stood in awe, taking in the vibrant hues of the canyon walls, deep reds, burnt oranges, and sandy yellows, all illuminated by the sun's warm embrace. The ground beneath their feet shifted from muck to solid stone, a stark contrast that felt both foreign and exhilarating. Wow, Kira breathed, her eyes wide as she surveyed the breathtaking scenery. This place is incredible. The canyon stretched out before them, a winding path that carved its way through the landscape, leading into the unknown. Gentry felt a sense of adventure bubbling within him, the thrill of exploration igniting his spirit. "Let's keep moving," he said, his voice filled with determination. "We don't know what else we might find." As they began to traverse the canyon, the terrain shifted from rocky outcrops to sandy stretches, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the canyon walls. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays that bathed them in light, and Gentry felt the weight of the swamp lift from his shoulders. "This is a welcome change," Baxter remarked, kicking up a small cloud of sand as he walked. "I could get used to this." The canyon opened up before them, revealing breathtaking vistas that stretched as far as the eye could see. Gentry felt a sense of freedom wash over him, the vastness of the landscape reminding him that there was still so much to discover. The walls of the canyon towered above them, their rugged surfaces etched with the marks of time, and Gentry marveled at the beauty of nature's artistry. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, they encountered unique rock formations, stalagmites and stalactites that adorned the walls like natural sculptures. The sound of wind whistling through the crevices created a haunting melody, and Gentry couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the world around him. "I wonder what secrets this place holds," he mused, glancing at his friends. "There must be stories hidden within these walls." Kira nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Let's keep an eye out for anything interesting. There might be clues about this place and its history." They continued along the winding path, their excitement growing with each step. The sunlight filtered through the narrow openings above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the ground, creating a mesmerizing dance that captivated their attention. As they walked, Gentry's mind wandered back to the memories he had seen at the monument, the struggles of the past, and the heroes who had fought against darkness. He felt a sense of connection to those who had come before him, and a determination to honor their legacy by forging his own path. "Do you think we'll find anything like the monument here?" Arvox asked, breaking Gentry from his reverie. "Something that could help us understand the challenges we're facing?" Gentry considered the question, his heart racing with possibilities. "It's possible. This canyon could hold ancient knowledge or artifacts that could aid us in our journey. We just have to keep our eyes open." As they pressed on, the canyon began to narrow, the walls closing in around them. The sunlight dimmed, and the air grew cooler as they ventured deeper into the heart of the stone labyrinth. "Stay close," Gentry urged, the weight of the shadows creeping in around them, heightening his senses. "We don't want to get separated." The group moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls as they navigated the winding path. Gentry could feel a sense of anticipation building within him, the thrill of exploration mingling with the unease of the unknown. Just as they rounded a bend, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, a rustling sound, followed by the unmistakable hiss of something large and menacing. Gentry's heart raced as he signaled for the others to halt. "What was that?" Kira whispered, her eyes wide with concern. "I don't know," Gentry replied, his senses on high alert, "but we should be ready for anything." They moved forward cautiously, peering around the bend to see what lay ahead. To their shock, a massive creature emerged from the shadows, a colossal serpent, its scales shimmering in the dim light, coiling menacingly as it hissed and flicked its forked tongue. "What in the world is that?" Baxter exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Gentry felt a rush of adrenaline as he surveyed the creature, its powerful muscles rippling with tension. "We need to fight it," he said, determination flooding through him. "We can't let it block our path." The serpent lunged forward, its massive body twisting and turning as it prepared to strike. Gentry drew his swords, the familiar weight grounding him as he focused on the task at hand. "Everyone, get ready," he shouted, rallying his friends as they prepared for battle. Kira and Julius moved to flank the creature, their weapons poised for attack, while Arvox took to the air, ready to swoop down and distract the serpent. Gentry felt the heat of battle ignite within him, and as the serpent lunged, he charged forward, determined to protect his friends and continue their journey. They fought valiantly against the colossal serpent, each member of the team working together to find its weaknesses. Gentry felt the adrenaline surge through his veins, his movements fluid and precise as he struck at the creature's scales, searching for a vulnerable spot. With a fierce battle cry, he unleashed a barrage of fiery attacks, the flames igniting upon contact as he fought with determination. The serpent hissed and thrashed, but Gentry remained focused, his heart pounding with the thrill of battle. As they battled the creature, Gentry could feel the connection between them strengthening, their teamwork allowing them to push through the challenges they faced. With a final determined strike, Gentry and Julius landed a crushing blow together, the serpent collapsing to the ground as they stood victorious. Gasping for breath, Gentry looked at his friends, pride swelling in his chest. "We did it," he exclaimed, exhilaration flooding through him as they celebrated their hard-fought victory. But as they caught their breath, the canyon shifted once more, revealing a breathtaking view ahead. The path opened up to reveal a vast expanse of sand and stone, the shimmering dunes stretching out beneath the brilliant blue sky. Gentry felt a sense of freedom wash over him, the beauty of the landscape reminding him of their purpose. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As they stepped into the new biome, the warmth of the sun enveloped them, and Gentry knew that their journey was far from over. 39. As Gentry and his friends ventured deeper into the canyon, the landscape transformed around them, the towering stone walls casting long shadows in the afternoon sun. The air was dry and warm, a stark contrast to the humid swamps they had just left behind. Dust swirled at their feet as they walked along the winding path, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the rock faces. Gentry felt a sense of freedom in this vast expanse, the open sky above them reminding him that they were no longer confined by the dark, oppressive atmosphere of the swamp. "This place is incredible," Kira remarked, her eyes scanning the stunning rock formations that surrounded them. "I've never seen anything like it." Gentry nodded, taking in the beauty of the canyon. The walls were etched with layers of color, a mesmerizing blend of reds, oranges, and yellows that told the story of the Earth's history. "I wonder what else we might find here," he mused, a sense of excitement bubbling within him. Baxter, ever the realist, chimed in, "Let's just hope it's not another giant creature waiting to ambush us. I'm still recovering from that alligator." The group chuckled, the tension from their previous encounters beginning to dissipate as they walked. With each step, the canyon seemed to open up more, revealing hidden alcoves and intriguing rock formations that beckoned for exploration. Gentry couldn't shake the feeling of adventure that hung in the air, and he felt a renewed sense of purpose as they continued their journey. As they made their way through the winding path, they encountered a series of intriguing rock formations, some that jutted out from the walls like ancient monuments, others that formed natural arches, creating a breathtaking play of light and shadow. Gentry stopped to admire one particularly striking formation, its surface smooth and polished by the elements over countless years. "Look at this one," he called to his friends, gesturing to the impressive structure. "It's like a natural sculpture." Kira joined him, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into the stone. "It's beautiful. I wonder how long it took to form." Their exploration continued, the group taking in the unique beauty of the canyon. But Gentry remained mindful of their surroundings, aware that danger could lurk around any corner. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a golden glow over the landscape, and the warmth enveloped them like a comforting embrace. "We should find a good spot to rest soon," Julius suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow. "We've been traveling for a while, and I could use a break." Gentry nodded in agreement, feeling the fatigue of their journey settling in. Let's keep an eye out for a nice place to set up camp for the night. Just as they turned a bend in the path, the ground beneath their feet shifted, and Gentry felt a tremor ripple through the earth. "Did you feel that?" he asked, glancing at his friends. "Yeah, it felt like an earthquake," Kira replied, her expression wary. "Stay alert." They continued forward cautiously, the tension in the air palpable as they navigated the narrow path. Suddenly, a loud skittering sound echoed through the canyon, causing Gentry's heart to race. "What was that?" Baxter asked, his eyes darting nervously. Before anyone could respond, a swarm of massive creatures emerged from the shadows, huge scorpions, each the size of a large dog, their pincers clicking ominously as they advanced toward the group. Gentry's breath caught in his throat as the reality of their situation sank in. "Everyone, get ready to fight," he shouted, adrenaline surging through him as he drew his swords, their familiar weight grounding him in the chaos. The scorpions lunged forward, their stingers poised to strike, and Gentry felt a surge of fear and determination. "We can't let them surround us," Kira shouted, her daggers glinting in the sunlight as she readied herself for battle. The group formed a protective circle, weapons drawn as they prepared to defend themselves against the onslaught. Gentry focused, channeling the flames within him as he prepared to unleash a fiery attack. "Firebolt!" he yelled, sending a ball of flames hurtling toward the nearest scorpion, watching as it exploded upon impact, sending the creature tumbling backward. But the swarm was relentless, and another scorpion lunged at him, its pincers snapping dangerously close. Gentry dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack as he struck at the creature with his sword, feeling the heat of battle ignite within him. The others joined in, Kira darting forward with her daggers, slashing at the scorpions with precision, while Baxter thrust his spear, aiming for their vulnerable spots. But the scorpions were fast, their agility surprising Gentry as they moved with uncanny coordination, swarming around them and forcing the group to split up. "We need to regroup," Julius shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "Stick together." Gentry felt the pressure mounting as more scorpions joined the fray, their numbers overwhelming. "We can't hold them off for long," he yelled, desperation creeping into his voice. Just when it seemed like the situation was about to spiral out of control, a powerful tremor shook the ground and a rumbling sound echoed through the canyon. Gentry glanced up, his heart racing as he saw three figures emerging from the shadows, their presence commanding and powerful. It was Bliff, Verus, and Stewart, their expressions determined as they charged toward the battlefield. "Stand back," Bliff shouted, raising his hands as he focused his energy. Gentry felt a surge of relief wash over him as he recognized the familiar faces of his allies. "They're here," he exclaimed, his heart lightening at the sight of his friends. As Bliff began to channel his power, the ground beneath the scorpions shifted, and a massive wave of earth erupted from the ground, crashing toward the swarm with unstoppable force. The wave surged forward, overwhelming the scorpions and sending them tumbling in all directions. Gentry watched in awe as the earth wave swept over the creatures, burying them beneath layers of soil and rock. "Keep pushing," Verus shouted, his voice booming as he joined Bliff in channeling their combined powers. The ground trembled beneath them, and Gentry could feel the energy building, a palpable force that surged through the air. The remaining scorpions, sensing the danger, began to retreat, their claws clicking in panic as they scrambled back into the shadows. "We've got to finish this," Stewart shouted, his own powers flaring as he joined the effort. Gentry felt a sense of exhilaration as he watched his friends fight alongside him, their combined strength turning the tide of the battle. With one final surge of energy, Bliff unleashed a powerful shockwave that rippled through the ground, sending the last of the scorpions flying backward. Gentry and his friends stood together, panting heavily as they surveyed the aftermath of the battle. The once menacing swarm lay defeated, buried beneath layers of earth and rock, and the canyon echoed with the sounds of their victory. "That was incredible," Kira breathed, her eyes shining with excitement. "I can't believe how quickly you came to our aid." Bliff grinned, brushing the dirt from his hands. "We felt the disturbance and knew you were in trouble. We couldn't just stand by and let you fight alone." Verus nodded, his expression serious. "We're a team, and we'll always have each other's backs." Gentry felt a rush of gratitude for his friends, the bond they shared growing stronger with each challenge they faced. "Thank you," he said sincerely, looking at Bliff, Varys, and Stuart. "We couldn't have done it without you." As they caught their breath, the group began to regroup, checking for injuries and ensuring everyone was accounted for. "I think we're all okay," Baxter said, a hint of relief in his voice as he assessed the group. "But we need to stay vigilant. Who knows what else might be lurking in this canyon?" Gentry nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle over him once more. "We should keep moving," he suggested. "There might be more dangers ahead, and we need to stay alert." With renewed determination, the group pressed forward, the adrenaline from the battle fueling their spirits as they navigated the winding path of the canyon. The landscape continued to shift, revealing breathtaking vistas and hidden alcoves that beckoned for exploration. Gentry felt a sense of wonder as they traversed the canyon, the beauty of the surroundings reminding him of the strength they drew from one another. As they moved deeper into the canyon, they encountered unique rock formations and stunning views, the sunlight casting vibrant patterns against the stone walls. Each step felt like a step into the unknown, a journey toward discovery and adventure. "Look at that," Kira exclaimed, pointing to a towering rock formation that loomed above them, its surface glistening in the sunlight. "It's like a natural monument." The awe in her voice resonated with the rest of the group, and they gathered around the formation, their eyes wide with wonder. "It's breathtaking," Gentry murmured, feeling a sense of reverence for the beauty of nature. "I wonder how long it took to form." They spent a moment admiring the formation, but Gentry remained mindful of the journey ahead. "We should keep moving," he reminded them gently. "There's still so much to explore." As they continued on their path, Gentry's thoughts turned to the memories he had seen at the monument, the struggles and triumphs of the heroes who had come before him. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, a desire to honor their legacy by forging his own path through the challenges that lay ahead. The canyon opened up before them, revealing a stunning vista that stretched as far as the eye could see. Gentry felt a sense of freedom wash over him, the vastness of the landscape reminding him of their shared journey. As they pressed on, the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting a warm glow across the canyon walls. Gentry felt a sense of excitement bubbling within him, eager to see what awaited them on the other side. Just as they rounded a bend, the ground trembled once more, and Gentry's heart raced as he prepared for whatever might come next. "Stay alert," he called out, his instincts kicking in as they moved cautiously. The canyon grew darker as the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows stretching and shifting around them. "We need to find a place to camp for the night," Baxter suggested, glancing nervously at the encroaching darkness. "Let's keep an eye out for a suitable spot." They continued onward, their eyes scanning the landscape for a place to rest, but the tension in the air was palpable. Just as they began to feel the weight of the darkness pressing in, they stumbled upon a magnificent clearing, illuminated by the last rays of sunlight. The open space was surrounded by towering rock formations, providing a natural barrier against the wind and elements. "This looks perfect," Gentry said, his heart lifting at the sight. "We can set up camp here for the night." The group quickly set to work, gathering wood for the fire and unpacking their supplies. As the sun set completely, the stars began to twinkle overhead, casting a soft glow over the canyon. Gentry felt a sense of peace settle over him as they gathered around the fire, the warmth of the flames providing comfort against the chill of the night air. They shared stories and laughter, their camaraderie growing stronger as they reflected on the day's events. Gentry couldn't help but feel grateful for the bonds they had forged, the strength they drew from one another in the face of adversity. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, the group went to sleep with their 4 guards watching over them. 40. As the dawn broke over the horizon, Gentry and his friends broke down their campsite, the sun's golden rays illuminating the rugged stone walls that towered above them. "This place is incredible," Varys remarked, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the vibrant colors of the canyon walls, deep reds and oranges contrasting with the bright blue sky above. Gentry nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of adventure bubbling within him. "It feels like we're walking through a natural cathedral," he said, awed by the beauty around them. The group moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing against the stone, and Gentry couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows, but the canyon appeared empty. "Stay alert," he warned, his instincts on high alert. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the path began to widen, revealing hidden alcoves and intriguing rock formations that beckoned for exploration. Gentry felt a thrill of curiosity as they navigated the winding trails, the beauty of the canyon captivating their senses. "Let's take a moment to explore," Baxter suggested, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "I want to see what secrets this place holds." The others agreed, and they scattered slightly, each drawn to different formations that caught their eye. Gentry wandered toward a particularly striking rock face, its surface smooth and polished by the elements over countless years. As he traced his fingers over the surface, he felt a connection to the earth, a sense of history that resonated deep within him. "Hey, check this out," Kira called from a nearby alcove, her voice filled with excitement. Gentry turned to see her waving him over, and he rushed to her side. "What did you find?" he asked, curiosity piqued. Kira pointed to an intricate carving etched into the rock, depicting a scene of warriors battling against monstrous creatures. "These drawings tell a story," she said, her eyes shining with intrigue. "It looks like they're fighting some kind of giant beetles." Gentry felt a shiver run down his spine at the mention of beetles, remembering the terrifying encounter they had faced before. "Let's not stick around too long," he suggested, glancing nervously at the shadows that danced along the canyon walls. "We should keep moving." The group regrouped, and with a shared sense of determination, they continued along the path. The canyon began to narrow once more, the walls closing in around them as the sounds of nature filled the air. Birds chirped above, and Gentry felt a sense of calm wash over him, a welcome reprieve from the chaos they had encountered in the swamp. But as they rounded a bend, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and a low rumbling sound echoed through the canyon. Gentry's heart raced as he exchanged worried glances with his friends. "What was that?" Baxter asked, his voice tinged with concern. "I don't know," Gentry replied, his instincts kicking in, "but we need to stay alert." Just as he finished speaking, a loud skittering sound erupted from the shadows, and Gentry's breath caught in his throat as he turned to see a massive herd of beetles emerging from the darkness. Each one was the size of an ATV, their armored shells glistening in the sunlight as they advanced toward the group with alarming speed. "Everyone, get ready to fight," Gentry shouted, adrenaline surging through him as he drew his swords, their familiar weight grounding him in the chaos. The beetles surged forward, their mandibles clicking ominously as they prepared to attack. "We can't let them surround us," Kira shouted, her eyes wide with fear. Gentry felt a surge of determination as he rallied his friends, instinctively forming a protective circle around Kira, who was the most adept at using her lightning element. "Kira, we need you to use your lightning," he urged, his voice steady. "We have to take them down before they overwhelm us." Kira nodded, her expression resolute as she focused her energy. "I'll do my best," she shouted, channeling her powers as the beetles closed in. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashed a bolt of lightning that arced through the air, striking the nearest beetle and causing it to convulse in a shower of sparks. The creature let out a deafening screech, its armored body crumpling to the ground. "Nice shot," Baxter exclaimed, his confidence bolstered as he thrust his spear toward another beetle, aiming for its underbelly. The spear struck true, but the beetle retaliated, swinging its massive pincers in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Gentry fought alongside Kira, his swords flashing as he struck at the advancing horde, each movement fueled by adrenaline and the urgency of the situation. "Keep pushing them back," he shouted, glancing at Kira as she unleashed another bolt of lightning, illuminating the dark canyon with a brilliant flash. The beetles continued to swarm, their numbers overwhelming as they advanced relentlessly. Gentry felt the pressure mounting as he fought to keep them at bay, but Kira's lightning strikes were effective, creating a temporary barrier that allowed them to regroup. "We can't hold them off forever," Julius shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. "We need a plan." Gentry nodded, his mind racing as he surveyed the battlefield. "Kira, how many lightning bolts can you unleash at once?" I can channel a few more, but I need a moment to recharge, she replied, determination etched on her face. We have to make it count. Okay, let's create a distraction, Gentry suggested, rallying his friends. Baxter and I will engage the beetles head-on, while Kira charges up for a massive lightning strike. Arvox, can you distract them from above? Arvox nodded, his wings flaring as he took to the air, soaring above the swarm of beetles. I'll keep them occupied, he shouted, darting between the towering canyon walls as he drew the attention of the beetles. Now, Gentry shouted, charging forward with Baxter by his side. They fought fiercely, striking at the beetles with precision as Kira focused her energy, her hands crackling with electricity. Gentry felt a surge of adrenaline as he battled alongside his friends, their camaraderie strengthening their resolve. Keep them busy, Kira shouted, her voice rising above the chaos as she gathered her energy for the impending strike. Gentry and Baxter pressed forward, their swords flashing as they struck at the beetles, the sound of clashing metal ringing in their ears. The beetles retaliated, their pincers snapping dangerously close as they fought to break through their defenses. Just as Gentry felt the pressure mounting, Kira unleashed her lightning bolt, a brilliant surge of energy that arced through the air and struck the ground with a blinding flash. The bolt connected with the horde of beetles, sending them flying in all directions as sparks erupted all around them. Gentry's heart raced as he watched the chaos unfold, the sheer power of Kira's lightning striking fear into the hearts of their foes. The ground shook beneath them as the beetles were thrown back, their bodies twitching and convulsing from the force of the attack. Keep going, Gentry shouted, his voice filled with urgency as he pressed the attack. We can't let them regroup. The remaining beetles, disoriented from the strike, hesitated for a moment, and Gentry seized the opportunity. He charged forward, his swords gleaming as he struck down one beetle after another, the adrenaline fueling his movements. Kira followed closely behind, her lightning strikes creating a protective barrier that kept the remaining beetles at bay. With each passing moment, Gentry felt the tide of battle shifting in their favor. We're almost there, he shouted, determination surging within him as he pressed forward. Just when it seemed as though victory was within their grasp, the ground trembled once more, and a massive beetle emerged from the shadows, a colossal creature, its armored shell glistening with malice as it locked its beady eyes onto the group. What is that? Baxter exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice. That's not just any beetle, Kira replied, her expression grim. It's the Alpha. The Alpha beetle let out a deafening roar, its pincers snapping as it charged toward them with terrifying speed. Gentry's heart raced as he braced himself for the fight of their lives. Everyone, stay together, he shouted, rallying his friends as he prepared to face the formidable foe. The Alpha beetle lunged at Gentry, its massive pincers snapping dangerously close, and he narrowly dodged the attack, rolling to the side as he regained his footing. Kira, her expression fierce, called upon her lightning once more. I'll distract it, she shouted, unleashing a powerful bolt that struck the Alpha beetle, causing it to rear back in surprise. Now's our chance, Gentry yelled, charging forward with renewed determination. He struck at the creature, aiming for its vulnerable points as Baxter and Julius joined him in the attack. The Alpha beetle retaliated, swinging its massive pincers in a desperate attempt to fend them off. But Gentry felt a surge of confidence as they fought together. We can do this, he shouted, his voice filled with conviction. With each strike, they pushed the Alpha beetle back, the creature's defenses weakening as Kira continued to unleash her lightning bolts, illuminating the canyon with bursts of electric energy. Keep going, Gentry urged, feeling the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he fought alongside his friends. They pressed the attack, each member of the group working together to bring down the formidable foe. As the Alpha beetle staggered backward, Gentry seized the opportunity. Kira now, he shouted, rallying his friends for one final push. Kira summoned all her energy, her hands crackling with electricity as she prepared to unleash the most powerful strike yet. Get ready, she yelled, her voice rising with determination. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashed a massive surge of lightning that arced through the air, striking the Alpha beetle with a blinding flash. The creature let out a deafening roar as it convulsed, the power of Kira's attack overwhelming it. Gentry felt a rush of exhilaration as he watched the Alpha beetle falter, its once mighty form collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. "We did it!" Kira shouted, her voice filled with triumph as they stood together, panting heavily from the exertion. The remaining beetles, sensing their leader's defeat, began to scatter, retreating into the shadows as the echoes of their victory rang through the canyon. Gentry and his friends exchanged relieved glances, their hearts racing as they processed the intensity of the battle they had just faced. "That was incredible," Baxter exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he clapped Gentry on the back. "I can't believe we fought off an entire horde of beetles." "You were amazing, Kira," Julius added, his eyes shining with admiration. "Your lightning saved us." Kira smiled, her cheeks flushed with pride. "We did this together. I couldn't have done it without all of you." Gentry felt a swell of gratitude for his friends, the bond they shared growing stronger with each challenge they faced. As they caught their breath and regrouped, Gentry glanced toward the far end of the canyon, where a massive stone gate loomed in the distance, a gateway that promised new adventures and discoveries beyond. "Let's keep moving," he urged, determination igniting within him once more. "There's still so much ahead of us." They made their way toward the gate, the path ahead lined with the remnants of the battle they had fought. Gentry felt a sense of purpose guiding them forward, the memories of their struggle fueling his resolve. As they approached the gate, the air grew cooler and a sense of anticipation filled the atmosphere. The massive stone structure was adorned with intricate carvings, telling stories of heroes who had come before them, and Gentry felt a connection to their legacy. "This is it," he said, his voice filled with awe as he reached out to touch the cool stone. "We're about to enter a new floor." With a shared sense of determination, they pushed open the gate, stepping through the threshold into a lush forest that awaited them on the other side. The vibrant colors and rich scents enveloped them, the sound of rustling leaves and chirping birds filling the air. Gentry felt a sense of wonder as they stepped into the vibrant forest. 41. As Gentry and his friends ventured deeper into the lush forest, they felt a palpable sense of awe at the vibrant beauty that surrounded them. Towering trees with thick gnarled trunks stretched high into the sky, their leaves forming a dense canopy that filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of greens and golds. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and fragrant flowers, and the sound of birds chirping and insects buzzing created a symphony of life that filled the forest. It was a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the swamp they had just left behind, and Gentry felt a sense of rejuvenation as they made their way along the winding path. "This place is incredible," Kira remarked, her eyes shining with wonder as she took in the beauty of their surroundings. "I could spend days exploring here." Gentry nodded, feeling a surge of excitement at the possibilities that lay ahead. "Just remember to stay alert. We don't know what kind of creatures might be lurking in the shadows." As they continued through the forest, the path began to narrow, the underbrush thickening around them. Gentry felt a sense of foreboding building in the pit of his stomach, as if something was waiting just out of sight. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" he asked, glancing over his shoulder. "Yeah, I do," Baxter replied, his voice laced with concern. "Let's keep moving, but stay on guard." Just as they rounded a bend, the tranquility of the forest was shattered by a cacophony of screeching and chattering sounds. Gentry's heart raced as a horde of orange-furred monkeys emerged from the trees, their black claws glinting in the dappled sunlight as they swung through the branches with astonishing agility. "What the hell are those?" Julius exclaimed, his eyes wide as the monkeys descended upon them, their eyes gleaming with mischief and malice. "They look like trouble." Gentry felt a rush of adrenaline as the monkeys charged forward, their screeches piercing the air like a battle cry. "Everyone, get ready to fight," he shouted, drawing his swords as he prepared for the onslaught. The monkeys leaped through the air, their claws outstretched, and Gentry felt a surge of fear mixed with determination. "We have to hold them off," Kira yelled, her daggers glinting as she stood ready to defend herself. The monkeys swarmed around them, their speed and agility making it difficult to predict their movements. Gentry struck out at the nearest monkey, his sword slicing through the air, but the creature was too quick, dodging to the side and retaliating with a swipe of its claws. Gentry felt a sharp sting as the monkey's claws grazed his arm, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, focusing on the battle at hand. "Fight back," he urged, his voice rising above the chaos. Baxter thrust his spear toward a group of monkeys, his movements precise as he fought to keep them at bay. "They're too fast," he shouted, frustration evident in his voice. "We need a plan." Gentry's heart raced as he surveyed the battlefield, the sheer number of monkeys overwhelming them. "Kira, can you use your lightning to create a barrier?" he called out, hoping to buy them some time. Kira nodded, her expression fierce as she focused her energy. "I'll try," she shouted, channeling her powers as she unleashed bolts of lightning that crackled through the air, striking several monkeys and sending them tumbling to the ground. "Nice shot," Baxter exclaimed, his confidence bolstered as he thrust his spear toward another beetle, aiming for its underbelly. Gentry fought alongside, Kira, his swords flashing as he struck at the advancing horde, each movement fueled by adrenaline and the urgency of the situation. "Keep pushing them back," he shouted, glancing at Kira as she unleashed another bolt of lightning, illuminating the dark canyon with a brilliant flash. The monkeys continued to swarm, their numbers overwhelming as they advanced relentlessly. Gentry felt the pressure mounting as more monkeys joined the fray, their clawed hands reaching for them with sinister intent. "We can't hold them off forever," Julius shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. "We need to do something drastic." Gentry's mind raced as he considered their options, but the sheer chaos of the situation made it difficult to think clearly. "I have an idea," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "I'll use the Inferno spell in attack form. It will create a barrier of flames that will keep them back." Kira's eyes widened in concern. "Are you sure you can control it? The last time you tried—" "I can do this," Gentry insisted, determination flooding his veins as he stepped forward, focusing on the flames within him. He felt the energy building, the heat radiating from his core as he prepared to unleash the spell. "Just give me a moment." The monkeys continued to swarm around them, their screeches filling the air as they closed in, and Gentry felt the pressure mounting. "Hurry," Baxter urged, his voice filled with urgency. "We need to create a barrier now." Gentry tightened his grip on his swords, feeling the heat within him grow as he channeled all of his energy. "Inferno," he shouted, unleashing the spell with all his might. A torrent of flames erupted from his hands, engulfing the area in a blinding flash of light. Gentry felt the heat wash over him, and for a moment he was filled with exhilaration as the flames surged forward, consuming everything in their path. But just as quickly as the thrill surged within him, a wave of panic washed over him as he realized he had lost control of the spell. The flames began to spread beyond his intended target, roaring wildly as they engulfed the surrounding trees and underbrush. "No, no, no!" Gentry shouted, desperation flooding his voice as he tried to rein in the inferno, but it was too late. The fire raged out of control, crackling and snapping as it spread through the forest, the heat intensifying as it consumed everything in its path. "Gentry!" Kira cried out, her voice filled with alarm as she watched the flames grow. "You have to stop it." "I can't," Gentry shouted, his heart racing as he struggled to regain control. The inferno continued to spread, the flames roaring higher as they devoured the forest, casting an orange glow that illuminated the chaos around them. The monkeys screeched in panic, some of them caught in the flames and tumbling to the ground, while others fled in terror, scrambling back into the trees. "We need to get out of here," Baxter yelled, his voice filled with urgency. "We can't stay in the fire." Gentry felt a rush of guilt wash over him as he watched the destruction unfold, the beauty of the forest engulfed in flames. "I didn't mean for this to happen," he exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he watched the flames consume the beautiful forest. Kira moved closer to Gentry, her expression fierce as she placed a hand on his arm. "We need to leave now. We can't help the forest anymore, but we can save ourselves." Gentry nodded, his heart heavy with regret as he turned to his friends. "Let's go," he shouted, rallying them as they began to move through the chaos, but as they turned to flee, Gentry realized with a sinking feeling that he had lost sight of the others in the chaotic swirl of flames and smoke. "Wait," he called out, panic rising in his chest as he searched for his friends, but the inferno roared around him, blocking his view of everything except the flames and the shadows dancing within. "Guys," he shouted, his voice strained with desperation, "where are you?" The heat was suffocating, and Gentry felt the panic clawing at his insides as he struggled to find a way out. The flames crackled ominously, and the smoke hung thick in the air, making it difficult to breathe. I have to get out of here, he thought, his heart racing as he turned to run, but the forest was disorienting, and every direction felt like it was leading him deeper into the blaze. As he stumbled through the underbrush, he felt the heat closing in around him, the flames licking at the edges of the trees, and he fought to remain calm. "Focus, Gentry," he whispered to himself, trying to push down the panic that threatened to overwhelm him. "You can't give in to fear." He felt the heat on his skin, the fire raging around him, and he knew he had to find a way out. The sound of crackling wood and the roar of the inferno echoed in his ears, drowning out everything else. "Where are they?" he thought, desperation clawing at his heart as he called out again, "Kira! Baxter! Julius!" But there was no response, only the sound of the fire consuming the forest. Just as despair began to creep in, Gentry caught sight of a narrow opening between two trees, the flames flickering in the distance. Maybe that's a way out, he thought, his heart racing as he sprinted toward the opening. He ducked and weaved through the branches, the heat intensifying as he neared the flames. "I have to get through," he urged himself, pushing forward despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. As he reached the opening, he could feel the heat on his back, the flames roaring louder as they closed in behind him. Gentry stumbled through the gap, emerging into a small clearing that was still untouched by the fire. He paused for a moment, gasping for breath as he tried to collect himself, but the relief was short-lived as he turned to look back at the inferno raging behind him. The flames roared higher, consuming everything in their path, and Gentry felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I did this," he thought, his heart heavy with regret. "I lost control." As he stood in the clearing, he felt a profound sense of isolation. The beauty of the forest had been replaced by chaos and destruction, and he was alone, separated from his friends in the midst of the blaze. "I have to find them," he whispered to himself, determination igniting within him. He couldn't let fear paralyze him. He had to push forward. Taking a deep breath, Gentry turned away from the fire, scanning the trees for any sign of his friends. "Kira! Baxter! Julius! Gelbert! Anyone!" he called out, his voice echoing through the clearing. The forest was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant crackle of the flames behind him. Gentry felt a surge of panic as he realized he was truly alone, but he couldn't give up. He had to find a way to reunite with his friends and help them escape the inferno. With renewed determination, he moved deeper into the forest, his heart pounding in his chest as he navigated through the dense foliage. The air was thick with smoke, and he struggled to breathe, but he pressed on, calling out for his friends as he searched for any sign of them. "I can't leave them behind," he thought, pushing aside the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. As he moved through the trees, Gentry felt a sense of urgency building within him. He couldn't let the inferno consume everything he held dear, and he had to find a way to bring his friends back to safety. "They have to be nearby," he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible over the crackling flames. Just when he thought all hope was lost, he caught a glimpse of movement in the distance, a figure darting between the trees. "Kira!" he called out, his heart racing as he rushed toward the figure. But as he got closer, he realized it wasn't Kira at all. It was another monkey, its orange fur glistening in the firelight. "No!" Gentry shouted, frustration boiling over as he turned to find another path. The flames continued to spread, the heat intensifying as the forest burned around him. Gentry felt a surge of despair wash over him, but he couldn't give in. He had to keep searching. The smoke hung thick in the air, making it difficult to see, but he pressed on, determined to find his friends and escape the inferno. "Stay strong," he whispered to himself, his heart racing as he navigated through the chaos. But just as he felt a glimmer of hope, the ground beneath him began to tremble, and a loud crack echoed through the forest. Gentry turned to see a massive tree crashing to the ground, falling directly in his path. "No!" he shouted, scrambling to dodge the falling debris. The flames roared closer, and Gentry felt the heat intensify as the fire reached the clearing. "I have to get out," he thought, panic surging within him as he turned to find another way. But as he looked around, he realized the flames had spread too far, and he was trapped. "This can't be happening," he shouted, despair flooding his heart. Just when he thought all hope was lost, he heard a voice calling out from the distance. "Gentry." It was Kira. Relief flooded through him as he turned to see her emerging from the smoke, her expression filled with determination. "Over here," she shouted, waving him toward her. Gentry rushed toward her, his heart pounding as he navigated through the chaos of the burning forest. "I thought I lost you," he exclaimed, relief washing over him as they finally came together. "We have to get out of here." Kira nodded, her expression fierce as she looked back at the inferno. "Follow me," she shouted, leading the way as they sprinted through the trees, dodging flames and debris. Gentry felt a surge of hope as they moved together, united in their determination to escape the fire. They pressed on, pushing through the thick smoke and heat, and with each step, Gentry felt the weight of the inferno lifting from his shoulders. As they raced through the forest, Gentry could feel the flames closing in behind them, but with Kira by his side, he felt a renewed sense of strength. They burst through the trees, emerging into a clearing that was still untouched by the flames. Gentry paused for a moment, gasping for breath as he took in the sight of the forest beyond. "We made it," he whispered, relief flooding through him. Kira turned to him, her eyes shining with determination. "We can't stop now," she urged. "We have to find the others." Gentry nodded, his heart racing as they set off once more, ready to face whatever came next, united by their friendship and the memories they carried with them, determined to survive the inferno that had threatened to consume them. 42. Gentry and Kira sprinted through the thick smoke that enveloped the forest, their hearts pounding in their chests as they desperately searched for their friends. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of burning wood, and the stinging sensation of smoke filled their lungs, causing them to cough uncontrollably. "We have to find them," Gentry shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the fire that raged around them. Kira nodded, determination etched on her features as she clutched her daggers tightly, ready to fight if necessary. They had been separated from their team during the chaos, the fire spreading rapidly through the trees, consuming everything in its path. Gentry's mind raced with worry for Baxter, Julius, and the others. The memories of their recent battles with the alligator and the giant worm weighed heavily on him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that their friends were in danger. "This way," Kira called, veering off the path they had been following, her instincts guiding her toward the sounds of shouting and chaos in the distance. Gentry followed closely behind, the heat of the flames licking at their backs as they navigated through the debris of fallen trees and smoldering brush. The forest had transformed into an inferno, the flames dancing hungrily in the darkness, casting eerie shadows that seemed to taunt them. As they pushed deeper into the heart of the burning woods, the smoke thickened, wrapping around them like a suffocating blanket. Gentry could feel his lungs burning, each breath a struggle as he fought to keep his panic at bay. "We need to find a way out of here," he gasped, his voice hoarse from the inhalation of smoke. "We can't keep going like this." Kira glanced back at him, her expression fierce. "We can't give up. Our friends need us." With renewed determination, they pressed on, weaving through the chaos that surrounded them. Gentry's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins as they fought against the fire, the heat intensifying with every step. They stumbled upon a clearing momentarily untouched by the flames, and Gentry felt a flicker of hope. "Maybe we can see them from here," he shouted, but as he turned to scan the area, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a plume of smoke that engulfed them. Gentry coughed violently, waving his arms in a futile attempt to dispel the thick haze that surrounded them. "Kira," he shouted, his voice strained as he struggled to breathe. "I can't see." Panic surged within him as he felt Kira's hand grasp his arm, her grip reassuring. "Stay close, we'll find them." But as they moved, the smoke became denser, and Gentry felt his vision blur, the world around him spinning as dizziness set in. I can't breathe," he gasped, his legs feeling weak beneath him. Kira's voice was a distant echo in his ears as he fought to push through the haze, but the smoke was suffocating, wrapping around him like a vice. Just as he felt himself begin to falter, the ground beneath him seemed to shift, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground as darkness began to creep in at the edges of his vision. "Gentry!" Kira's voice pierced through the fog, but even that began to fade as his consciousness slipped away. The last thing he remembered was Kira's frantic scream before everything went black. Meanwhile, Gelbert had been overseeing the training exercises for the students when the fire broke out in the forest. His instincts kicked in, and he called for the guards to mobilize, ready to assist the students trapped within the flames. As they rushed into the chaos, Gelbert's heart raced with concern for Gentry and the others, knowing they were still in the woods. He could feel the heat radiating from the flames as he navigated through the thick smoke, his keen senses guiding him toward the sounds of distress. The air was thick with panic, and he pushed forward, determined to find the students before it was too late. Just as he caught a glimpse of movement through the smoke, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Gentry! Kira!" It was Baxter, his voice filled with desperation as he searched for his friends. Gelbert's heart sank at the realization that they were still trapped, and he quickened his pace, forcing his way through the flames. "Stay close," he shouted to the guards behind him, their armor clinking as they followed closely behind. "We need to locate them before the fire spreads further." As they moved deeper into the inferno, Gelbert felt the heat intensifying, the flames licking at his armor as he pressed on. He could hear the cries of other students echoing through the smoke, fueling his determination to find Gentry and Kira. Finally, he spotted them, two figures collapsed on the ground, their bodies surrounded by the encroaching flames. "No!" Gelbert shouted, rushing forward as he reached out for them, his heart pounding in his chest. He could see Kira's still form and Gentry lying nearby, both unconscious from smoke inhalation. Without hesitation, he scooped them up, one in each arm, and sprinted back toward the entrance of the forest. The heat was unbearable, the flames roaring around him as he fought against the odds. "Come on, stay with me," he urged, desperation clawing at his heart as he pressed forward, determined to get them to safety. The guards followed closely, creating a barrier against the flames as they fought their way back to the edge of the forest. Just when it seemed like they might be overwhelmed by the inferno, they burst through the trees, emerging into the open air. Gelbert felt a rush of relief wash over him as he laid Gentry and Kira down on the ground, quickly checking their vitals. "Get the medics," he shouted, his voice filled with urgency as he knelt beside them. "They need help." The guards sprang into action, calling for medics and setting up a perimeter to keep the fire at bay. Gelbert felt a surge of relief wash over him as the medics arrived, their skilled hands working quickly to assess Gentry and Kira's condition. "They'll be okay," Falmar assured him, their expression focused and determined. "We just need to get them stabilized." Gelbert watched as they worked, his heart still racing from the adrenaline of the rescue. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the bonds they had forged with the students, and his determination to protect them only grew stronger. As Gentry began to stir, Gelbert leaned closer, relief flooding through him. "You're going to be all right," he murmured, his voice filled with reassurance. "Just breathe." Gentry blinked, the world coming into focus as he glanced around, confusion evident in his eyes. "What happened?" he croaked, struggling to sit up. "You were caught in the fire," Gelbert explained gently, helping him to lie back down. "But you're safe now." Kira began to stir as well, her eyes fluttering open as she took in her surroundings. "Gentry," she whispered, her voice weak but filled with concern. "We're okay," Gentry assured her, relief flooding through him as he took her hand. "Gelbert saved us." Kira looked up at Gelbert with gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Gelbert smiled, feeling a sense of warmth at their appreciation. "It's my duty to protect the students," he replied, his voice steady. "Now rest and recover." As the medics tended to their injuries, Gentry felt a sense of gratitude wash over him. They had faced the fire together, and through it all, their bond had only grown stronger. He knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, united in their determination to protect one another. As Gentry and Kira lay there, recovering from the ordeal, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. 43. Waking up the next day, Gentry viewed his status screen feeling stronger than before. Gentry Steel Scroll, Half-Elf, Tier 3 class. Night Kai, 100%. Fire, 99%. Earth, 99%. Air, 98%. Light 98%. Variations: Ash 100%. Traits: Fractured Soul 100%. Marquise Lineage 100%. Weapons: Swords, Adept. Axes, Novice. Spears, Novice. Hammers, Novice. Shields, Novice. Fighting styles: Dual Wielding, Adept. Grappling, Novice. Jiu-Jitsu, Novice. Mana 1000 spells: Fire, Firebolt 100%. Layer of Flames 100%. Stream of Flames 100%. Fireball 100%. Wall of Flames 100%. Inferno 25%. Eruption 25%. Dragon Breath 25%. Incinerate 25% Earth. Pillar of Earth 25% Earth. Arrow 25%. Traits: Catastrophe Casting. Reading the basics of the spell will give you the ability to use the spell, but at a higher cost. Catastrophe Mana boosts mana pool by 25%. Catastrophic Flames. Any fire aspect spell cast burns hotter the higher tier you are. Oh cool, I got the Ash variation. Who knew passing out in a forest fire would be beneficial? Gentry thought with a wide smile on his face as he stood up and began packing away his things along with his friends, gathering up around Falmar and Gelbert before they spoke. We're leaving. This has become too much for you all. We don't know why this is happening, but none of these flaws have been recorded before. Falmar said, we can make it. Baxter spoke up, yeah, we need to keep going. Stuart said. The rest of the children nodded in agreement, solidifying their drive to move forward further in the dungeon. Gelbert looked over at Falmar and shrugged. If they believe they can keep going, we shouldn't stop them. This incident was a rare one. Falmar shook his head in annoyance. Fine, if you believe you all can make it through the final floor, we will continue. We need to find a portal to the next floor, Gentry reminded them as he began to roll up his sleeping bag. The sooner we get moving, the better. With a shared sense of purpose, they set off into the forest, the path winding through the trees as sunlight filtered through the leaves. Each step felt invigorating, the air fresh and crisp, as they journeyed deeper into the woods. As they walked, Gentry couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He glanced over his shoulder, catching glimpses of movement among the trees. Does anyone else feel like we're not alone? He asked, slowing his pace. I've noticed it too, Kira replied, her eyes narrowing as she scanned their surroundings. Stay alert. We can't be too careful. Baxter gripped his spear tightly, ready for anything that might come their way. Let's just focus on finding that portal. We can't let our guard down. The forest grew denser as they continued, the trees towering above them like ancient giants. Gentry felt a sense of wonder at the beauty around him, but the tension in the air reminded him of the dangers they had faced. He shifted his focus, determined to keep everyone safe. After walking for what felt like hours, they stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood a towering stone archway, covered in vines and moss, its weathered surface hinting at its age. Gentry's heart raced as he approached it, feeling a strange energy emanating from the archway. This must be it, he said, feeling a sense of awe wash over him. The portal to the next floor. As they gathered around the archway, Falmar examined the intricate carvings that adorned the stones. This looks ancient, he murmured, tracing his fingers over the glyphs. It's a gateway, but we need to activate it. Do you know how? Gentry asked, his excitement tinged with curiosity. There are usually mechanisms tied to the portal, Falmar explained, his brow furrowed in concentration. We may need to find a way to channel our mana into it. Let's try it together, Kira suggested, stepping forward. If we focus our energies, we might be able to activate the portal. The group formed a circle around the archway, each member channeling their elemental powers. Gentry felt the energy surge within him, the warmth of his fire magic blending with Kira's lightning and Baxter's water. As they focused, the air around them began to hum with energy. On 3, Gentry said, his heart racing. 1, 2, 3. They unleashed their combined mana into the archway, and a brilliant light erupted from the stone. The glyphs glowed intensely, illuminating the clearing with a warm radiance. Gentry felt a rush of energy as the portal responded, swirling with vibrant colors that danced in the air. Look, Julius exclaimed, pointing as the center of the archway rippled like water, revealing a shimmering passage leading to the next floor. "Let's go," Gentry urged, excitement bubbling within him. They stepped forward, ready to embrace whatever awaited them on the other side. As they crossed through the portal, the world around them shifted, engulfing them in a whirlwind of light and energy. Gentry felt a sensation like being pulled through a tunnel before suddenly landing in a new realm. When the light faded, they found themselves standing in the grand entrance of a massive castle, its stone walls towering high above them. The architecture was breathtaking, intricate designs carved into the stone and banners fluttering in the gentle breeze. "Wow," Kira breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "This place is incredible." Gentry felt a sense of awe as he took in the surroundings. "It's like something out of a storybook," he said, his heart racing with excitement. "Stay alert," Gelbert reminded them, scanning the castle grounds. "We don't know what might be lurking inside." As they stepped further into the castle, Gentry felt a sense of purpose welling up within him. They had made it through the forest, faced the elemental golems, and now stood at the threshold of a new adventure. Together they would uncover the secrets of the castle and face whatever challenges lay ahead. "Let's explore," Gentry declared, leading the way into the stone fortress. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated through the grand halls, and as they ventured deeper, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were about to uncover something extraordinary. United as a team, they would face the trials of this castle together, ready to forge their destiny in the heart of the dungeon. 44. Gentry felt a surge of determination as he listened to the discussions around him. The fear and uncertainty of the previous day's events were still fresh in his mind, but the bond he shared with his friends pushed him forward. He looked at Kira, Baxter, and Julius, each of them wearing expressions of resolve. "Let's do this," he said, his voice steady. "We've faced challenges before, and we can handle whatever comes next." Together, the group rallied around him, their spirits lifted by Gentry's words. As they gathered their belongings and prepared to move out, Gelbert and Falmar exchanged glances, the tension between them palpable. "Remember to keep your guard up," Gelbert warned, his voice serious. "This dungeon is unpredictable, and we need to be ready for anything." With a final nod to each other, the group set off deeper into the dungeon. The path twisted and turned, leading them through narrow corridors and expansive chambers, each step echoing with the promise of adventure and danger. As they progressed, Gentry felt a renewed sense of purpose. The memories of Clark and the legacy of the heroes who had come before him fueled his resolve. He glanced at his status screen again, feeling the power coursing through him, knowing that he had the ability to protect his friends. The air grew cooler as they approached the final floor, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. Gentry could feel the energy shifting around them, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "Stay close," Kira said, her voice low as they moved forward. "I have a feeling we're about to encounter something big." Baxter nodded, tightening his grip on his spear. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together." As they rounded the last corner, they entered a colossal chamber, the ceiling lost in shadows. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to come alive in the flickering torchlight. Gentry felt a shiver run down his spine as he took in the sight before him. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, surrounded by strange symbols glowing with an otherworldly light. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and Gentry could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on him. "Is this what I think it is?" Julius whispered, his eyes wide with awe. "It looks like a place of power," Falmar replied, stepping forward cautiously, "but we need to be careful. It could be a trap." As they approached the altar, the air began to hum with energy, and Gentry felt a tugging sensation in his chest, as if something was calling to him. He glanced at Kira, who looked equally entranced by the glowing symbols. "Should we touch it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Let's not act recklessly," Gelbert cautioned, but his eyes were drawn to the altar. "We need to understand what we're dealing with first." Gentry stepped closer, feeling the energy pulsing around him. "I think I can sense something," he said, closing his eyes and reaching out with his mind. The whispers of the past echoed in his thoughts, and he could feel the weight of the heroes' legacies surrounding him. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the symbols on the altar flared brighter, casting eerie shadows across the chamber. Gentry stumbled back, his heart racing as the energy erupted from the altar, swirling around them in a vortex of light. "Everyone, get ready," he shouted, drawing his swords as he prepared for whatever was about to happen. The light coalesced into a figure, a towering being that radiated power and authority. Gentry felt a mix of awe and fear as the figure took shape, its eyes locked onto him with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. "Who dares disturb the sanctity of this place?" The figure boomed, its voice echoing through the chamber like thunder. Gentry stood tall, determination fueling his response. "We are Gentry and his friends, and we seek to uncover the truth behind this dungeon." The figure regarded him for a moment, its expression inscrutable. "You possess the spirit of the past," it said, its voice now softer, yet still powerful. "But the path forward is fraught with challenges. Are you prepared to face the trials that await?" Gentry exchanged glances with his friends, their expressions a mixture of fear and determination. "We are ready," he declared, the weight of their shared experiences bolstering his resolve. "Then prepare yourselves," the figure warned. "The final floor of this dungeon will test your strength, your bonds, and your very souls. Only by embracing the past can you forge your future." With that, the light enveloped them, and Gentry felt himself being pulled into a whirlwind of energy, the world around him fading into a blur as they were transported to the heart of the final trial. As the light dissipated, they found themselves standing on the edge of a vast arena, surrounded by towering walls that echoed with the sounds of distant roars and clashes. Gentry's heart raced as he realized they had entered a battleground, a place where their skills would be put to the ultimate test. "Stay sharp, everyone," he said, adrenaline coursing through him. "We've come too far to turn back now." Together, they stepped into the arena, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. 45. As Gentry and his friends stepped into the vast arena, the air hummed with anticipation. The towering stone walls rose high above them, etched with ancient symbols that pulsed with a strange energy. The ground beneath their feet was a smooth, polished surface, yet the atmosphere felt charged, as if the arena itself was eager to witness the clash of elemental forces. "Stay sharp, everyone," Gentry said, his voice steady. "We've faced challenges before, and we can take on whatever comes next." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a deep rumble echoed through the arena. 4 massive golems emerged from the shadows, each representing a different element: earth, fire, water, and air. The moment their towering forms became visible, Gentry felt a mix of awe and trepidation. The fire golem was a fearsome creature, its body a mass of molten rock and flames that flickered ominously. The air golem swirled above the ground, a cyclone of wind and energy, its form ethereal and menacing. The water golem shimmered with a fluid grace, while the earth golem stood solid and unyielding, its body composed of jagged rocks and soil. "Let's take our positions," Gentry shouted, rallying his friends. "We need to work as a team. Baxter, Samantha, and Julius, you take the fire golem," Gentry directed, watching as they nodded and prepared their water spells. "Kira, Denise, and I will handle the earth golem. Arvox and Verus, you focus on the water golem. Stuart, you're with Bliff on the air golem." "Got it," Kira called, her determination shining through as she drew her daggers. "Let's do this." With a fierce battle cry, the golems charged forward, their elemental powers swirling around them. The fire golem unleashed a wave of flames, while the air golem sent gusts of wind swirling through the arena. The water golem formed jets of water, and the earth golem stomped forward, shaking the ground beneath their feet. "Baxter now," Samantha shouted, her voice rising above the chaos as she conjured a torrent of water, directing it toward the fire golem. Baxter nodded, summoning his own water abilities. "Water wave!" he yelled, launching a wave that crashed against the fire golem, dousing its flames and causing steam to rise as it hissed in pain. "Keep it up," Julius added, unleashing a stream of water that struck the golem's shoulder, further weakening its fiery defenses. Together, they pressed the attack, using their element to counter the golem's flames. Meanwhile, Gentry, Kira, and Denise faced the earth golem, which charged at them with undeniable force. "We need to find its weak point," Gentry shouted, his heart racing as he prepared for the fight. "Let me take the lead." Kira exclaimed, darting forward with her daggers. As she slashed at the golem's legs, Denise summoned vines from the ground, wrapping around the golem's feet to immobilize it. "Now, Gentry," Kira yelled, her voice filled with urgency. "Earth pillar," Gentry commanded, raising his hands as a massive pillar erupted from the ground, striking the golem directly. The creature staggered, but it quickly regained its balance and retaliated, swinging its rocky fists toward them. "Watch out," Denise shouted, pushing Kira and Gentry to the side just in time to avoid the crushing blow. Across the arena, Arvox and Verus faced the water golem, which unleashed torrents of water at them. "Stay agile," Arvox shouted, flying above the waves as he unleashed wind blades, trying to disrupt the golem's focus. "I'll create a diversion," Verus called out, channeling his own elemental power. "Cyclone burst." He summoned a whirlwind that whipped through the arena, creating a barrier against the water attacks. The wind collided with the water, sending sprays flying, but also slowing down the golem's advance. As the battle raged on, Stuart and Bliff confronted the air golem. The creature swirled around them, sending gusts of wind that threatened to knock them off balance. "We need to ground it," Stuart shouted, his voice strained against the wind. "Let's channel our powers together," Bliff urged, focusing his energy. "Earthquake," he yelled, slamming his fists into the ground. The arena shook as the shockwave rippled outward, temporarily destabilizing the air golem and causing it to falter. "Now hit it hard," Stuart shouted, launching a series of rock projectiles that struck the golem, sending it spiraling back. Back at the fire golem, Baxter, Samantha, and Julius continued their relentless assault. "If we can keep it off balance, we can wear it down," Julius shouted, launching another wave of water. "Keep the pressure on," Samantha urged, her voice filled with determination as she sent a torrent of water cascading over the golem. The creature howled in frustration as its flames sputtered, and Gentry could see the damage they were inflicting. "Let's combine our powers," Baxter said, feeling the energy surge within him. "We can create a massive wave." "Together," they shouted in unison, channeling their water element into one powerful attack. As the wave surged toward the fire golem, Gentry felt the arena tremble. "Now everyone, focus your attacks," he commanded, his voice ringing with authority. The combined force of their water spell collided with the fire golem, creating a massive explosion of steam and energy. The golem staggered, its fiery form flickering as it struggled to maintain its shape before finally collapsing into a heap of smoldering rock. "Nice job," Gentry cheered, feeling a rush of exhilaration as they took down their first foe. Meanwhile, the earth golem roared in anger, its attention now fully on Gentry, Kira, and Denise. "We need to finish this quick," Kira shouted, her daggers ready for the final strike. "Let's find its weakness," Gentry said, focusing on the golem's movements. He noticed cracks forming in its rocky exterior. "Now, Kira!" With a fierce determination, Kira leapt forward, aiming for a vulnerable spot. "Lightning slash," she yelled, channeling her energy into a powerful strike that struck through the cracks. The golem shuddered under the attack, and Denise, seizing the moment, summoned roots from the ground to ensnare the creature's legs, holding it in place. "Earth pillar?" Gentry shouted once more, conjuring another massive pillar that erupted beneath the golem, sending it crashing down. With a final determined strike, Kira plunged her daggers into the golem's core, and it crumbled to the ground, defeated. "Two down," Gentry exclaimed, his heart racing with adrenaline as he turned to see how the others were faring. Arvox and Verus were still locked in battle with the water golem, which was now desperately trying to regain control. "We need to finish this," Arvox shouted, flying low to the ground as he unleashed a series of wind blades. "I'll create a whirlpool," Verus called, channeling his powers to summon a vortex of water that spiraled around the golem, drawing its attention away from Arvox. "Now, Arvox!" Verus shouted, watching as the wind blades struck the golem, sending it staggering back. With a final surge of energy, Arvox dived down, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that collided with the water golem, causing it to falter and collapse into a puddle. "Three down," Gentry shouted, feeling a rush of triumph as the last golem fell. "Let's regroup," Kira called, her voice filled with excitement as they turned their attention to the air golem, which was hovering ominously above them, still determined to fight. "Together," Gentry shouted, rallying his friends as they prepared for the final confrontation. The air golem unleashed a powerful gust of wind, but Gentry stood firm, feeling the strength of his friends at his side. "We can do this," he declared, channeling his energy for one last attack. As they unleashed their combined elemental powers, the arena erupted in a dazzling display of light and energy, the air golem finally succumbing to their united strength. As the dust settled, Gentry and his friends stood together, panting but filled with exhilaration. They had faced the elemental golems and emerged victorious, their teamwork proving stronger than any individual power. "We did it," Gentry exclaimed, a wide smile spreading across his face as he looked around at his friends. "Great job, everyone," Kira cheered, her eyes shining with pride. 46. The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically as Gentry and his friends caught their breath after their battle with the elemental golems. The echoes of their victory still resonated around them, but a new energy began to pulse through the air. The ground trembled slightly, and a low hum vibrated against their bones, signaling that their trials were far from over. "Stay alert," Gentry warned, scanning the surroundings. "Something feels off." Just as he spoke, the ground shook violently, and the air crackled with energy. From the shadows of the arena, 4 new golems emerged, their forms composed of pure darkness, blinding light, vibrant nature, and crackling lightning. Each golem exuded an aura that felt foreign and powerful, and Gentry's heart raced as he recognized the gravity of the situation. "Looks like we've got more than we bargained for," Kira said, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the approaching foes. The darkness golem was a towering figure, its silhouette blending into the shadows, while the light golem shimmered with an ethereal glow, radiating blinding brilliance. The nature golem was covered in vines and flowers, its body pulsing with life, and the lightning golem crackled with electric energy, its movements swift and erratic. "Form up," Gentry shouted, rallying his friends as they prepared for battle. "We need to split up and take them down one by one. Baxter, Samantha, and Julius, you take the lightning golem," Gentry directed, watching as they nodded and readied their water abilities. "Kira and Denise, you're with me against the darkness golem. Stuart, Bliff, and Arvox, you handle the light and nature golems." "Let's do this," Kira exclaimed, determination etched on her face as she moved into position alongside Gentry and Denise. The ground shook once more as the golems advanced, each one embodying its respective element with a fierce intensity. The lightning golem launched a bolt of electricity toward Baxter and his team, who quickly dodged to the side. "Water barrier," Baxter shouted, summoning a protective wall of water just in time to absorb the attack. The barrier shimmered as the lightning struck, sending sprays of water flying into the air. "Now, while it's distracted," Samantha urged, launching a torrent of water toward the lightning golem. The water collided with the creature, temporarily sapping its energy. Meanwhile, Gentry, Kira, and Denise faced the darkness golem, which loomed before them, its form shifting and swirling as if made from shadows themselves. "We need to find a way to destabilize it," Gentry shouted, his heart racing as he prepared for the fight. "Let's combine our powers," Kira suggested, her eyes glowing with determination. "If we can disrupt its form, we can get an opening." "Agreed," Gentry replied, feeling the energy surge within him. "Kira, you use your lightning. Denise, channel your nature magic. I'll use my fire." As they gathered their energies, the darkness golem lunged forward, attempting to engulf them in its shadowy grasp. "Now!" Gentry yelled, focusing his mana. "Firebolt!" "Lightning strike!" Kira shouted, sending a bolt of electricity arcing through the air. "Nature's grasp!" Denise called, summoning vines that erupted from the ground, wrapping around the golem's legs to hold it in place. The combined force of their attacks collided with the golem, creating a surge of energy that illuminated the arena. The darkness flickered and shuddered, revealing cracks in its form as it struggled against their onslaught. "Keep pushing," Gentry urged, feeling the adrenaline rush through him as they pressed the attack. The darkness golem howled in frustration, but their combined strength began to wear it down. On the other side of the arena, Baxter, Samantha, and Julius continued their fight against the lightning golem. "We need to keep it off balance," Baxter shouted, launching another wave of water to disrupt the golem's movements. "Let's combine our attacks," Samantha suggested. "We can create a storm of water to counter its lightning." Right, on three, Baxter agreed, feeling the energy surge within him. 1, 2, 3, they shouted in unison, channeling their powers together as a massive wave of water surged toward the lightning golem. The water crashed against it, causing the energy to flicker and sputter as it struggled to maintain its form. With one final push, they unleashed their combined magic, and the lightning golem collapsed, defeated. The arena trembled as the creature crumbled into a puddle of water and sparks. Nice work, Baxter cheered, his heart racing with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Stuart, Bliff, and Arvox faced the light and nature golems. The light golem unleashed beams of blinding energy, illuminating the arena with a fierce glow. "We need to find a way to blind it," Stuart shouted, dodging the beams as they struck the ground. "I'll create a distraction," Arvox called, taking to the air as he swooped around the golem, launching wind blades to disrupt its focus. "Now, Bliff," Stuart urged, channeling his powers. "Earthquake!" Bliff slammed his fists into the ground, causing a shockwave that rippled through the arena. The ground shook violently, and the light golem staggered, its beams of energy faltering momentarily. "Now hit it hard," Arvox shouted, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that struck the golem, causing it to flicker and dim. As the dust settled from the shockwave, Gentry felt his heart race as he turned back to the darkness golem. "Let's finish it," he yelled, feeling the energy coursing through him. With one last combined assault, Gentry, Kira, and Denise unleashed their powers together. "Fire! Lightning! Nature!" they shouted, directing their magic toward the darkness golem. The resulting explosion of energy sent shockwaves through the arena as the darkness flickered and finally collapsed, its form dissipating into shadows. As the last golem fell, the arena fell silent, the air crackling with residual energy. Gentry and his friends stood together, panting heavily but filled with exhilaration. They had faced the elemental guardians and emerged victorious once more. But just as they began to celebrate, the ground trembled once more, and a massive monument rose from the center of the arena. The stone structure was adorned with intricate carvings that glowed with a soft light, filling the arena with an ethereal radiance. "What is that?" Kira whispered, awe evident in her voice. "I think it's a monument," Gentry replied, his heart racing as he stepped forward, drawn to its beauty. "It could hold the key to our next challenge." As they approached the monument, the air shifted, and Gentry felt a surge of energy emanating from it. The carvings pulsed with life, and he could hear whispers echoing in his mind, beckoning him closer. "This is incredible," he murmured, feeling a connection to the past heroes who had fought before them. "We need to understand what this means for our journey." 47. As Gentry approached the massive monument, a sense of awe washed over him. The intricate carvings seemed to pulse with energy, each etching telling a story of battles fought and sacrifices made. He could feel the weight of history pressing in on him, urging him to connect with the legacy of those who had come before. "Gentry, are you sure about this?" Kira asked, her voice laced with concern as she watched him approach the monument. The others gathered around, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "I have to," Gentry replied, determination shining in his eyes. "This monument feels like it holds something important, something we need to understand. Clark's legacy has guided me so far, I need to know how it connects to our fight." Taking a deep breath, he reached out a hand and placed it against the cool stone surface. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him, and the world around him erupted in light. Time seemed to warp, as Gentry was enveloped in a brilliant glow. The arena faded away, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors and sounds. He felt himself being pulled into a vision, and as the light dimmed, he found himself standing in a vast, ethereal landscape. Before him stood a familiar figure, Clark, the legendary hero whose legacy had inspired him throughout his journey. The warrior was clad in gleaming armor, his long hair flowing like a banner in the wind, and his presence radiated strength and wisdom. "Gentry," Clark said, his voice resonating with authority and warmth. "You have come far, young one. I've been watching your journey with great interest." Gentry felt a rush of emotion at the sight of the hero who had become a symbol of hope for him. "Clark, I can't believe it's really you," he said, his voice filled with awe. I've heard so much about your battles against the demon god and the darkness that threatened our world. Clark smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. The fight against the demon god was one of the most challenging moments in our history. It was a battle that tested the very fabric of our existence. But the real threat lies not only in the battles we fought, but in the consequences of those battles. What do you mean? Gentry asked, curiosity piqued. Is there something we need to be aware of? The magical barrier that protects our world is weakening, Clark explained, his expression growing serious. It was forged from the combined powers of light, darkness, nature, and all elements of magic. But with each passing year, its strength has diminished. If it fails, the darkness will once again seep into our realm, unleashing chaos and destruction. Gentry felt a chill run down his spine at Clark's words. Is there any way to strengthen the barrier? To stop it from weakening further? Clark nodded, his gaze steady. The key lies in unity. Just as I fought alongside my allies against the demon god, you must unite the elements once more. Gather those who wield the powers of light, darkness, nature, and lightning. Each element must lend its strength to reinforce the barrier. But we're already facing so many challenges, Gentry said, his heart heavy with the weight of responsibility. The golems we fought were only the beginning. True strength comes from facing your fears and working together, Clark replied, his voice unwavering. You have the potential to forge bonds that transcend the elements. Trust in your friends and the connections you share. They will guide you in this fight. Gentry felt a surge of determination at Clark's words. I won't let you down. I'll gather everyone and find a way to strengthen the barrier. Remember, Gentry, Clark said, his voice echoing through the ethereal landscape. The path ahead will not be easy. You will face trials that will test your resolve, but through it all, never forget the power of hope and unity. Before Gentry could respond, the light around him began to swirl once more, and he felt himself being pulled back to the monument. The vision of Clark faded, replaced by the familiar surroundings of the arena. Gentry stumbled back as he released his hand from the monument, his heart racing with the weight of the conversation. His friends were gathered around him, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. What happened? Kira asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. I spoke with Clark, Gentry said, his voice filled with urgency. He warned me about the magical barrier weakening. We need to gather our allies and unite the elements to strengthen it before it's too late. The gravity of their situation sank in, and the group exchanged determined glances. We can do this, Baxter said, confidence shining in his eyes. We've faced challenges before, and we'll face this one together. Where do we start? Denise asked, her expression serious. We need to find others who wield the elemental powers, Gentry replied, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. We must unite them to reinforce the barrier. Clark believes that's the key to stopping the darkness from returning. With a shared sense of purpose, the group set off from the arena, ready to face the challenges ahead. They would gather their allies, unite the elements, and prepare for the looming threat that lay on the horizon. As Gentry stood before the monument, the ethereal figure of Clark appeared and smiled knowingly, his presence radiating strength and warmth. If you seek to enhance your abilities, you must visit the room of legendary weapons within this castle, he instructed, his voice echoing with authority. It lies deep in the eastern wing, concealed behind a grand door adorned with the sigils of the elements. Only those who prove their worth in battle may enter, but within you will find weapons imbued with the power of ancient heroes' tools that will aid you in your fight against the darkness that looms. Trust in your bond with your friends, for together you will unlock the secrets of this legendary armory. 48. With Clark's words echoing in their minds, Gentry and his friends moved through the castle's grand halls, determined to find the room of legendary weapons. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged stone and magic, each step resonating with the weight of history. Ancient tapestries adorned the walls, depicting epic battles and legendary heroes, fueling their excitement and anticipation. Clark said it's in the eastern wing, Gentry reminded the group, glancing at the ornate map they had discovered in the main hall. We should head in that direction. Let's stick together, Kira suggested, her eyes scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. This castle is filled with secrets, and we can't afford to get separated. As they made their way deeper into the castle, the architecture grew more intricate, the walls adorned with carvings that seemed to tell stories of past battles. Gentry felt a sense of awe wash over him. This was a place steeped in history, a testament to the heroes who had come before them. "Keep an eye out for the door," Baxter said, his voice filled with excitement. It should be marked with the sigils of the elements. After navigating through a series of winding corridors and grand chambers, they finally approached a massive set of double doors at the end of a long hallway. The doors were adorned with intricate carvings of the 8 elements: fire, water, earth, air, light, darkness, nature, and lightning, each symbol glowing faintly as if alive with power. "That's it," Gentry exclaimed, his heart racing with anticipation. "This must be the entrance to the armory." As they gathered around the door, Gentry studied the carvings closely. "Clark mentioned something about proving our worth," he said, his brow furrowing in thought. "I wonder what we need to do to unlock it." Just as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them trembled, and a massive shadow loomed over the entrance. From the darkness emerged a colossal golem, its form composed of all 8 elements swirling together in a chaotic dance of power. Its eyes glowed with a fierce intensity, and it let out a deafening roar that sent echoes through the hall. "This is our trial," Gentry shouted, feeling a rush of adrenaline. "We have to defeat it to unlock the doors." "Let's do this," Kira exclaimed, her determination evident as she drew her daggers. The golem charged forward, its massive fists raised, ready to crush anything in its path. Gentry quickly took charge. "Split up. We need to attack from all angles." "Got it," Baxter called, summoning a torrent of water to counter the golem's fiery attacks. "I'll keep it distracted with water while you guys strike." As the water surged toward the golem, Gentry summoned flames, igniting his twin swords. "Fire strike," he shouted, launching a series of fiery slashes at the golem's side. Kira darted in beside him, her daggers crackling with electricity. "Lightning slash," she yelled, aiming for the golem's legs to destabilize it. The combination of water and fire created steam, momentarily obscuring the golem's vision. Denise and Arvox worked in tandem, channeling their powers of nature and air. "Nature's grasp," Denise called out, as vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around the golem's feet to hold it in place. "Gale force," Arvox shouted, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that pushed against the golem, further disrupting its balance. As the golem roared in frustration, it retaliated by swinging its massive fists, creating shockwaves that threatened to knock them off their feet. "Watch out," Gentry shouted, dodging to the side just in time. "Let's regroup," Kira called, her eyes focused on the golem. "We need to coordinate our attacks to break through its defenses." "Agreed," Gentry replied, feeling the energy surge within him. "Let's combine our powers." They formed a circle, channeling their elemental energies together. "On 3, Gentry said, looking at each of his friends. 1, 2, 3, fire, water, nature, lightning, air, earth, light, darkness," they shouted in unison, directing their magic toward the golem. The combined forces surged forward, enveloping the golem in a whirlwind of elemental energy. The golem staggered, its form flickering as it struggled to maintain its shape against the overwhelming onslaught. "Now, while it's weakened," Baxter shouted, summoning another wave of water to crash against the golem. "Keep pushing," Gentry urged, feeling the adrenaline rush through him as they pressed the attack. The golem howled in anger, but their combined strength began to wear it down. With one final push, Gentry summoned the full force of his fire. "Fire eruption," he roared, sending a massive wave of flames toward the golem. "Lightning storm," Kira added, unleashing a torrent of electricity that struck the golem simultaneously, igniting the air with crackling energy. The elemental energies collided, creating a brilliant explosion that illuminated the entire hallway. The golem let out a final roar before collapsing into a swirling vortex of elemental energy, its form dissipating into the air. As the dust settled, Gentry and his friends stood together, panting heavily but filled with exhilaration. They had faced the golem and emerged victorious, proving their worth to unlock the grand doors. "Let's see if it worked," Gentry said, stepping forward cautiously. The massive doors began to glow with a radiant light, the sigils of the elements shining brightly as the golem's defeat activated the ancient mechanism. With a resounding creak, the doors swung open, revealing the legendary armory within. 49. The room was filled with an array of weapons, each one radiating a unique energy that pulsed with the essence of the elements. The air crackled with magic, and the atmosphere was thick with the promise of power and history. Wow, Kira breathed, her eyes wide as she took in the sight. This place is incredible. Let's find the weapons that resonate with us, Gentry said, his heart pounding with excitement. He could already feel a connection to some of the weapons lining the walls. Together, they began to explore the armory, moving from one display to another, each weapon more magnificent than the last. Gentry felt drawn to a pair of dual axes mounted on a pedestal at the far end of the room. They gleamed under the dim light, their blades sharp and elegantly designed, with intricate engravings that told stories of battles long past. "Are those?" he murmured, stepping closer to examine them. As his fingers brushed against the cool metal, he could feel the energy coursing through them. These were Clark's axes. The moment he touched the axes, a surge of power flowed through him, igniting his spirit. "I have to take these," Gentry declared, feeling the weight of destiny settle upon him. "Nice choice," Kira said, grinning as she moved to a nearby display. She picked up a set of daggers that crackled with electric energy. "These feel incredible." "Those look like they'll pack a punch," Baxter said, eyeing Kira's daggers with admiration. He then turned his attention to a sturdy shield mounted on a wall nearby. It was adorned with swirling designs that hinted at the element of air. "I think I'll take this shield. It boosts my air abilities." Baxter approached the shield, feeling the energy resonate with him as he lifted it from its mount. "This is perfect," he exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. Samantha wandered over to a beautifully crafted water elemental bow, its design fluid and elegant. "This bow looks amazing," she called out, her voice filled with excitement. As she picked it up, she felt a rush of energy, and the bow seemed to hum in response. "I can feel its power." "Great choice," Gentry encouraged, proud of his friend's selections. He glanced over to where Stuart had found a massive hammer adorned with earth motifs. "What do you think?" "This is it," Stuart exclaimed, hefting the hammer with both hands. "It's perfect for boosting my earth element usage. I can feel the strength in it." The hammer had a deep, calming weight that resonated with Stuart's spirit. Julius, meanwhile, was drawn to a large great sword that stood majestically against the wall. Its blade was imbued with a radiant light, and the hilt was adorned with the crest of the god of light. "This sword is magnificent," he said, his eyes sparkling with awe. "I can feel its power calling to me." "Looks like you found your match." Gentry grinned as Julius carefully lifted the sword, feeling a surge of righteous energy flow through him. Arvox and Verus, standing side by side, scanned the room for weapons suited to their elements. They both approached a pair of dual swords that emitted flames, their blades flickering with a fiery light. "These are perfect for us," Arvox said, excitement evident in his voice. "Absolutely," Verus agreed, picking up one of the swords. "We can harness the fire element together with these." As they continued to explore, Bliff and Denise found their own weapons. Bliff picked up a sturdy spear designed for the earth element, feeling its weight and balance in his hands. "This is going to help me ground my powers even more," he said with a satisfied grin. Denise, on the other hand, was drawn to a shield made of intertwining vines and leaves, pulsating with the essence of nature. "This will help protect us while enhancing my nature magic," she said, feeling the connection to her abilities strengthen. Once they had all selected their weapons, Gentry gathered everyone together. "These weapons are imbued with the power of legendary heroes. We need to honor their legacy by using them wisely." "Let's test them out," Kira suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Agreed." Baxter nodded, adjusting his shield. "We need to be ready for whatever comes next." Gentry held his dual axes, feeling the power resonate through him. 50. With their legendary weapons in hand, Gentry and his friends stood at the entrance of the castle, a renewed sense of purpose igniting within them. The air was thick with tension as they prepared to face the challenges ahead. "Ready?" Gentry asked, gripping his dual axes tightly, the cool metal feeling like an extension of his own spirit. "Let's do this," Kira replied, her daggers crackling with electricity as she bounced on her toes, eager for the fight. As they stepped into the dimly lit corridors, the atmosphere shifted and a low rumble echoed through the halls. Suddenly, a group of golems, their forms made of stone and magical energy, surged forward, blocking their path. "Here they come," Baxter shouted, raising his air-boosting shield. "Stay close," Gentry charged forward, spinning his axes in a fluid motion as he approached the nearest golem. "Fire strike!" he yelled, unleashing a powerful arc of flames that seared through the golem's rocky exterior. The creature stumbled back, stunned by the shockwave from the impact. "Nice hit," Kira called out, darting past him. She lunged at another golem with her lightning-infused daggers, each thrust sending arcs of electricity coursing through the stone, causing it to crack and shatter. "Water arrow," Samantha shouted, drawing her bow and releasing a torrent of arrows that transformed into jets of water, drenching the golems and making them vulnerable. The dampened stone crumbled under the relentless assault. "Let's keep pushing," Stuart urged, swinging his earth hammer with all his might. As he struck the ground, a shockwave rippled outwards, toppling a line of suits of armor and sending golems tumbling to the ground. "We can't let them regroup." Julius stepped in, his great sword of light glowing brilliantly as he slashed through an advancing suit of armor. "Feel the light's wrath," he declared, each swing illuminating the darkness around them, dispelling shadows and revealing hidden foes. "Arvox, Verus, now!" Gentry shouted, motioning to his friends. The duo coordinated their attacks, unleashing flames from their dual swords in a synchronized display. "Firestorm," they cried, engulfing a group of golems in a fiery whirlwind that consumed them entirely. Bliff and Denise fought side by side, their weapons complementing each other perfectly. Bliff thrust his spear forward, driving it into the ground to create a protective barrier, while Denise raised her nature shield, vines spiraling around them to absorb incoming blows. "We're stronger together," Bliff said, rallying her as they pushed forward. "You're right," Denise replied, summoning roots that erupted from the ground, ensnaring a nearby golem and holding it in place as she infused her shield with nature magic, deflecting a barrage of attacks. As the battle raged on, Gentry felt the rhythm of the fight flow through him. He and his friends were learning to wield their weapons as extensions of themselves, their movements becoming more fluid and instinctual. Together, they formed an unstoppable force, cutting through the castle's defenses. "Keep moving," Kira called, slicing through a suit of armor that had tried to flank them. "We need to reach that exit portal." They pressed on, the sounds of battle echoing in their ears, the clinks of armor and the roars of golems becoming a familiar backdrop. Finally, they reached the chamber that housed the exit portal, its shimmering surface beckoning them forward. "Let's finish this," Gentry shouted, rallying his friends for one last push. "We're almost there." The final wave of enemies charged toward them, a mix of golems and animated suits of armor. Gentry surged forward, leading the charge with his axes, while Kira and the others followed closely behind, unleashing their powers in a synchronized assault. "Together," Gentry yelled, channeling all their energies into one final attack now. With a collective cry, they unleashed a torrent of elemental magic, a dazzling display of fire, water, earth, air, light, and nature. The energy surged forward, crashing into the oncoming foes and obliterating them in a brilliant explosion. As the dust settled, the chamber fell silent. They stood together, panting and exhilarated, the portal glowing brightly before them. "We did it!" Baxter exclaimed, his voice filled with triumph. "Let's go," Gentry urged, leading his friends through the portal. As they stepped through, the world around them shifted, and they found themselves reappearing in the fort outside the dungeon, the sun shining brightly overhead. "We made it!" Kira cheered, a wide smile spreading across her face. Gentry looked around at his friends, their faces flushed with victory and exhilaration. This was just the beginning. "We'll face even greater challenges ahead, but together we can overcome anything." With their legendary weapons at their sides and their spirits high, they stood united, ready to face whatever awaited them in their quest to protect their world from the looming darkness.